Hello everyone, I'm here to help you today. I know you're using this video to sleep, so before that, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now sit back and relax. I currently live and work in Texas, but I'm originally from a small town in Middle Georgia where this story takes place. The events I'm about to share occurred during the summer of 2019, when I was 15 years old. Even now, with the passage of time, I find myself hesitant to share too many specific details about the location. The area contains significant archaeological finds, and the landowner, a private, cautious man named Mr. Hodges, has legitimate concerns about trespassers disturbing the sites or government officials showing up to claim the land. My family's home sat a good distance outside the city limits, surrounded by nothing but dirt roads and dense pine forests extending as far as the eye could see. Our neighbors were scattered and sparse, their properties separated by acres of undeveloped wilderness. The isolation fostered a certain independence in those who lived there, particularly in the children who grew up exploring the woods. Summer in Middle Georgia brings suffocating humidity and fierce thunderstorms, but it also heralds the annual mullet run, when schools of fish migrate upriver from the ocean to spawn. For locals like us, this natural cycle dictated the rhythm of our summer activities. Each year, from late June through August, my father would spend nearly every free moment at a particular sandbar on the Oconee River, fishing rod in hand, waiting for the silver flash of mullet beneath the water's surface. The journey to this fishing spot began where a dirt road ended and a logging trail started. My aunt and uncle's modest farmhouse stood on the left side of this junction, while my cousin Jake lived in a smaller home on the right. The trail meandered through planted pines and ancient hardwoods, eventually opening onto a pristine sandbar that curved alongside the languid river. The land between the houses and the river, over 500 acres of virtually untouched wilderness, belonged to Mr. Hodges. He had worked with my father at the paper mill years earlier, and although they weren't close friends, they shared the easy camaraderie of men who understood hard work. When my father reconnected with him through my uncle, Mr. Hodges granted our family permission to access the river through his property whenever we wished, a generous gesture that shaped my adolescence more profoundly than anyone could have anticipated. My earliest memories of the river blur together in a collage of sensory impressions. The cool slide of mud between my toes, the earthy scent of waterlogged wood, the distant chorus of cicadas that seemed to throb with the heat. I recall watching my father prepare his fishing spot with methodical precision, placing a salt block and mesh bag full of chicken scraps in the middle of the river, secured with metal poles hammered into the riverbed. This bait would attract the mullet overnight, ensuring a productive morning of fishing. The evening before a fishing expedition, our house would buzz with anticipation. My father would organize his tackle, buy night crawlers from the bait shop, and select the perfect river cane for his pole, or purchase a manufactured one if he was feeling, in his words, a little lazy. He'd pack a small cooler with sandwiches and beer, carefully check the weather forecast, and plan to leave just as the eastern sky began to lighten with dawn's first breath. Almost invariably, my mother, my younger brother Brent, and I would accompany him on these excursions. We became intimately familiar with the network of trails that crisscrossed Mr. Hodges's property. When not fishing alongside my father, we'd spend hours exploring on foot or riding four-wheelers along the logging roads, seeking out every mud hole and water crossing. In winter, when the fishing slowed, we'd still visit, breaking inch-thick sheets of ice from the watering holes and testing the limits of our mechanical toys. Sometimes we'd gather with extended family and neighbors, as many as 15 four-wheelers roaring through the trees, before converging at an old shack beside the river to build a bonfire against the night's chill. By 15, I had already spent years immersed in this landscape, yet I remained ignorant of the darker currents flowing beneath its surface, currents that would eventually pull me into experiences that defied rational explanation and left permanent impressions on my understanding of the natural world and its mysterious boundaries. The Oconee River cuts through central Georgia like a vein, carrying the lifeblood of the region's history within its silty waters. The river bears a name given by the Creek Indians who once populated its banks, though by the time I was born, their direct descendants had long since been displaced, What remained of their presence lay scattered throughout Mr. Hodges's property. Pottery fragments, stone tools, and arrowheads that emerged from the soil after heavy rains like messages from a forgotten time. Mr. Hodges understood the historical significance of these artifacts. Unlike many landowners who might have sought to profit from such discoveries, he preferred to protect them through obscurity. "The government takes what it wants," he once told my father, "and what they don't take, tourists destroy." This philosophy of preservation through isolation applied to the land itself as well as its historical treasures. That summer of 2019, I had developed a passionate interest in the archaeological aspects of the property. While fishing held minimal appeal for me at that age, I lacked the patience required to sit for hours watching a line. The prospect of uncovering tangible connections to the past enthralled me. With my parents' blessing and Mr. Hodges's permission, I would often separate from the family once we reached the sandbar, disappearing into the woods for hours of solitary exploration. My father harbored no worries about these extended absences. "That boy belongs to the woods more than he does to us," he'd tell visitors with a mixture of pride and bemusement. My mother's acquiescence came with conditions. I carried a substantial Bowie knife on my hip, took plenty of water, and promised to return before sunset. No cell phones ventured with me into those woods, reception was non-existent, and I preferred the disconnection anyway. The property contained several sites of particular interest that I visited regularly. About 2 miles from the sandbar, following the curve of the river, stood what locals called rock houses, shallow caves and overhangs in the limestone bluffs where Native Americans had once sought shelter. The walls of these natural formations bore faint, weather-worn petroglyphs, geometric patterns and stylized animal figures that had withstood centuries of erosion. Further downstream, partially submerged in a narrow section of the river, lay the remains of an indigenous fish trap, an ingenious V-shaped structure of stacked stones designed to funnel swimming fish into a collection area. Though no longer functional, the arrangement of rocks remained visible during periods of low water, testament to the engineering capabilities of people who lived there long before European settlement. These physical remnants fascinated me, but equally compelling were the changes in the forest itself. Subtle variations in vegetation that hinted at former clearings where crops might have been cultivated. Unusually straight lines of mature trees suggesting intentional planting. Circular depressions that might once have been the foundations of structures. The landscape read like a palimpsest, each generation leaving marks that subsequent growth partially obscured, but never fully erased. I approached these explorations with reverence rather than acquisition in mind. While many local kids collected arrowheads as curiosities or potential items to sell, I typically left artifacts where I found them after examination. This wasn't due to any explicit instruction, but rather an intuitive sense that removing these objects from their context diminished their significance. The river itself possessed a dual nature, providing sustenance and recreation while simultaneously harboring hidden dangers. Its placid surface concealed strong undertows in certain bends, and the clarity of the water often made depths deceptive. Local lore included accounts of swimmers who had misjudged these hazards with fatal consequences. My father had impressed upon me early the importance of respecting the river's power, teaching me to read its surface patterns and recognize warning signs. During the summer months, the Oconee's main channel remained reasonably navigable, but countless tributary creeks feeding into it could transform from trickling streams to raging torrents within hours after a heavy rainfall in the watershed. These flash floods reshaped the smaller watercourses, exposing new archaeological finds while burying others beneath fresh layers of sediment. It was in one such creek bed, temporarily dry during a mid-July drought, that I made my first significant discovery of that summer. A perfectly preserved clay pot, small enough to cup in my hands, its exterior decorated with intricate impressed patterns. I photographed it carefully from multiple angles, noted its location, and reluctantly reburied it. The temptation to take it home was strong, but stronger still was my growing conviction that these artifacts belonged to the land itself. The creek bed yielded other treasures over subsequent explorations. Stone pestles worn smooth from grinding grains, pottery shards with distinct rim patterns, and once a ceremonial pipe fragment carved from soapstone. Each discovery deepened my connection to the people who had once called these woods home and fueled my desire to uncover more of their story. As July progressed, I began to venture farther from the familiar trails, mapping new routes in a small notebook I carried. My confidence in navigating the wilderness grew, as did my parents' trust in my self-sufficiency. Yet despite my increasing familiarity with Mr. Hodges's property, certain areas remained unexplored, most notably the northwestern section, where the terrain became more rugged and the forest noticeably denser. Locals rarely mentioned this region specifically, but when they did, their comments carried a subtle undercurrent of caution. My uncle once remarked that it was poor hunting ground, despite the abundant deer tracks visible along its perimeter. Jake, my cousin, more bluntly advised me to stay where the sun can find you when I expressed interest in exploring those deeper woods. At 15, such vague warnings carried little weight against my curiosity. I interpreted their reluctance as adult overprotectiveness or perhaps territorial instincts, keeping prime exploration grounds for themselves. The northwestern woods beckoned with promises of undiscovered sites and artifacts, their very inaccessibility suggesting reduced chances of prior disturbance. I couldn't have known then how profoundly a single excursion into those avoided reaches would alter my perception of the land I thought I knew, or that some discoveries once made cannot be reburied or forgotten, no matter how desperately one might wish to do so. By mid-July, a familiar pattern had established itself. 3 or 4 days each week, my father would announce his intention to visit the river the following morning. Dawn would find our pickup truck bouncing down the rutted dirt road, fishing gear rattling in the bed. We'd park at the trailhead near my uncle's house, unload the equipment, and trek the half-mile to the sandbar, arriving just as the morning mist began to lift from the water's surface. My father and brother would settle into the serious business of fishing, while I might swim for an hour or so before growing restless. Then, with a casual wave and a promise to return by late afternoon, I would set off into the woods, my rolled-up jeans and straw hat lending me the appearance of a modern-day Huckleberry Finn. On the morning of July 17, 2019, this routine played out as usual, though with one significant deviation. Before leaving the sandbar, I helped my father place a fresh salt block and replenish the chicken feed in the river. Heavier work than usual due to the summer heat having intensified the growth of algae on the rocks, making them treacherously slippery. After completing this task, I rinsed off in the shallows, allowed myself to dry in the strengthening sun, then pulled on my jeans and prepared to depart. "Don't go getting lost," my father called, his attention already returning to his fishing line. "Never do," I replied with the casual confidence of youth. My brother Brent, 2 years my junior but already showing promise as an angler, didn't look up from his bobber. "Bring back something cool," he said, referring to my habit of occasionally returning with interesting rocks or unusually shaped pieces of driftwood. I filled my canteen from the cooler, secured my knife sheath to my belt, and set off along the eastern trail, the route I typically took to begin my explorations. The day promised to be brutally hot, with temperatures forecasted to reach the high 90s by afternoon. Already the humid air clung to my skin like a damp cloth. The woods offered some relief from the direct sunlight, though the stillness beneath the canopy trapped the humidity. Cicadas pulsed their metallic chorus from the treetops, punctuated by the occasional cry of a hawk or the rapid drumming of a woodpecker. I moved with the casual confidence of familiarity, barely needing to watch my footing on a path I had traversed dozens of times. About a mile from the sandbar, I veered from my usual route, taking a less traveled fork that curved northward. This path eventually connected with the dry creek bed, where I had previously found the small clay pot, a location I intended to investigate more thoroughly. The going became more difficult as the established trail gave way to animal tracks and game paths, requiring me to push through undergrowth and occasionally climb over fallen trees. As I progressed, I noticed something unusual, small pebbles occasionally landing near my feet or striking nearby tree trunks with a sharp tap. At first, I dismissed these as natural occurrences, perhaps acorns dropping from oak branches or pine cones loosened by squirrels, but the frequency increased as I continued northward, and their trajectories seemed too deliberate for random falls. One struck my shoulder with enough force to sting, causing me to stop and scan the surrounding forest with greater attention. The woods appeared empty of human presence, and I detected no movement beyond the normal stirring of leaves in the intermittent breeze. After a moment's consideration, I continued walking, attributing the phenomenon to some quirk of the landscape or wildlife I didn't yet understand. For nearly 2 hours, I hiked through increasingly unfamiliar terrain, guided partly by the position of the sun and partly by the gentle downward slope that would eventually lead to water. The pebble impacts continued sporadically, never painful but persistent enough to maintain a low-level awareness of being somehow observed. I reached the now familiar dry creek bed around mid-morning. The drought had worsened since my last visit, exposing more of the stream bed and revealing new potential sites for exploration. I spent an hour carefully examining the exposed soil, finding several pottery fragments but nothing as significant as the intact vessel I'd discovered earlier. After documenting my findings in my notebook, I decided to follow the creek bed farther upstream than I had previously ventured. This direction would take me northwest, toward the region my relatives had subtly cautioned me to avoid. The rational part of my brain dismissed their warnings as superstition or excessive caution, but some deeper instinct caused me to move with greater alertness, paying closer attention to my surroundings. The creek bed narrowed as it ascended, its banks growing steeper and more densely vegetated. The forest composition gradually shifted from predominantly pine to a greater mixture of hardwoods, mature oaks, hickories, and gnarled sweet gums whose spreading roots often breached the creek's banks. The quality of light changed too, becoming more diffuse and green-tinged as the canopy thickened overhead. About 3 miles from the sandbar, I encountered a natural barrier, a section where the creek bed dropped nearly 3 feet in a small waterfall-like formation. When flowing, this feature would have created a pleasant cascade, but in the current drought, it presented merely a vertical wall of packed clay and embedded stones. I was considering whether to climb this obstacle or turn back when something caught my eye, a glimpse of worked stone partially embedded in the creek bank just below the drop-off. Crouching for a closer look, I realized I was looking at a projectile point. Not a common arrowhead, but something larger and more substantial. With careful fingers, I extracted it from the surrounding soil. It was approximately 3 inches long and expertly crafted from a deep purple stone, possibly jasper or a similar material. The point was remarkably intact, showing none of the damage typically found in discarded or lost specimens. Its edges remained sharp enough to demand careful handling, and the base showed the characteristic fluting of Clovis-style points, potentially making it thousands of years old. The discovery filled me with elation. This was by far the most perfect specimen I had ever encountered, its craftsmanship and preservation exceptional. I turned it carefully in my hands, admiring the skill required to shape such resistant material with primitive tools, marveling at the thought that I was the first person to hold this object since its maker had last touched it millennia ago. So absorbed was I in examining this treasure that several moments passed before I became aware of a change in my surroundings. The cicadas had fallen silent. The background rustle of small animals moving through underbrush had ceased. The forest held its breath in a stillness that seemed profoundly unnatural. I looked up from the spearhead, and that's when I saw it. Standing approximately 30 feet away, partially concealed behind the broad trunk of a mature pine, was a figure that defied immediate categorization. My first incoherent thought was that another hiker had wandered into the area, but this impression lasted only a fraction of a second before my brain registered the wrongness of what I was seeing. The figure stood at least 7 feet tall, possibly taller, its massive frame dwarfing the surrounding vegetation. From what I could discern, it was covered in coarse, matted hair, or fur of a rusty reddish-brown color that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. The build suggested tremendous muscular strength, particularly across the shoulders and chest, tapering to a narrower waist and long, powerful limbs. But it was the face that arrested my attention most completely, a countenance that seemed simultaneously human and not human. The features were arranged in recognizable proportions, but appeared weathered and ancient, the skin leathery and deeply lined. Beneath heavy brow ridges, eyes regarded me with unmistakable intelligence and awareness. Those eyes disrupted any attempt to classify this as a known animal. They weren't the dull, instinct-driven gaze of a bear or other large mammal, but windows to a consciousness that evaluated and considered. When a shaft of sunlight momentarily illuminated them, they reflected a peculiar greenish-gold color that reminded me of a predator's eyeshine, though with a quality entirely different from any wildlife I had encountered. The moment stretched between us, neither moving nor speaking. No threatening gesture came from the figure. It simply observed me with what I can only describe as intense curiosity. I remained frozen in place, the spearhead still clutched in my hand, my breathing shallow and controlled despite the hammering of my heart. Time became elastic and unreliable. What might have been 10 seconds felt like minutes as we regarded each other across that small clearing. The surrounding forest maintained its unnatural silence, as though all other creatures held their breath alongside me. Then, acting on an impulse I cannot fully explain, I slowly crouched down and placed the purple spearhead exactly where I had found it, pressing it gently back into the soil of the creek bank. My eyes never left the figure as I performed this action. The response was subtle but unmistakable, a slight inclination of the massive head, a gesture that conveyed acknowledgement or perhaps approval. Then, with a deliberateness that suggested neither fear nor aggression, the figure turned away from me and moved deeper into the forest. Its movement contradicted what I might have expected from such a large, seemingly ponderous being. It navigated the dense undergrowth with fluid grace, making less noise than a deer would have in similar terrain. Blackberry thickets and tangled vines that would have impeded a human seemed to part before it, closing again in its wake. I remained motionless, watching until the figure disappeared from sight, then listening as the sounds of its passage gradually faded. Only when I could no longer detect any indication of its presence did I become aware that I had been holding my breath. The exhalation came as a shuddering release, accompanied by a delayed reaction of trembling in my limbs that made standing difficult. The forest around me gradually reanimated. Birdsong resumed, tentatively at first, then with increasing confidence. The background hum of insects returned. Whatever temporary spell had descended over the natural world had lifted, leaving behind only the ordinary sounds of a summer day in the woods. I glanced down at the spearhead, still visible where I had returned it to the soil. A powerful urge to flee, to put as much distance as possible between myself and this location, competed with my scholarly interest in the artifact. After a moment's internal struggle, I decided to leave it untouched. Something about the interaction suggested that returning the object had been the right decision, and I was reluctant to disturb whatever equilibrium had been established. With a final look around the clearing, I turned and began making my way back downstream, retracing my path toward more familiar territory. My pace was measured rather than panicked. I had an instinctive sense that running would be somehow inappropriate or even dangerous in this situation. As I walked, I tried to process what I had witnessed, cycling through possible explanations. A bear standing on its hind legs? No bear moved with such bipedal fluidity or possessed that facial structure. Some unknown species of great ape? Georgia's ecosystem supported no such creatures. A human in some kind of costume or disguise? The authenticity of the being's presence defied such artificial explanation. The only conclusion that approached coherence was one I hesitated to articulate even in the privacy of my own thoughts, that I had encountered something akin to what folklore called Sasquatch or Bigfoot. Yet even this label seemed insufficient to encompass the intelligence and awareness I had perceived in those eyes. I continued homeward with a strange mixture of fear and wonder. By the time I reached the sandbar where my father and brother still fished, the experience had taken on a dreamlike quality that made me question whether it had happened at all. The familiar sight of their figures, the ordinary sounds of splashing water and casual conversation grounded me in normalcy that made the morning's events seem increasingly improbable. "Catch anything good?" I asked, my voice sounding surprisingly steady to my own ears. My father looked up, squinting against the afternoon sun. "Dozen or so. Your brother pulled in a 5-pounder. He studied my face. "You look like you've seen a ghost. Heat getting to you?" I shook my head. "Just tired. Walked farther than usual." This answer seemed to satisfy him. He returned his attention to his fishing line, and I settled onto the sandbar, grateful for the uncomplicated company and the opportunity to collect my thoughts. That evening, back at home, I considered telling my family about the encounter, but ultimately decided against it. The experience felt too personal, too potentially disbelieved to share immediately. Instead, I lay awake long into the night, replaying the scene in my mind, searching for details I might have missed or misinterpreted. One aspect continued to puzzle me: the pebbles that had struck near me throughout my hike. In retrospect, their trajectory and timing suggested deliberate tosses rather than natural falls. Had the being been following me, perhaps even attempting to communicate in some primitive fashion? The thought should have been terrifying, yet somehow it wasn't. Whatever I had encountered had displayed no aggression, only watchful interest. Eventually, exhaustion overcame my racing thoughts, and I fell into a dreamless sleep. But the experience had fundamentally altered something in my perception of the world, reshaping the boundaries between what I understood to be possible and impossible, known and unknown. The woods I had explored since childhood suddenly contained depths I had never suspected, and I knew with absolute certainty that I would return to seek further understanding. The week following my encounter passed in a fog of distraction. I went through the motions of daily life, helping with chores, watching television with my family, even accompanying my father on another fishing trip. But my thoughts continuously circled back to what I had seen in the northwestern woods. The image of that towering figure remained vivid in my memory, refusing to fade or distort as dreams typically do. I found myself researching cryptozoology and Bigfoot sightings on our home computer, reading accounts from across the country with new interest. Many seemed exaggerated or implausible, but certain details resonated with my experience: the intelligence in the eyes, the fluid movement through difficult terrain, the sense of being observed rather than threatened. None of the photographs or sketches I found accurately captured what I had seen, though. They depicted something more bestial and less aware than the being in the woods. My mother noticed my preoccupation. "Summer boredom setting in?" she asked one evening as I pushed food around my plate at dinner. "Just thinking about a book I'm reading," I lied, uncomfortable with deception, but more uncomfortable with attempting to explain what actually occupied my thoughts. By the following Tuesday, I had resolved to return to the northwestern section of the property. My father had no plans to fish that day, but at breakfast I announced my intention to hike to the river regardless. "Taking your fishing pole?" he asked, eyebrows raised. "No, sir, just exploring." He nodded, familiar with my independent tendencies. "Be back before dark. Storms in the forecast for tonight." I packed more thoroughly than usual: extra water, protein bars, a small first aid kit, a compass, and a disposable camera I had purchased specifically for this expedition. I neither expected nor particularly hoped to photograph the being I had encountered, but having the camera provided a sense of purpose and potential documentation. The hike to the creek bed followed the same route as before, though this time I moved with greater deliberation, pausing frequently to study my surroundings. About a mile into the journey, I noticed the first pebble striking a tree trunk to my right. Rather than ignoring it as I had previously, I stopped and turned toward the source of the projectile. "I know you're there," I said aloud, feeling simultaneously foolish and exhilarated. "I'm not here to cause any harm." No response came. No movement betrayed a presence in the underbrush, but when I resumed walking, the pebbles ceased temporarily. This pattern repeated several times throughout my hike, periods of pebble throwing followed by silence when I acknowledged the action verbally. I reached the dry creek bed by mid-morning and continued upstream toward the site of my previous encounter. The spearhead remained exactly where I had replaced it, partially embedded in the soil. I crouched to examine it but made no move to touch it this time. "I left it here for you," I said to the seemingly empty forest. "It belongs here, not in someone's collection." The words felt right as I spoke them, though I had not planned this speech in advance. Something about the artifact's perfection and historical significance demanded respect that transcended personal ownership. For nearly an hour, I sat beside the creek bed, occasionally speaking aloud thoughts about the forest, the archaeological sites, and my appreciation for being allowed to explore them. I consciously avoided direct references to my previous encounter, framing my monologue as though addressing the land itself rather than any specific entity. Eventually, I unwrapped a protein bar and ate it slowly, watching a pair of cardinals flit between branches overhead. The forest felt alive but unthreatening, the silence comfortable rather than ominous. When I had finished eating, I carefully packed the wrapper away and rose to continue exploring upstream. Beyond the small waterfall formation, the creek bed narrowed further, its course winding between rock outcroppings that suggested geological forces far older than human habitation. I moved carefully, photographing interesting formations and making notes in my journal. About a quarter mile beyond my previous stopping point, I discovered a small clearing beside the creek bed, a roughly circular space where the canopy opened slightly to admit more direct sunlight. What caught my attention was not the clearing itself, but what lay within it. Carefully arranged stones forming a pattern too deliberate to be natural. The stones, ranging from fist-sized to small boulders, formed 3 concentric circles with a larger flat stone at the center. Between the circles, smaller stones created what appeared to be rays or spokes connecting the rings. The entire arrangement measured perhaps 12 feet in diameter, with the central stone elevated slightly above the surrounding ground. My first thought was that I had discovered another indigenous structure, perhaps ceremonial in nature. I approached cautiously, camera ready, and began documenting the formation from various angles. Only as I circled it did I notice something odd. The lichen growing on the stones appeared relatively fresh, suggesting the arrangement was far newer than pre-colonial times. I was contemplating this discrepancy when movement at the clearing's edge caught my eye. There, partially obscured by a thicket of mountain laurel, stood the being I had encountered before. This time my reaction contained less shock and more wonder. I lowered the camera slowly, instinctively understanding that attempting to photograph the creature would be inappropriate or possibly provocative. We regarded each other across the stone circles, neither advancing nor retreating. In daylight, with a clearer view, I could observe more details of the being's appearance. The reddish-brown hair covered most of its body but thinned somewhat on the face, revealing skin that appeared weathered and darkly tanned. The facial features suggested neither male nor female in human terms, but conveyed a maturity and weathering that implied great age. Most striking were the hands, large but distinctly hand-like, with opposable thumbs and fingers that appeared capable of fine manipulation. One such hand now rose in what seemed a deliberate gesture, not threatening but communicative, palm forward with fingers slightly spread. Without fully understanding my own impulse, I mirrored the gesture, raising my hand in similar fashion. The being held this position for several seconds, then slowly lowered its arm. I did the same. What followed was a wordless interaction that lasted perhaps 5 minutes. The being would make a gesture, pointing to the stone arrangement, then to the surrounding trees, then to itself, and pause as though conveying information. I would nod or occasionally respond with my own gestures, feeling as though I was participating in a conversation whose syntax remained just beyond my comprehension. Eventually, the being made a sweeping motion toward the western horizon, where darkening clouds suggested the approach of the predicted storm system. Then it looked directly at me and repeated the gesture with greater emphasis. The meaning seemed clear, a warning about the weather, an advisement to return to safety before the storm arrived. I nodded my understanding and gathered my backpack, preparing to depart. Before leaving, I turned toward the stone arrangement and made a small bow, an improvised sign of respect for whatever significance it held. When I looked up, the being had already retreated several yards into the forest. It paused, visible only as a darker shadow among the trees, then continued moving with that same fluid grace I had observed previously, disappearing into the depths of the woods. The return journey passed without incident, though I noticed dark clouds building more rapidly than expected. About a mile from the trailhead, large raindrops began to penetrate the canopy, and thunder rumbled in the distance. I increased my pace, reaching my uncle's house just as the storm broke in earnest. My uncle was on his porch, watching the approaching weather. "Cutting it close," he observed as I jogged up his driveway. "Your dad called, said to tell you to wait here if the rain caught you." I nodded, grateful for the shelter and the chance to gather my thoughts before returning home. As we sat watching the downpour, my uncle seemed to study me with unusual intensity. "You been exploring up northwest?" he asked casually, though something in his tone suggested the question held greater significance. I hesitated before answering. "Yes, sir, following the dry creek that runs up that way." He nodded slowly, his weathered face revealing nothing of his thoughts. "Find anything interesting?" "Some stone formations," I replied cautiously. "Looked man-made." He sipped from a mug of coffee. "That land's got history, more than most folks know or talk about." I waited, sensing he had more to say, but he lapsed into silence, watching the rain bend the branches of nearby pines. After several minutes he spoke again, his voice lower. "Best to leave things as you find them out there. Show respect." His eyes met mine. "The woods notice how you treat them." The phrasing sent a chill through me despite the summer heat. Before I could formulate a response, he stood and stretched. "Rain's letting up. I'll drive you home in the truck." The conversation ended there, but his words lingered in my mind long afterward, carrying implications I was only beginning to understand. The storm that had cut short my expedition lingered over the region for 3 days, dropping nearly 7 inches of rain and causing localized flooding. The Oconee River rose 4 feet above its normal summer level, transforming the gentle current into a churning, debris-laden flow that made fishing impossible. I used this enforced break from outdoor exploration to organize my thoughts and research. On Wednesday afternoon, when my parents and brother had gone into town for groceries, I visited our local library to investigate the historical records of the area, specifically focusing on indigenous settlements and any unusual reports from early European settlers. Mrs. Wilson, the elderly librarian who had known me since I was a toddler, seemed surprised by my sudden interest in local history, but directed me to the relevant section without questioning my motives. The collection was modest but included several locally published volumes documenting the region's development. In early settlements of Baldwin County, I found brief mentions of the Creek and Cherokee peoples who had inhabited the Oconee River basin before being forcibly relocated during the 1830s. One passage particularly caught my attention. Traders and early missionaries reported that certain areas along the river were considered sacred or restricted by indigenous populations. One such location, described as lying where the water falls twice before joining the main flow, was said to be protected by guardian spirits who would punish trespassers. Such beliefs were dismissed by settlers as superstition, designed to protect hunting grounds or valuable resources. The description "where the water falls twice" could potentially match the section of creek I had been exploring, which contained 2 small waterfall formations before joining the river. I continued reading with increased interest. Another volume, Folklore of Central Georgia, contained a chapter on unexplained phenomena reported by settlers and later residents. Most accounts were typical ghost stories or exaggerated tales of natural events, but one entry from 1891 stood out. H. Blackwood, a surveyor mapping timber resources, reported encountering a man-like creature of excessive stature and primitive appearance while working in the northwestern forests of the county. Blackwood described the being as covered in reddish hair and possessing eyes that bespoke intelligence rather than animal nature. When colleagues investigated the location, they found only unusual footprints and broken branches at a height impossibly tall for a man to reach. The account continued, noting that Blackwood became reluctant to discuss the incident after facing ridicule, eventually attributing his experience to exhaustion and possible sunstroke. However, the author observed that several logging operations in the area were subsequently abandoned under unclear circumstances, with workers citing equipment damage and general unease. I carefully copied these passages into my notebook, noting the striking similarities to my own experiences. The research provided context that both validated my encounters and deepened their mystery, suggesting that whatever I had seen was not only real, but had been interacting with humans in the region for generations. When the rain finally ceased on Friday morning, the forest remained too waterlogged for comfortable exploration. By Saturday, however, conditions had improved enough for my father to suggest another fishing trip. noting that the high water might bring different species within reach. I agreed readily, eager to return to the river, though my motivations had shifted from archaeological interests to the hope of another encounter with the forest being. We arrived at the sandbar around 8 o'clock, finding it partially submerged by the elevated water level. Debris from upstream, branches, leaves, and occasionally entire logs, floated past at a concerning speed. "River's angry today," my father observed, setting up his equipment on higher ground. "Stay clear of the deep water if you go wandering." I promised caution and helped him secure his gear before setting off. Rather than taking my usual route, I followed the riverbank downstream, intending to circle back toward the northwestern section via a different approach. The recent flooding had transformed the landscape, exposing roots and reshaping the shoreline. In several places, freshly fallen trees created obstacles that required careful navigation. About a mile downstream, I discovered something unexpected: a section of bank that had collapsed entirely, revealing a stratified cross-section of soil and embedded objects. Archaeological sites created by erosion are not uncommon along rivers, but the clarity of this exposure was remarkable. I approached carefully, mindful of the unstable ground, and examined the vertical face of exposed earth. Distinct layers marked different periods of deposition, the darkest containing charcoal fragments suggesting human habitation. Embedded within this layer were numerous artifacts: pottery shards, stone tools, and what appeared to be bone fragments, possibly from food preparation. What captured my attention most forcefully, however, was a horizontal line of unusual stones set into the soil about 4 feet below the surface. Each stone, there were 7 visible in the exposure, had been worked into a roughly cylindrical shape with a hollow center, creating something like stone beads approximately 2 inches in diameter. They had been placed side by side in what was clearly a deliberate arrangement rather than a random deposit. I photographed the exposure carefully, then extracted my notebook to sketch the arrangement. As I worked, I became aware of a familiar sensation: the subtle impact of small pebbles landing nearby. Looking up, I scanned the surrounding forest but saw nothing unusual amid the dripping foliage. "I see you," I said quietly. "Or at least I know you're there." No response came, but the pebble throwing ceased. I returned to my documentation, working methodically to record the site before continuing my journey. When I had finished, I gathered my belongings and stood, addressing the invisible watcher once more. "Thank you for showing me these things. I won't disturb them." As I moved away from the riverbank and deeper into the forest, the sense of being observed intensified. Unlike my previous experiences, this awareness carried no threat or unease. Rather, it felt like being accompanied by a silent companion who remained just out of sight. Occasionally, I would catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, or hear the subtle sounds of passage through underbrush, always at a distance that maintained separation without abandonment. My path gradually curved northward, following game trails that showed recent use. After approximately 2 hours of hiking, I recognized landmarks that indicated I was approaching the creek bed I had previously explored, though from a different direction than before. The forest in this area showed signs of the recent flooding: silt deposits on lower tree trunks, debris caught in branches several feet above the ground, and deeply carved channels where runoff had sought the lowest path. When I reached the creek itself, I found it transformed from a dry bed to a vigorous stream flowing with silty brown water. The small waterfall formations had become active cascades, their sound filling the otherwise quiet forest. I followed the now flowing creek upstream, moving more carefully on the slippery banks. Upon reaching the clearing with the stone circles, I discovered significant changes. The flooding had partially rearranged the outermost circle, displacing several stones and covering others with silt. What surprised me, however, was that the inner circles remained perfectly intact, suggesting someone had reassembled or protected them after the waters receded. More striking still was a new addition at the center. Atop the flat central stone now sat a carefully balanced tower of smaller stones, a cairn of the type sometimes used as trail markers, though this one appeared more deliberately artistic in its construction. The stones decreased in size as the tower rose, with the topmost being no larger than a marble. As I stood contemplating this change, a distinctive sound reached me from across the clearing, a series of clicks or knocks that seemed to arise from solid objects being struck together. The pattern contained evident structure: 3 quick knocks, a pause, 2 knocks, a longer pause, then 3 knocks again. Without conscious thought, I found myself responding, picking up a fallen branch and striking it against a nearby tree in the same pattern. 3-2-3. The forest fell silent for several heartbeats after my response. Then, from a different direction, the pattern repeated, slightly varied. 3-2-2. I mimicked this change in my response. What followed was the strangest conversation of my life, a wordless exchange of percussive signals that continued for nearly 10 minutes. The patterns grew more complex, sometimes incorporating different tones or volumes, and I struggled to replicate them accurately. Yet there seemed to be a patience in the exchange, a willingness to repeat sequences when my reproduction failed to match the original. Eventually, a final pattern sounded, a complex rhythm that I could not hope to imitate. When I made no response, a simpler sequence followed, 3-1-3. This I managed to reproduce. Then silence descended once more, broken only by the sound of the flowing creek and distant bird calls. I waited, sensing that the exchange had concluded, at least for now. As I prepared to depart, acting on an impulse I didn't fully understand, I approached the stone arrangement and carefully added a small stone of my own to the cairn at its center. The action felt significant, an acknowledgement of participation, perhaps, or simple gratitude for the interaction. My return journey to the sandbar followed a more direct route than my approach had taken. Throughout the hike, I remained aware of being watched, though the pebble throwing did not resume. It was as though, having established a different form of communication, this method had become unnecessary. I reached my father and brother in the late afternoon, finding them packing up their gear with satisfied expressions that suggested a successful day's fishing. Neither commented on my mud-spattered appearance or the thoughtful silence I maintained during the drive home. That night, lying in bed, I replayed the knocking patterns in my mind, trying to discern meaning or structure within them. Were they a language, a test, simply an attempt to establish connection? Whatever their purpose, I felt certain the exchange represented a significant development in my relationship with the being in the woods, a shift from observation to interaction that carried both exhilaration and a subtle undercurrent of concern about where such communication might lead. The remainder of July passed in a blur of similar expeditions. Each time my family visited the river, I would separate from them to explore the northwestern woods, gradually mapping a wider territory and documenting additional sites of interest. The being, whom I had begun to think of simply as the Watcher, maintained a consistent presence during these explorations, though direct sightings remained rare. Our communication evolved into a peculiar rhythm. The pebble tossing continued as a form of initial contact or attention-getting, while the knocking patterns emerged in specific locations, particularly near the stone circles or other apparently significant sites. I began experimenting with initiating these exchanges rather than merely responding, and occasionally received answers to my overtures. By early August, I had compiled a small catalog of knocking patterns and their apparent contexts, noting that certain sequences seemed to correspond to specific locations or times of day. The 3-2-3 pattern, for instance, frequently occurred near water, while a more complex 5-3-1-2 sequence typically sounded near ridgetops or elevated positions. What remained unclear was whether these constituted a true language or merely signaling behaviors. The distinction seemed important. One suggested a level of cognitive complexity approaching or exceeding human capacity, while the other, though still remarkable, might represent a more instinctive form of territorial marking or warning system. On August 7th, having exhausted my father's patience for fishing excursions, I convinced my cousin Jake to drive me to the trailhead, claiming I wanted to photograph wildlife along the river. He agreed reluctantly, extracting a promise that I would remain within shouting distance of the sandbar. This promise I promptly broke once his truck disappeared down the dirt road. Instead of heading toward the river, I struck out directly northwest, following what had become a familiar route to the Stone Circle clearing. My pack contained not only my usual supplies, but also a small audio recorder I had purchased specifically to document the knocking patterns. The day was slightly cooler than previous weeks, with high clouds tempering the August sun and a gentle breeze stirring the forest canopy. I moved with the confidence of familiarity, recognizing landmarks and anticipating changes in terrain. The creek had receded to a more typical summer flow, allowing easier passage along its banks. Upon reaching the stone circle clearing, I found it unoccupied but showing signs of recent activity. The central cairn had been reconstructed since my last visit, now incorporating small objects between some of the stones. A blue jay feather, a fragment of quartz crystal, and what appeared to be a small piece of worked flint. I set up the recorder on a flat rock at the clearing's edge, activating it before announcing my presence with a now familiar knocking pattern, 3-2-3. No immediate response came, so I settled cross-legged near the center of the circle and waited, occasionally repeating the signal at intervals of approximately 5 minutes. After nearly an hour of silence, I began to wonder if my unseen companion was absent, or perhaps deliberately avoiding this encounter. As I was considering whether to relocate, a different sound reached me. Not the expected knocks, but a low, modulated vocalization from somewhere in the surrounding forest. The sound defied easy description. It contained elements reminiscent of whale song, sustained tones that rose and fell in pitch, combined with guttural resonances unlike any human voice I had heard. The vocalization lasted perhaps 15 seconds before fading into silence. I sat motionless, heart racing, aware that this represented a significant escalation in our communication. After several minutes of silence, I responded the only way I could imagine, with a simple, hummed melody, the first few notes of a folk song my grandmother had taught me years earlier. The forest absorbed my offering without immediate response. Then, just as I began to think no answer would come, the vocalization returned, this time clearly attempting to mimic the pattern of notes I had produced, though in a register far deeper than any human could generate, and with tonal qualities that remained distinctly non-human. What followed was an exchange similar to our previous knocking conversations, but infinitely more complex. I would produce simple melodies, and the unseen being would reproduce them with varying degrees of accuracy, sometimes adding elements that seemed to represent interpretations or extensions of the original pattern. This sonic dialogue continued for perhaps 20 minutes, during which I remained acutely aware of the recorder capturing every moment. Despite my excitement, I maintained a calm exterior, moving slowly when necessary and avoiding sudden gestures that might appear threatening. Eventually, a rustling in the underbrush announced a more direct approach. From the eastern edge of the clearing, partially concealed by the low branches of a hemlock, emerged the now familiar figure of the Watcher. In full daylight, standing at the clearing's edge, without the concealment of distance or shadow, the being's appearance was both more and less human than in previous encounters. The proportions of limbs to torso followed a recognizably humanoid pattern, but scaled to dimensions that exceeded normal human range. The hands, now clearly visible as they parted branches, possessed distinct fingers and opposable thumbs, though the digits appeared longer and more powerful than human equivalents. The face, partially visible beneath a heavy brow ridge, contained features arranged in familiar positions, eyes, nose, mouth, but with proportions that suggested evolutionary divergence rather than deformity. The eyes, set deeper than human norm, reflected intelligence, and what I can only describe as a profound age that transcended individual lifespan. For several minutes, the being remained at the clearing's edge, alternating its gaze between me and the recorder still running on the nearby rock. Then, with deliberate movements, it approached the stone circles, moving to the opposite side from my position, but remaining within the outermost ring. At this distance, perhaps 15 feet, communication felt almost tangible. The being produced another vocalization, shorter than before but more complex in its modulation. When it finished, one long arm extended toward me, palm up, in what appeared to be an inviting gesture. I hesitated, unsure of the appropriate response. Then, moving slowly, I extended my own arm, mirroring the gesture but not approaching closer. This appeared to satisfy whatever exchange was being offered, as the being lowered its arm and produced a series of softer vocalizations that suggested approval or acknowledgement. What happened next remains difficult to explain without sounding fanciful. The being crouched beside the central cairn, and with surprising dexterity, rearranged several of the stones. Then it selected a new stone from the ground nearby, a flat, oval river rock, and placed it at the top of the structure. With one finger, it traced a pattern on the stone's surface, a series of intersecting lines that resembled crude writing or perhaps a map. When it had finished, it looked directly at me and then at the recorder before making a sharp, clearly negative vocalization. The meaning seemed unmistakable. This exchange was not to be recorded. I nodded my understanding and moved slowly to retrieve the device, switching it off with a demonstrative gesture. This appeared to satisfy the being, who returned to manipulating the stones in the central cairn. For the next hour, we engaged in a form of communication that transcended conventional understanding. Through gestures, arrangements of objects, vocalizations, and occasional direct mimicry, information was exchanged, though the content remained frustratingly opaque in many instances. What became increasingly clear, however, was that this being possessed knowledge of the land that extended far beyond simple territorial awareness. At one point, it created a rough map in the dirt, indicating with remarkable accuracy the course of the river, the location of major trails, and what appeared to be underground features not visible on the surface. When it indicated a particular location on this map, a point perhaps 2 miles northeast of our current position, and made an emphatic gesture of digging followed by a warning vocalization, I interpreted this as identifying a dangerous or significant subsurface feature. The location corresponded roughly with an area local hunters avoided due to unexplained equipment failures and disorientation. As the afternoon progressed, our interaction developed a rhythm of exchange that felt almost conversational, despite the absence of shared language. I would indicate curiosity about a feature on the improvised map, and the being would respond with gestures or vocalizations that conveyed additional information, sometimes accompanied by pantomimed warnings or approvals. Eventually, the angle of sunlight filtering through the canopy indicated approaching evening. The being seemed to notice this simultaneously with me, glancing skyward before beginning what felt like a concluding interaction. It dismantled the cairn with careful movements, returning each stone to a specific position within the larger circle arrangement. The blue jay feather it handed to me directly, an offering I accepted with a small bow of acknowledgement. Then, with a final vocalization that somehow conveyed both farewell and continuity, it retreated to the forest edge. Before disappearing completely into the undergrowth, it paused to look back, a gesture so humanly recognizable that it momentarily collapsed the sense of otherness that had defined our interaction. I remained in the clearing until certain of the being's departure, then gathered my belongings and began the return journey. The recorder in my pack represented a treasure of potential evidence, though I already harbored doubts about sharing it with others. Something about the interaction had established a sense of mutual trust that public disclosure would violate. My cousin was waiting at the trailhead, his expression indicating annoyance at my later-than-promised return. "Find anything worth photographing?" he asked as I climbed into his truck. "More than I expected," I replied truthfully, though I offered no elaboration. Later that night, listening to the recording in the privacy of my room, I was simultaneously elated and disturbed by what I heard. The vocalizations were clearly present, undeniable evidence of something beyond conventional explanation. Yet they seemed somehow diminished when removed from the context of direct experience, reduced to curious audio phenomena that skeptics could easily attribute to known animals or technical anomalies. More importantly, I felt increasingly uncomfortable with the idea of sharing this evidence. The being had clearly indicated opposition to being recorded, and though it couldn't have understood the technology's full implications, the preference for privacy had been unmistakable. After several days of internal debate, I made a decision that might seem irrational to outside observers, but felt ethically necessary. I erased the recording, choosing to preserve the encounter in memory and personal notes rather than as potential scientific evidence. Some relationships, I had come to believe, transcended the human impulse to catalog and classify. As August waned and the prospect of returning to school loomed, I intensified my explorations, aware that each might be the last of the season. My parents, noticing my increasing preoccupation with the woods, expressed mild concern about my extended absences. but stopped short of imposing restrictions. "Just make sure you're ready for school," my mother cautioned as I packed for yet another solo expedition. "Your sophomore year matters for college applications." I promised to maintain my academic focus once the school year began, a commitment I fully intended to honor. But these final weeks of summer freedom felt precious beyond measure, offering opportunities for understanding that I sensed might not come again with the same clarity. On August 20th, during what I expected might be my final extended exploration before school resumed, I returned to the area the Watcher had indicated on its improvised map, the location accompanied by digging gestures and warning vocalizations. My curiosity about this site had intensified rather than diminished in the intervening weeks. The area lay in a shallow depression approximately 2 miles northeast of the Stone Circle clearing. Unlike much of the surrounding forest, this section contained almost exclusively deciduous trees, mature oaks and hickories, whose broad canopies created a cathedral-like atmosphere beneath. The ground showed subtle irregularities that might have been dismissed as natural variations, but to my now experienced eye suggested ancient human manipulation, perhaps the remains of structures or ceremonial earthworks long reclaimed by nature. I spent several hours conducting a systematic survey of the depression, noting soil coloration changes and vegetation patterns that might indicate subsurface features. Near the center of the area, I discovered what appeared to be a collapsed sinkhole, a roughly circular depression approximately 8 feet in diameter where the ground had subsided. Approaching this feature cautiously, I detected a subtle current of cooler air emerging from small fissures around its perimeter, suggesting connection to underground spaces. When I placed my ear near one such opening, I could hear the faint sound of water movement far below. The Watcher's warning gesture now made more sense. This area likely contained extensive cave systems or underground waterways that could pose serious dangers to anyone attempting excavation or even walking carelessly across the thin surface crust. As I documented the site in my notebook, I became aware of the now familiar sense of being observed. Looking up, I was unsurprised to find the Watcher standing at the depression's edge, partially concealed by a massive oak, but making no particular effort to hide its presence. We acknowledged each other with what had become our customary gestures, a raised hand, palm forward, briefly extended before being lowered. The being then approached, moving with its characteristic fluid grace, despite the uneven terrain. Upon reaching the collapsed sinkhole, it knelt and placed one large hand flat against the ground, remaining motionless for several seconds as though feeling for vibrations or other sensory information. Then it looked at me and made a sweeping gesture that encompassed the entire depression before pointing downward and producing a low, warning vocalization. I nodded my understanding. "There's something dangerous under here. A cave system, maybe?" The being couldn't understand my words, of course, but seemed to grasp my comprehension of the warning. It rose and made a more specific gesture, pointing to the ground, then to its eyes, then making a circular motion with one finger before pointing to its head. The sequence concluded with a negative gesture, a sharp sideways movement of the hand that clearly indicated prohibition or danger. I interpreted this as a warning about disorientation or confusion, perhaps gases in the caves below that could affect perception or consciousness. "People get lost down there," I suggested, "or the air makes them sick." The being repeated the negative gesture with greater emphasis, then added a new element, placing both hands beside its head and mimicking what appeared to be sleep or unconsciousness. "It kills people," I concluded. "The air or something down there is deadly." This interpretation appeared to satisfy the being, who nodded in what seemed remarkably human affirmation. Then it gestured for me to follow and moved away from the sinkhole toward the depression's eastern edge. I followed at a respectful distance, curious about this unprecedented invitation. The being led me approximately 200 yards to a massive fallen oak, whose root system had torn free of the earth, creating a natural wall of soil and tangled roots. Here it stopped and pointed to a specific section of the exposed root mass. Initially, I saw nothing significant, just the expected tangle of woody roots and clinging soil. Then, as I looked more carefully, I noticed something unnatural embedded among the roots, white objects with unmistakably regular shapes. Moving closer, I realized with a shock that I was looking at human bones. a partial skeleton including what appeared to be a rib cage and several long bones, presumably arms or legs. The remains had been within the root system for considerable time, as smaller roots had grown through and around the bones, securing them within the tangled mass. The being watched my reaction carefully, then made a series of gestures indicating the sinkhole area, followed by the sleeping motion, and finally pointing to the bones. The meaning seemed clear. These remains represented a victim of whatever hazard lurked beneath the forest floor. The discovery raised immediate questions about proper reporting of human remains, but also concerns about protecting both the archaeological sites and the watcher itself from the intrusion that would inevitably follow official investigation. I stood motionless, processing these conflicting obligations. The being seemed to sense my dilemma. It made another gesture, pointing to the bones, then to the earth, then making a covering motion with both hands. Then it looked at me questioningly. "You want me to rebury them?" I asked, though I knew the words themselves meant nothing to my companion. "To leave them undisturbed?" The being repeated the covering gesture, then added a new element, pointing to itself, then making a circular motion that encompassed the entire forest before touching its chest. I interpreted this as expressing some form of responsibility or stewardship for the area. After careful consideration, I nodded agreement. The remains appeared old, possibly decades rather than years, and disturbing them would lead to investigations that might threaten both the archaeological treasures and the being itself. While I recognized the ethical complexity of the decision, I felt that respecting the being's evident role as guardian of this place took precedence over conventional protocols. We worked together in an unexpected collaboration, the being using its greater strength to reposition the larger sections of root mass, while I carefully covered the exposed bones with soil. When the task was complete, the site appeared natural once more, the human remains hidden but not disturbed from their resting place. As we finished, the being made a new gesture, touching its chest, then pointing to me, then sweeping its arm to include the surrounding forest before bringing its hands together in what appeared to be a symbol of connection or alliance. The meaning felt profound, an acknowledgement of shared responsibility for protecting this place and its secrets. I mirrored the gesture, feeling the weight of this unspoken agreement. We had transcended the initial curiosity and caution that had characterized our early encounters, establishing something that, despite our profound differences, resembled mutual trust. The being nodded once more, then turned and moved away into the forest with its characteristic silent efficiency. I remained for several minutes, committing the location to memory while recognizing that I would mark it on no map and share its coordinates with no authority. Some discoveries I had learned carry responsibilities that transcend conventional obligations. My final weeks of summer passed without further direct encounters, though I continued to explore the accessible areas of Mr. Hodges's property. The pebble tossing and occasional distant knocking patterns persisted, assuring me of the watcher's continued presence. But our paths did not directly cross again before school resumed in early September. When my sophomore year began, I found myself drawn back to the library, now researching with greater purpose. Historical accounts of the region revealed additional context for what I had experienced. Mentions in early settlers' journals of guardian spirits in certain forests, mysterious protectors who seemed to watch over both the land and the indigenous peoples who understood their nature. One missionary's account from 1792 included a passage that resonated particularly strongly with my experiences. The natives speak of forest beings who stand as guardians of sacred places. They describe these entities as resembling men of great stature, covered in hair, who communicate through sounds and signs rather than speech. When questioned about worshiping such creatures, the elders explained that these were not gods, but rather ancient stewards of the land who had watched over it since before human memory. They leave offerings at certain stone arrangements to maintain peaceful relations with these guardians, and in return receive protection and guidance regarding dangerous places within their territories. This account, largely dismissed by subsequent historians as folklore or misinterpreted observations of normal wildlife, now seemed profoundly significant. It suggested a relationship between humans and these beings that had once been acknowledged and respected, a relationship based on mutual recognition of stewardship rather than fear or worship. As autumn progressed and winter approached, my opportunities for exploration diminished. School commitments and the earlier darkness of fall days limited my visits to weekends, and even then, primarily to the more accessible areas near the sandbar. The watcher's presence became more elusive, though occasional signs, arranged stones on familiar paths, carefully placed objects that could not have arrived by natural means, indicated continued awareness of my movements. By the time spring arrived, bringing with it the possibility of renewed exploration, my perspective had fundamentally shifted. What had begun as a teenager's casual curiosity about artifacts had evolved into a profound appreciation for a broader, more complex relationship between humans, other intelligent beings, and the land itself. I continued to visit the woods throughout my high school years, though I never again experienced the direct communication that had characterized that remarkable summer. Whether the being had moved to more remote areas or simply maintained a greater distance, I could not determine. But its influence remained. In my choice of anthropology as a college major, in my approach to archaeological sites as places deserving protection rather than exploitation, and in my unwavering conviction that human understanding of intelligence and consciousness remains profoundly limited. Now, as an adult working in Texas, I return to that property when possible during visits home. Mr. Hodges still owns the land, though advancing age has limited his own interaction with it. My father still fishes the sandbar occasionally, and my brother has introduced his own children to the river's pleasures. I have shared portions of my experiences with a few trusted individuals. My cousin Jake eventually admitted to his own strange encounters in those woods, and my uncle once acknowledged after several beers around a campfire that some things in those trees ain't ever been properly named by science. But the fullest account remains here, in these pages. I offer it not as evidence demanding belief or investigation, but as testimony to possibilities that extend beyond conventional understanding, to relationships between different forms of intelligence that might be re-established if approached with respect rather than exploitation. The woods along the Oconee River hold their secrets still, protected by both human discretion and non-human vigilance. And somewhere beneath those ancient trees, I believe, the watcher continues its patient stewardship, observing, communicating in its wordless fashion, and occasionally revealing itself to those who demonstrate the capacity to see without disturbing, to learn without taking, and to respect boundaries, both seen and unseen. In that silent understanding lies a wisdom our species would do well to recover, a recognition that we share this world with intelligences both similar to and profoundly different from our own, and that mutual respect may offer better pathways to knowledge than conquest or classification ever could. I was slumped against the fence at the end of our driveway, trying to wake up enough to face another dull day of middle school, when the rocks under my shoes started shifting. A faint rumble passed beneath my feet, like something colossal was stirring underground. Before I could process it, the mailbox beside me clattered so hard I thought it would rip off its post. My brother and sister yelped and we all stumbled backward. It was early, barely light, and the whole world seemed to wobble in a way that made my stomach feel strange. After maybe 10 seconds of this rolling tremor, everything stilled. An eerie hush swallowed the yard. No birds, no wind, like nature was stunned by what just happened. Dad rushed out of the house, his face etched with worry, muttering something about power lines. He knelt to examine the new cracks clawing through the dirt near the porch steps. Mom hovered in the doorway, eyes darting between us kids in the yard. My brother tried to crack a joke. He always does when he's nervous. But his voice shook. Not 5 minutes later, an announcement blared from Dad's old radio in the workshop. School was canceled. With the bus route probably wrecked or delayed by the quake, nobody was taking chances. I can't say I was disappointed. My sister and I exchanged glances, half relieved, half buzzing with excitement. The earthquake registered 5.2 on the Richter scale according to the emergency broadcast. Strong enough to damage some buildings downtown and crack foundations, but not devastating. Our house, perched on the outskirts of town where the mountains began to rise, had weathered the shock fairly well. A few picture frames had tumbled from walls and Mom's prized china teacups rattled precariously on their shelf. But we'd escaped major destruction. The power flickered intermittently throughout the morning. Reception on phones was spotty at best, with towers likely damaged. Dad paced around the house with his battery-powered radio pressed against his ear, listening intently to reports of road closures and emergency response efforts. Mom inventoried our supplies, counting canned goods and bottled water while occasionally glancing nervously at the ceiling as if expecting aftershocks to bring it down. I stood at the window, watching dust still hanging in the morning air from where the road had broken up in places. Though I'd never been through a quake before, something about this one felt different. Wrong somehow. The ground had shifted in ways that seemed purposeful rather than random. I couldn't shake the feeling that the earth hadn't just moved, it had rearranged itself. Even though an earthquake is dangerous, part of me kept thinking this might mean a day free from boring math and the chance to poke around our mountainside without any grown-ups telling us no. Jackson, my best friend since I could walk, showed up not long after, practically vibrating with energy. He loved anything out of the ordinary. He didn't even knock, just burst through the front door, hollering about how a couple chimneys on his street had fallen. We huddled in the living room, talking over each other about the quake, about how maybe the old logging roads up by the ridge had caved in or something. Even my younger sister, who usually stuck to reading, seemed intrigued. Dad overheard us buzzing about the ridge and cut in, telling us to leave those weakened slopes alone. The quake, he warned, could have loosened the rocks. Mom looked equally uneasy, insisting we stay close to the house. Of course, that only fueled our determination to see the damage for ourselves. Once Dad turned his attention to the radio and Mom started fussing with the dishes, my brother and I locked eyes with Jackson. It was time. We slipped outside, telling Mom we'd just check around the yard, which was technically true. But as soon as we were a safe distance down the driveway, we veered off toward the trail that led up behind the orchard. The early morning chill clung to my jacket, and the ground felt spongy where the quake had rearranged the soil. Broken branches littered the path. Every few steps, Jackson or my brother would point out fresh cracks in the earth, some running shallow, others diving deeper like the land had been sliced open. We reached the edge of the ridge, panting from the climb. Loose stones clattered beneath our feet, rolling down the slope. One big boulder had torn loose completely, leaving a raw gash in the hill. Even from a few yards away it looked ominous, a dark slice in the earth, partially hidden by sagging roots and clumps of damp leaves. My sister tugged at my sleeve, saying she wasn't sure we should get too close. I remember an odd sensation in the pit of my stomach. Something about the way the ground had ripped open felt wrong. Still, I couldn't help stepping closer, trying to see if the quake had revealed anything hidden beneath the dirt. Jackson, always braver than smart, hopped forward and yanked at a clump of torn roots. He blinked, then waved us over with wide eyes. Between the muddy vines and toppled rocks lay a narrow crevice, big enough to squeeze into if you tried. A weird draft seeped out, carrying a smell I couldn't place, somewhere between old leaves and something metallic. My brother wanted to see if it went anywhere, but my sister backed away, crossing her arms tight. Just then we heard Dad calling our names from below. He must have guessed we'd ignored his warnings. We scattered from the ridge, slipping and sliding over damp rocks until we were back on more solid ground. I glanced over my shoulder at that hidden gap in the hillside, feeling uneasy but also strangely captivated. It felt like a secret, and if we didn't explore it, the opportunity would vanish. When we reached home, Dad scolded us, told us to stay put, and threatened chores if we kept wandering. But I couldn't stop thinking about that crevice. Even as I tried to help Mom with some cleanup and pretend I was listening to Dad talk about the biggest quake he'd ever felt, my mind drifted back to that opening. Later, I asked Jackson if he'd ever known about any cave systems up there. He shrugged, grinning in that excited way he gets whenever there's a mystery. My brother, overhearing us, started pulling out Dad's old map of the area, though it didn't show anything unusual in that spot. Mom, not fooled for a second by our apparent cooperation, reminded us we'd get grounded if we went up there again. But once something piques your curiosity at that age, it's all you can think about. The quake had ripped open a piece of our world we'd never seen before. We had to check it out. That night, while the rest of the family tried to settle down, I lay in bed wide awake, picturing that hidden crevice under the ridge. Questions spun in my mind. How deep did it go? Was there something inside? That subtle metallic odor still lingered in my nose whenever I recalled the draft escaping from the hole. Whatever it was, I knew I wasn't going to sleep peacefully until we investigated further. And so, even though my sister warned me over and over that it was a bad idea, and Dad had threatened chores for a month, I caught myself making a plan. Jackson and my brother were on board. The quake had given us an unexpected day off, and we intended to use it, no matter the risk. Before dawn the next morning, I was already awake, stuffing supplies into my backpack. A flashlight with fresh batteries, a water bottle, some granola bars, a small first aid kit I'd pilfered from the bathroom cabinet, a pocket knife that had been a birthday gift from my uncle. I even thought to bring a ball of string, remembering a story I'd once read about explorers using it to find their way back through a labyrinth. Jackson appeared at my window just after 6, his face flushed with excitement. My brother joined us in the hallway, tiptoeing past our parents' bedroom. His hands trembled slightly as he clutched his own flashlight. I noticed he'd brought Dad's old mining helmet with the lamp attached, something our grandfather had used decades ago when he worked in the coal mines down south. It seemed excessive then, but later I'd be grateful for his foresight. We left a note saying we'd gone to check on friends in the neighborhood, knowing it would buy us a few hours at least. The morning air was crisp, and a light fog hung over the valley below, giving everything a dreamlike quality. As we climbed the ridge again, an uneasy silence fell between us. The initial thrill of adventure was gradually being replaced by something heavier, an instinctive wariness that none of us were willing to acknowledge. We crept back into that dark mouth of the earth, driven by a reckless need to understand what had been waiting for us behind the ridge. With only a single lantern and our flashlights to guide our uncertain steps, my brother, Jackson, and I eased ourselves into the narrow corridor of twisted roots and wet stone. Every step felt like crossing a forbidden threshold, the feeble light casting restless dancing shadows on walls that seemed to whisper secrets of decay. The further we went, the thicker the air grew, suffused with the rank odor of rotting vegetation and a sharp metallic tang that burned at the back of my throat. I had to force myself to breathe through my mouth, each inhalation bringing discomfort as the stagnant air filled my lungs. The temperature dropped noticeably as we descended, and I could see our breath forming small clouds in the beam of light. The passage narrowed in places, forcing us to turn sideways and squeeze through. In other spots, it widened unexpectedly into small chambers where water dripped steadily from the ceiling. Jackson traced the strange formations on the walls with his fingers, pointing out how some looked almost like claw marks, while others resembled odd geometric patterns that seemed too precise to be natural. "I don't think anyone's been down here before," he whispered, his voice unnaturally loud in the confined space. "At least not for a really long time." My brother nodded, shining his light on what appeared to be ancient tree roots that had pushed through the rock over centuries. "This place has been forming for ages," he said. "The earthquake just gave us a way in." Soon enough, our path widened into a cramped chamber, where the beam of our lantern revealed a grotesque scattering of bones. I could tell some belonged to small animals, a stray dog, perhaps a raccoon or even a deer, left in a macabre display of nature's indifference. The sight was as repulsive as it was mesmerizing. Flies buzzed relentlessly around some of the fresher remains, adding a constant, maddening drone to the silence. As we inched along, a slow drip began echoing through the confined space, each drop measured and deliberate, like the ticking of a grim clock counting down our inevitable discovery. I knelt by the wall, tracing faint scratch-like marks that ran along the stone, and found clumps of coarse dark hair caught in the crevices. These marks suggested that something large and agitated had once, or still, roamed these depths. "Should we go back?" my brother asked, his voice barely audible. His face, illuminated by the ghostly glow of the helmet lamp, looked pale and drawn. Jackson shook his head, already moving deeper into the tunnel. "We've come this far," he insisted. "Don't you want to know what's down here?" I hesitated, torn between mounting dread and insatiable curiosity. The rational part of my brain screamed warnings, that we were trespassing somewhere we shouldn't be, that natural caves could harbor dangerous gases or structural instabilities. But something stronger pulled me forward, a compulsion to uncover what lay hidden in the darkness ahead. At the far end of the chamber, the ground sloped sharply downward. The floor became a slick, treacherous path that led us to what appeared to be a natural ledge overlooking a yawning chasm. A sudden burst of hot, humid air surged upward from the pit, as if exhaling from some hidden lung deep in the darkness. Jackson fumbled with a ragged scrap of cloth he'd soaked in lighter fluid, until we managed to ignite it into a makeshift torch. Its erratic flame trembled over the edge, casting a shaky light that barely held back the consuming blackness below. The chasm seemed to stretch downward endlessly, its depth impossible to gauge with our limited light sources. In that wavering glow, I caught sight of movement, a massive, fluid shape sliding just beyond our feeble light. It moved too quickly to be clearly seen, yet its presence was unmistakable. I blinked hard, convinced my eyes were playing tricks. When I looked again, the darkness seemed to shift and ripple as if something solid was moving through it. "Did you see that?" I whispered, gripping my brother's arm. He nodded, speechless, his eyes wide with terror. Jackson had gone completely still, the torch trembling in his hand. Before we could exchange another word, a low, guttural sound rumbled up from the depths. It wasn't quite a growl, but rather a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. The sound grew louder, transforming into something primal and threatening. Then came a roar, an explosion of sound that shattered any semblance of calm. The impact of that roar was more than mere noise. It pounded through my skull, making my limbs tremble uncontrollably. I sank to the uneven ground, ears straining against the overwhelming assault. Jackson fell beside me, his body folding in on itself as we both struggled to catch fleeting, scattered breaths. In the midst of the chaos, I managed a fragmented glimpse, two glowing red points, unblinking and fierce, fixed on us from somewhere in that abyss. For what felt like an eternity, time slowed as the sound and sight merged into a single horrifying moment. Every instinct screamed at me to run, yet I remained frozen, ensnared by the sheer force of that sound, an oppressive, all-consuming vibration that robbed me of thought. The presence below was undeniable, its power magnified by the darkness that cradled it. I knew then that whatever lurked below was far beyond anything our wild imaginations could have conjured. Struggling against the paralysis that held me, I forced my aching body to shift, determined to drag myself away from that cursed ledge. But the roar continued, echoing off the walls of the cavern like a promise that this was only the beginning. With every pulse of that terrible sound, the chasm seemed to pull us in deeper, into a nightmare that we had only just begun to understand. The ground beneath us vibrated with increasing intensity. Small pebbles danced across the stone floor, and larger rocks began to break loose from the ceiling. The earthquake had weakened the structural integrity of the cave, and now something, whether the creature's roar or some natural seismic aftershock, was causing it to collapse. "We need to get out, now!" my brother screamed over the deafening noise, pulling at my jacket with desperate force. I don't remember the exact moment when we realized we had to run, only that the creature's roar shattered every thought of courage we'd mustered. My brother's grip on my arm tightened as we scrambled up the treacherous slope, the slick, uneven ground turning every step into a desperate fight for survival. I could barely hear anything over the pounding in my ears, a relentless ringing that felt like it was hammering my skull. Every fiber of my being screamed to move, and yet fear paralyzed me for split seconds before adrenaline forced my limbs into action. The cavern behind us was filled with unearthly sounds. That terrible roar, still reverberating off the stone walls, haunted my every step. Rocks tumbled down around us as the ceiling began to give way. A large boulder crashed down inches from Jackson's head, showering us with sharp fragments that cut into exposed skin. The tunnel seemed different, longer, more convoluted than it had during our descent. Had we taken a wrong turn? I fought against rising panic as we raced through narrowing passages, our lights bouncing wildly off glistening walls that seemed to close in with each passing second. "This way," my brother shouted, yanking me toward a crevice I didn't recognize. "I can feel air moving." We squeezed through the tight opening, scraping skin and tearing clothes. Behind us, an ominous rumble signaled that sections of the cave were collapsing. The air grew thick with dust, making it nearly impossible to breathe without coughing. I remember the acrid smell of burnt wood from our abandoned torch, mingling with wet stone as we burst out into the weak morning light. Outside, the chill of the air hit me like a slap, a harsh reminder that the nightmare was far from over. I stumbled over jagged rocks and broken roots, my heart hammering so fiercely I thought it might burst through my ribcage. We didn't stop running until the ridge was a distant, dark memory behind us. When we finally collapsed onto a patch of rough grass, my brother was pale and shaking, his eyes wide with disbelief. Jackson was quiet, his face blank and numb, as though the creature's malevolence had sucked every ounce of color from his soul. I tried to speak, to demand that we recount what we'd seen, but my throat was raw and the words died before they could form. We sat in silence, each trapped in our private horror, until our breathing steadied and the immediate terror began to recede. "What was that?" Jackson finally whispered, his voice cracking. "What did we see down there?" My brother shook his head, refusing to meet our eyes. "I don't know. I don't want to know." I looked back toward the ridge, half expecting to see something emerging from the earth, pursuing us into the daylight. But there was only the wind rustling through the trees and the distant sound of emergency vehicles in the town below. "We can't tell anyone," I said firmly, though my voice trembled. "They'll think we're crazy." The others nodded in silent agreement. Some secrets were too heavy, too impossible for others to comprehend. Later that day, back at home, our parents hardly recognized us. Dad's angry scoldings were drowned out by the silence in our eyes, the unspoken terror of something beyond explanation. I couldn't shake the sensation that every creak in the house, every whisper of the wind, was a reminder of that monstrous sound from deep within the earth. My ears still rang, a high-pitched whine that persisted long after the creature's voice faded. The doctor later said it was likely from shock and the intense sound pressure, but his clinical words did nothing to ease the dread that clung to my skin. For days I lay in bed with the darkness behind my eyelids filled with that scene, the crimson, unblinking eyes in the depths of that pit, the low, guttural growl that seemed to speak directly to my worst fears. Sleep was elusive. When I finally dozed off, it wasn't rest at all, but a torturous replay of that horror, complete with the creature's roar echoing in every nightmare. I woke up curled in a ball, drenched in sweat, convinced that at any moment those red eyes would appear again. The local news reported the earthquake had caused unexpected geological shifts, opening sinkholes and revealing previously unknown cave systems throughout the region. Scientists arrived to study the phenomenon, and I watched with growing anxiety as they set up equipment near the ridge. Would they find the crevice? Would they discover what lurked below? A week later, 3 researchers went missing while exploring newly formed openings in the mountainside. Search parties combed the area for days, but found nothing except abandoned equipment and inexplicable damage to their vehicles. The official report blamed a rockslide for their disappearance, but I knew better. I recognized the haunted look in the eyes of the search party members when they returned empty-handed. In the weeks that followed, our little group of adventurers was irreversibly changed. Jackson drifted away into silence, barely speaking to anyone and keeping to himself, as if the memory of that underground terror was a secret too painful to share. My brother, once so full of wild energy, now avoided even the hint of a cave or a dark forgotten corner of the woods. And me? I became haunted by every creak in the floorboards and every shadow that moved in the periphery of my vision. I developed an aversion to enclosed spaces. Elevators, closets, even my own bedroom at night with the door closed could trigger overwhelming panic. My parents worried, arranging therapy sessions with a psychologist who nodded sympathetically while I fed her sanitized versions of what had happened. Post-traumatic stress from the earthquake, she concluded, prescribing relaxation techniques that did nothing to banish the red eyes from my dreams. The ridge became off-limits, cordoned off by authorities after a series of unexplained tremors continued to reshape the landscape. They installed seismic monitoring equipment and posted warning signs about unstable ground. I watched from my bedroom window as trucks and scientific equipment came and went, knowing they would never understand what they were truly dealing with. Sometimes, late at night, I could swear I felt subtle vibrations through the floor, as if something massive was moving deep beneath the Earth's surface. On those nights I would press my ear to the ground, holding my breath, listening for that terrible roar to rise again from the depths. Years later, when another minor tremor rattled our sleepy town, I couldn't ignore the pull to return. I made my way back to the ridge, driven by a mixture of dread and a desperate need for closure. The cave's entrance was partly collapsed now, a jagged scar on the hillside, yet I could still feel that old metallic odor drifting out like a whisper from a forgotten nightmare. Standing there, I felt the weight of memory pressing down on me. 7 years had passed since that day. I was 19 now, about to leave for college, desperate to put distance between myself and this place. Yet I knew I couldn't truly leave until I faced what happened. The scientific equipment had long since been removed, the tremors officially classified as normal seismic activity for the region. But locals avoided the area. Hikers reported strange sounds, unexplained equipment failures, and an overwhelming sense of dread that forced them to turn back. Wild animals seemed to have deserted the vicinity, creating an unnatural silence that hung heavy in the air. I hadn't spoken to Jackson in years. His family had moved away 6 months after the incident, seeking a fresh start, according to his mother. My brother had gone to technical school in another state, rarely returning home except for holidays. We never discussed what happened, maintaining our unspoken pact of silence, but I could see in his eyes when we did meet that the memory remained as vivid for him as it was for me. As I stood before the partially sealed entrance, part of me wanted to turn away, to preserve the fragile normalcy I'd constructed. But I needed answers. I needed to know if what we'd encountered was real or merely the product of 3 terrified children's imaginations, amplified by darkness and fear. I didn't enter. I wasn't that foolish. Instead, I placed a small digital recorder at the entrance, secured to a long cord that would allow me to retrieve it without venturing inside. Then I waited, sitting on a boulder a safe distance away, watching the shadows lengthen as afternoon turned to evening. As darkness fell, I pulled the recorder back and with trembling fingers pressed play. At first there was nothing but the ambient sounds of wind and distant traffic. Then, beneath those normal sounds, something else emerged, a low, rhythmic pulsing that made my skin crawl with recognition. It wasn't the full-throated roar we'd heard years ago, but rather a steady, patient breathing, the sound of something waiting. I destroyed the recorder that night, smashing it to pieces with a rock before burying the fragments. Some evidence should never be preserved. Some discoveries should remain hidden. Standing there, I felt the chill of the memory run down my spine. Every time I closed my eyes, I still heard that thunderous roar, and saw those blazing eyes locked in a silent promise that whatever lurked in that dark pit was waiting, biding its time. I don't know if I'll ever be free of that terror. The scars, both seen and unseen, remain etched into my memory. I live each day with the quiet knowledge that something unnatural still lurks beneath the surface, waiting for the next tremor, the next lapse in our guard. And sometimes in the dead of night, when everything is still, I swear I can hear it, echoing from that cursed place, reminding me that some secrets should never be unearthed. This happened to my friend Jordan and me during the early months of 2020, when the world was just starting to change in ways none of us anticipated. We both attended a mid-sized university on California's Central Coast, sharing an off-campus apartment to save on rent. Like most college students, our weekends were typically filled with study sessions and the occasional social gathering, but this particular weekend in early March would prove to be unlike any other. Jordan had been browsing adoption websites for weeks, searching for a dog to foster. He'd always wanted a pet, and with the rumors of potential lockdowns circulating, he figured it was the perfect time to bring one home. When he found a match, a 2-year-old shepherd mix at a shelter about 90 miles north, he immediately asked if I wanted to join him for the drive. Road trip? He texted me on Thursday night. Going to pick up a dog on Saturday. Shelter's up in Bayshore. I agreed without hesitation. The semester had been grueling, and a day away from campus seemed like exactly what I needed. Plus, Jordan didn't like making long drives alone, and I could tell he was nervous about the whole fostering process. Saturday morning arrived with unusual clarity for March. Crisp air, cloudless sky, the kind of perfect California day that makes you forget about impending global crises. Jordan pulled up in his aging Honda Civic at precisely 8:30 a.m. The car had seen better days with its faded blue paint and the persistent rattle that emerged at highway speeds, but it was reliable enough for our purposes. "Ready for this?" Jordan asked as I climbed into the passenger seat. His excitement was palpable, eyes bright behind his wire-rimmed glasses. "As ready as I'll ever be," I replied, tossing my backpack onto the rear seat. "How long's the drive again?" "About 2 hours if traffic's decent," he said, pulling away from the curb. "We should be there by 11. The shelter opens at 10, but they're holding him for me until noon." The drive north was uneventful. We passed through familiar towns that gradually gave way to stretches of farmland, the landscape occasionally interrupted by strip malls and gas stations. Jordan played his usual playlist, indie rock mixed with occasional 90s hits, while we discussed everything from upcoming exams to predictions about how long this coronavirus thing might last. "My mom thinks we'll be back to normal by summer," I said, watching the agricultural fields speed by outside my window. Jordan shook his head. "No way. My cousin works at a hospital in Seattle. Says it's just the beginning." Looking back now, the normalcy of that conversation haunts me. How unaware we were of what would unfold over the coming months, both in the world at large and in our own lives over the next 24 hours. We arrived in Bayshore just after 11 a.m. It was a modest coastal town, the kind that tourist brochures describe as charming, but locals might call sleepy. The shelter was located on the outskirts, a single-story building with chain-link kennels visible around the back. "This is it," Jordan said, his voice tight with anticipation as he parked. "Let's go meet my new roommate." Neither of us could have predicted how this simple errand would spiral into the most terrifying experience of our lives. The shelter was surprisingly busy for a Saturday morning. Several families milled about the reception area, forms in hand, while volunteers led potential adopters to and from the kennels. The air inside smelled of disinfectant and damp fur, an unmistakable shelter aroma that tickled my nose. Jordan approached the front desk, where a middle-aged woman with cropped gray hair greeted us with a tired smile. Her name tag read, "Volunteer Barbara." "Hi, I'm Jordan Wilson. I called earlier this week about fostering the shepherd mix. I have an appointment at noon, but we're a bit early." Barbara nodded, tapping at her computer keyboard. "Right, you're here for Rusty. Let me see if he's ready." She made a quick call on an ancient-looking desk phone, then nodded. "Melissa will bring him out in just a moment. In the meantime, I need you to complete these forms." Jordan took the clipboard she offered, and we found seats in a corner of the waiting area. As he filled out the paperwork, I noticed a bulletin board covered with success stories, photographs of adopted animals with their new families. The images portrayed pure joy, but something about the faded pictures and yellowing paper made me uneasy. "Nervous?" I asked, noticing Jordan's leg bouncing up and down as he wrote. "A little," he admitted. "I've never had a dog before. What if I mess it up?" "You'll be fine," I assured him. "Plus, it's just fostering, right? If it doesn't work out, you're not stuck." Before Jordan could respond, a door opened and a volunteer emerged leading a medium-sized dog with golden brown fur and alert ears. The dog, Rusty, walked cautiously, his eyes darting around the room, taking in all the unfamiliar scents and sounds. "Jordan," the volunteer called, "this is Rusty." Jordan's face lit up as he crossed the room. He crouched down, extending his hand palm up for Rusty to sniff. The dog approached tentatively, nose working overtime, before giving Jordan's fingers a gentle lick. "He's perfect," Jordan whispered, stroking the dog's head. The next hour passed in a blur of paperwork, instructions, and a brief training session on handling techniques. Rusty seemed to grow more comfortable with each passing minute, especially when Jordan produced a small bag of treats from his pocket. He'd come prepared. He hasn't had the easiest life, Melissa explained as she handed over Rusty's leash. Found wandering near the highway 3 months ago. No chip, no collar. He's still a bit skittish around men, especially tall ones, but he's come a long way. By the time we left the shelter, it was nearly 1 p.m. Rusty settled into the back seat of the Honda, circling a few times before curling up on an old blanket Jordan had brought along. Each time we glanced back, the dog was watching us with those intelligent amber eyes, as if trying to figure out what strange new turn his life had taken. "Hungry?" Jordan asked as we merged onto the highway. "I'm starving." "Definitely," I agreed. "Want to grab something before we head back?" "There's supposed to be a decent burger place in the next town over, about 15 minutes from here." Neither of us realized then that this simple decision to delay our return trip would lead us directly into danger. If we had simply driven straight home, everything that followed might have been avoided. But hindsight offers no protection against what waits in the shadows, watching for vulnerability. We found the burger place easily enough, a local joint called Coast Burgers located in a small strip mall. The COVID situation was just beginning to affect businesses. Inside, half the tables were marked as closed for social distancing, a term that was still relatively new to our vocabulary. "Maybe we should just take it to go," Jordan suggested, eyeing the limited seating. "Find somewhere outside to eat." We ordered our food at the counter, 2 cheeseburger combos and an extra plain patty for Rusty, and waited outside with the dog, who was clearly overwhelmed by all the new smells and sights. The March sun felt good against my skin, warm but not hot, the kind of perfect spring day that typically filled me with optimism. "Where should we eat?" I asked once our order was ready. "Back in the car?" Jordan shook his head. "Let's find a park or something. Give Rusty a chance to stretch his legs before the drive back." I pulled out my phone and searched for nearby parks. There's one called Pine Ridge Park about 3 minutes from here. Has decent reviews. We loaded back into the car, the smell of fresh burgers filling the small space and making Rusty whine with anticipation. The park was easy to find. A modest green space with scattered picnic tables, a small playground, and pathways winding through stands of tall pines that gave the park its name. The parking lot was nearly empty when we arrived, with only one other vehicle present, a weathered silver sedan parked near the restroom facilities. I remember thinking how strange it was to see a public park so deserted on such a beautiful Saturday, but of course people were already beginning to avoid public spaces as news of the virus spread. Jordan parked along the curb directly in front of the silver sedan. We gathered our food and Rusty's leash and made our way to a picnic table about 20 feet from where we'd parked. The dog seemed delighted to be outside, sniffing enthusiastically at every bush and tree trunk we passed. "Here looks good," Jordan said, gesturing to a sun-dappled table. He secured Rusty's leash to a nearby permanent grill fixture, giving the dog enough slack to lie down comfortably beside us while still ensuring he couldn't wander off. We had barely unwrapped our burgers when I noticed movement from the corner of my eye. A man was approaching us from the direction of the restrooms, tall and lanky with a weathered face and clothes that seemed slightly too large for his frame. His age was difficult to determine, somewhere between 40 and 60, and there was something in his gait that immediately put me on edge, a kind of deliberate casualness that felt rehearsed. Jordan noticed him too and instinctively shifted closer to Rusty, who had begun to growl softly. "Afternoon," the man said as he drew near, his voice surprisingly gentle given his rough appearance. "That's a fine-looking dog you've got there." "Thanks," Jordan replied, his tone cautious but polite. The man stopped about 6 feet from our table, close enough for conversation but maintaining what might have seemed like respectful distance. "What's his name?" "Rusty." "Rusty?" the man repeated as if testing the name. "How old is he?" "About 2, we think. Just adopted him today." The man nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving the dog. "He mean? Does he bite?" The question hung in the air, weighted with something I couldn't quite place. Jordan continued answering the man's increasingly specific questions about Rusty, his temperament, his training, whether he was protective, while trying to calm the dog, who had grown visibly agitated. I felt a growing unease crawling up my spine. While Jordan focused on controlling Rusty, I became acutely aware that the man wasn't looking at the dog when he asked these questions. He was looking at us, studying our reactions, our posture, our level of alertness. Eventually the question stopped, but the man didn't leave. He simply stood there, staring, his expression blank. After what felt like an eternity but was probably only 30 seconds, he turned and walked away toward a covered pavilion area adjacent to the restrooms. "That was weird," Jordan muttered, returning his attention to his half-eaten burger. "Yeah," I agreed, but something compelled me to keep watching the man. As he reached the pavilion, I noticed he wasn't alone. Another man, shorter but more solidly built, was sitting at a table beneath the canopy. The tall man joined him and they began speaking in hushed tones, occasionally glancing in our direction. "Jordan," I said quietly, "I think we're being watched." "What do you mean?" He turned to look, and sure enough, both men were now openly staring at us, making no attempt to hide their interest. "Maybe we should go," I suggested, my appetite suddenly gone. Jordan nodded, but before we could gather our things, I noticed the stocky man had disappeared from view. Scanning the area, I caught movement near a vending machine about halfway between the pavilion and our table. The tall man was crouching behind it, peering around the edge, watching us with an intensity that sent ice through my veins. "We need to leave, now." The urgency in my voice must have conveyed the danger I sensed, because Jordan didn't hesitate. He quickly untied Rusty while I gathered our food and belongings, all pretense of a leisurely meal abandoned. We moved swiftly toward Jordan's car, Rusty picking up on our anxiety and keeping close without pulling on his leash. As we reached the vehicle, the stocky man suddenly appeared, approaching from behind the silver sedan. "Excuse me," he called, his voice surprisingly soft for his build. "Beautiful dog. Mind if I ask you a few questions about him?" "Sorry, we're in a hurry," Jordan replied, fumbling with his keys. The man drew closer. "Is he protective? Does he bite strangers?" The question, identical to what the tall man had asked earlier, confirmed my worst fears. This wasn't random curiosity. They were assessing a potential threat, evaluating how difficult we might be to subdue. Jordan managed to unlock the car and we quickly piled in, me in the passenger seat, Rusty in the back. As Jordan started the engine, I glanced in the side mirror and saw the stocky man walk unhurriedly to the silver sedan. The tall man emerged from behind the vending machine and joined him. "Drive," I urged. "Just drive." Jordan pulled out of the parking space with more haste than caution, the tires briefly skidding on loose gravel. In the rearview mirror, I could see the silver sedan's headlights flick on. "I think they're following us," I said, twisting in my seat to look back as we exited the park. "Are you sure?" Jordan asked, but his white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel betrayed his own certainty. "Take a random turn," I suggested. "Let's see what happens." We were in an unfamiliar town with no clear escape route. Jordan turned right at the first intersection, deviating from the main road that would have taken us back to the highway. The sedan followed, maintaining a consistent distance behind us. "Coincidence?" Jordan offered weakly. I shook my head. "Try another turn." Jordan complied, making a left at the next opportunity, then an immediate right into a residential neighborhood of modest single-story homes. The sedan remained behind us, closing the gap slightly. "What do they want?" Jordan's voice cracked with fear. "Should we call the police?" I pulled out my phone but hesitated. "And say what? That we're being followed? We don't have proof they're doing anything illegal." "They were asking about the dog," Jordan said, making another turn to test our pursuer's intentions. Why would they care so much about whether he bites or not? The realization hit us simultaneously. They wanted to know if the dog would protect us, if he posed a threat to whatever they had planned. "I think they're targeting us because we're from out of town," I said, the pieces falling into place. "We're in an unfamiliar area, no one knows we're here, and we have a new dog that probably won't protect us effectively." The silver sedan continued its pursuit, now close enough that I could make out two silhouettes in the front seats. Jordan's breathing had become shallow and rapid, and even Rusty seemed to sense our fear, whining softly from the back seat. "There's a gas station up ahead," Jordan said, pointing to a brightly lit convenience store at the next intersection. "Lots of people, security cameras." "Good idea." But as we approached the gas station, the sedan suddenly accelerated, pulling alongside us. The passenger window rolled down, and the tall man leaned out slightly, making direct eye contact with me. He didn't speak or gesture, just stared with cold intensity before the sedan surged ahead, cutting sharply in front of us. Jordan slammed on the brakes, the Honda's tires squealing in protest. What the hell? The sedan had effectively blocked our path to the gas station, forcing Jordan to veer right down a side street to avoid collision. Our pursuers didn't follow immediately, but as we turned onto yet another unfamiliar road, the sedan reappeared in our rearview mirror. They're hurting us, I realized aloud, driving us away from public areas. Jordan's face had drained of color. What do we do? Find a main road. Get back to the highway where there are other cars. We navigated the increasingly narrow residential streets, making random turns in hopes of losing our pursuers or finding our way back to a busier thoroughfare. The silver sedan stayed with us, sometimes dropping back only to reappear moments later, toying with us like predators with cornered prey. Rusty had become agitated in the back seat, moving from window to window, growling intermittently. His behavior only heightened our sense of danger. If the dog could sense something wrong, our fears weren't paranoia. After several minutes of this terrifying cat-and-mouse game, Jordan spotted a sign for the highway. There, 3 blocks ahead. But as we approached the intersection that would lead us to safety, the sedan accelerated again, this time pulling directly behind us so close that their headlights filled our car with harsh light. "They're going to ram us," I gasped, bracing myself against the dashboard. Jordan reacted instinctively, yanking the wheel hard to the right and accelerating through a gap between parked cars, cutting through a corner gas station's lot. The maneuver gave us precious seconds of advantage, enough to reach the highway entrance ramp before our pursuers could realign. As we merged onto the highway, Jordan pushed his aging Honda to speeds it rarely achieved, the engine protesting with a high-pitched whine. The speedometer crept past 80, then 90. "Do you see them?" Jordan asked, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. I scanned the rearview mirror, searching for the silver sedan among the thankfully present Saturday afternoon traffic. "I don't think so," I said after a full minute of vigilance. "I think we lost them." Jordan maintained his speed for several more miles before gradually slowing to a less conspicuous pace. Neither of us spoke, processing what had just happened, the silence broken only by Rusty's occasional whimpers from the back seat. Finally, Jordan voiced what we were both thinking. What would have happened if they caught us? I had no answer, only the bone-deep certainty that we had narrowly avoided something unspeakable. After 20 minutes of highway driving with no sign of the silver sedan, our breathing began to normalize. The adrenaline that had sustained us during the chase gradually ebbed, leaving us shaky and exhausted. "We should stop somewhere," Jordan suggested. "Call the police, report what happened." "Where, though?" I asked. "We're still too close to that town." Jordan considered this. "There's a rest area coming up in a few miles. Lots of people, security cameras. We can pull over there." The rest area appeared as promised, a modest facility with restrooms, vending machines, and a handful of picnic tables. About a dozen vehicles were parked in the lot, their occupants stretching legs or walking dogs after long drives. The normalcy of the scene was reassuring after our ordeal. Jordan parked near the center of the lot, positioning the car so we had clear sight lines in all directions. "I need to let Rusty out," he said. "He's been cooped up for hours." I nodded, though the thought of leaving the relative safety of the car made my stomach clench. "I'll come with you." We took turns using the restroom while the other stayed with Rusty, who seemed grateful for the opportunity to relieve himself and sniff the perimeter of the small grassy area designated for pets. Despite the ordinary surroundings, I couldn't shake the feeling of vulnerability, my eyes constantly scanning for any sign of the silver sedan or its occupants. "Should we call the police now?" Jordan asked as we returned to the car. I weighed our options. What would we tell them? That 2 men asked about our dog and then followed us? We don't have license plates, clear descriptions, or any real evidence that they meant us harm. "We know what happened," Jordan insisted. "Yes, but," I sighed, frustration mingling with lingering fear. "Let's at least put some more distance between us and them. Maybe stop in a bigger town where we can talk to police in person." Jordan reluctantly agreed, and we got back on the highway, heading south toward home. The miles passed uneventfully, each one increasing our sense of security. We even began to discuss what had happened with a hint of detachment. as if analyzing a thriller movie rather than our own recent experience. "Why do you think they targeted us?" Jordan wondered aloud. "Wrong place, wrong time," I suggested. "Two college students, unfamiliar territory, new dog that doesn't know us well enough to protect us. We must have looked like easy marks." "For what, though? Robbery?" I hesitated, unwilling to voice the darker possibilities that had occurred to me. "Maybe. Or they could have been trying to steal Rusty. Purebred dogs can sell for thousands." Neither of us believed these explanations, but they were easier to contemplate than the alternatives. As the afternoon stretched on, hunger began to reassert itself. We had abandoned our lunch at the first park after all. When we spotted signs for a small coastal town with a prominent outlet mall, the prospect of food and crowds proved too tempting to resist. "We could stop there," I suggested. "Get something to eat, maybe talk to security about what happened." Jordan agreed, and we exited the highway. The outlet mall was bustling with weekend shoppers, providing an anonymity that felt protective after the targeted attention we'd experienced earlier. We found a parking space in a crowded lot, surrounded by families loading shopping bags into minivans and couples strolling between stores. "I'll stay with Rusty while you grab us some food," Jordan offered. "There's a sandwich place by the entrance." I hesitated, uncomfortable with the idea of separation. "Are you sure?" "We'll be fine," he assured me. "There are people everywhere. Besides, we lost those guys hours ago." Reluctantly, I agreed and made my way to the sandwich shop, constantly glancing back at Jordan's blue Honda where he waited with Rusty. The line moved slowly, each minute apart stretching my nerves tighter. When I finally returned with our food, the relief was palpable. "Everything okay?" I asked, sliding back into the passenger seat. "All good," Jordan confirmed, accepting his sandwich gratefully. "Rusty's been a perfect gentleman, even made friends with a poodle that walked by." We ate in companionable silence, the normal activity of the mall parking lot gradually soothing our frayed nerves. For the first time since the park, I began to feel that perhaps the danger had passed, that we were safe. "Ready to head home?" Jordan asked as we finished our meal. I nodded, crumpling my sandwich wrapper. "Definitely. I think we've had enough adventure for one day." Jordan started the car and began navigating through the parking lot toward the exit. We were stopped at an internal intersection waiting for a family to cross when I happened to glance at the rearview mirror. My blood froze. 3 rows back, partially obscured by a large SUV but unmistakable in its weathered silver paint, was the sedan. It was stopped, engine running, headlights off despite the approaching dusk. "Jordan," I whispered, unable to find my full voice. "They're here." Jordan's head snapped around, following my gaze to the rearview mirror. "Are you sure it's them?" Before I could answer, the silver sedan began to move, pulling out from its parking space with deliberate slowness. "It's them," I confirmed, any doubt evaporating as I caught a glimpse of the tall man behind the wheel. "How did they find us?" Jordan turned back to face forward, his expression hardening with determination. "It doesn't matter. We're not playing their game anymore." He accelerated through the parking lot, ignoring the posted speed limit signs, weaving between slower vehicles with uncharacteristic aggression. In the back seat, Rusty whined, sensing our renewed fear. "Where are we going?" I asked, clinging to the door handle as Jordan took a corner too sharply. "Security office. I saw it near the food court entrance." The silver sedan had emerged fully into the main lane now, accelerating to match our pace. Unlike the earlier chase through residential streets, here we were constrained by the crowded parking lot, pedestrians crossing unpredictably, shopping carts abandoned in inconvenient locations. Jordan honked as a group of teenagers meandered across our path, startling them into hurrying. The mall's main entrance came into view, bright lights illuminating the gathering dusk. "There," I pointed to a sign indicating mall security. "On the right." Jordan angled toward it, but our pursuers had anticipated this move. The silver sedan surged forward, cutting diagonally across the lane to block our access to the security office. Jordan hit the brakes hard, narrowly avoiding collision. "Damn it," he hissed, frantically searching for another escape route. With the security office now inaccessible, Jordan made a split-second decision, veering left toward the mall's service entrance. The sedan followed, closing the distance between us. "Call 911, Jordan instructed, his voice strained but controlled. Now! I fumbled with my phone, hands shaking so badly I could barely unlock the screen. The car lurched as Jordan navigated around a delivery truck, momentarily losing our pursuers. 911, what's your emergency? The operator's voice sounded impossibly calm in contrast to our situation. We're being followed, I blurted out. 2 men in a silver sedan. They've been stalking us across multiple locations today. We're at Pacific Coast Outlets in... I realized with horror that I didn't know the name of the town we were in. Where exactly are you located? The operator prompted. Jordan, what town is this? I asked desperately. Harbor Point, he supplied, eyes darting between the road ahead and the rearview mirror. I relayed this to the operator, who assured me police were being dispatched. Stay on the line, she instructed. Can you get to a public place with other people around? We're trying, I explained, but they're blocking us. My words cut off as Jordan executed another sharp turn, this time exiting the mall property entirely onto a service road that ran behind the shopping center. The area was poorly lit, lined with dumpsters and loading docks rather than storefronts. Jordan, where are we going? I hissed, covering the phone's microphone. Back to the highway, he replied grimly. We can't keep driving around the mall. They'll trap us eventually. The service road connected to a 2-lane street that, according to the signs, would lead back to the highway in 3 miles. Jordan accelerated, pushing his Honda to its limits once again. Are they still following? He asked, unable to see clearly in the growing darkness. I twisted in my seat, peering through the rear window. For a moment I saw nothing and relief began to bloom, until headlights flared to life about 200 yards behind us, gaining rapidly. Yes, I confirmed, returning to the 911 operator to update our location. Officers are en route, she assured me. Stay on main roads if possible. The highway entrance appeared ahead, a beacon of potential safety. Jordan took the ramp at dangerous speed, merging into thankfully moderate traffic. The silver sedan followed, now close enough that their headlights illuminated our entire car interior. They're right behind us, I reported, both to Jordan and the 911 operator. Can you see the license plate? The operator asked. I strained to make out the numbers through the glare of the headlights. California plate starts with 7WX. I can't see the rest. That's helpful, the operator assured me. What direction are you heading on the highway? South, Jordan supplied when I relayed the question, toward Santa Cruz. For several tense minutes we maintained our position in the middle lane, surrounded by other vehicles whose drivers remained oblivious to our plight. The silver sedan stayed directly behind us, maintaining an uncomfortably close distance but making no overtly aggressive moves. Police are positioning themselves at upcoming exits, the operator informed me. Can you safely continue for another 10 miles? Before I could answer, the sedan suddenly swerved into the left lane and accelerated, pulling alongside us. Through the passenger window, I could see both men clearly for the first time since the park. The tall one driving, the stocky one in the passenger seat, both staring at us with expressionless faces. They're right next to us, I told the operator, my voice rising in panic. The stocky man rolled down his window and extended his arm, pointing directly at us before making a pulling motion toward the shoulder. They want us to pull over, I interpreted, horrified. Do not stop your vehicle, the operator instructed firmly. Police are less than 5 minutes away. Jordan increased his speed, attempting to pull ahead of the sedan, but our pursuers matched us effortlessly. For several harrowing moments we drove parallel at over 80 miles per hour, separated by mere feet of asphalt. Then, without warning, the sedan swerved toward us. Look out! I screamed as metal scraped against metal, the impact sending our smaller car veering toward the guardrail. Jordan fought for control, wrestling with the steering wheel as our tires skidded across the lane markers. Somehow he managed to correct our trajectory, narrowly avoiding disaster. The sedan had backed off momentarily, but was already repositioning for another attempt. They just tried to run us off the road, I reported to the 911 operator, who responded with increased urgency in her own communications. Officers have visual on your vehicle, she said. They're approaching from behind. Can you see emergency lights? I looked back, searching desperately through the sea of headlights. There, far behind but definitely present, were the unmistakable blue and red flashes of police vehicles. Yes, I confirmed, I can see them. The sedan's driver must have spotted them too, because suddenly their vehicle accelerated dramatically, cutting across all lanes of traffic toward the nearest exit ramp. "They're running," I told both Jordan and the operator, watching as the silver sedan disappeared down the exit, horns blaring from the cars it had cut off. "Stay on the highway," the operator instructed. "Officers will pursue the suspect vehicle. Others will intercept you for your statement." Within minutes, a police cruiser pulled alongside us, the officer gesturing for Jordan to reduce speed and follow. He complied, guiding our battered Honda to a safe stop on the shoulder, where 2 additional patrol cars soon joined us. As we sat there, engine off, the full weight of what we'd experienced began to settle. Jordan's hands were still gripping the steering wheel, knuckles white, while in the back seat Rusty had finally succumbed to exhaustion, curled into a tight ball. "They're gone," I whispered, hardly daring to believe it. "We're safe." The hours that followed exist in my memory as fragmented scenes, disconnected from normal time. Police officers asking questions, taking statements. The damaged side of Jordan's Honda being photographed as evidence. Rusty sitting unnaturally still beside Jordan, as if understanding the gravity of the situation. We learned that the silver sedan had been found abandoned at a gas station 3 miles from where they'd exited the highway. The vehicle had been reported stolen 2 days earlier from a rental car company at San Francisco International Airport. The men themselves had vanished. "You're lucky," the lead officer told us as we sat in the back of his cruiser, filling out official statements. "We've had 3 similar reports in the last month. Out-of-town visitors followed and eventually robbed or worse. The MO is always the same. They target people who look unfamiliar with the area, often people who are distracted by something." "Like a new dog," Jordan murmured, his hand automatically reaching to stroke Rusty's fur. The officer nodded. "Exactly. They isolate their targets, follow them to remote locations, and—" He trailed off, perhaps realizing that we didn't need the details spelled out. "What happens now?" I asked. "We'll take your statements, get contact information. If we catch these guys, and we will eventually, you might need to testify." "And in the meantime?" Jordan pressed. The officer's expression softened slightly. "In the meantime, you go home. Be extra aware of your surroundings for a while. These guys have your license plate, so they know you're from Santa Barbara County, but it's extremely unlikely they'd follow you that far." His words were meant to be reassuring, but the implication that our pursuers might have the means and motivation to track us to our hometown sent a fresh wave of fear through me. It was well past midnight when we were finally cleared to continue our journey home. Jordan's car had been deemed safe to drive despite the damage to the passenger side, and we had declined the offer of a police escort to the county line. "I just want to get home," Jordan had explained, and the officers understood. The final leg of our drive passed in relative silence, both of us too emotionally drained for conversation. Rusty slept soundly in the back seat, occasionally twitching as he dreamed of whatever dogs dream about, hopefully not the terror of the day's events. As familiar landmarks began to appear, signaling our approach to campus and the apartment we shared, Jordan finally broke the silence. "I keep thinking about what might have happened," he said quietly. "If you hadn't noticed them watching us at the park, if we hadn't gotten away the first time." "Don't," I cut him off. "We did notice. We did get away." Jordan nodded, but his expression remained troubled. The officer said there were other victims, people who weren't as lucky. I had no response to that. The knowledge that others had faced what we faced, perhaps without escaping, would haunt me for months to come. We arrived home just before 2 a.m., the campus eerily quiet on a Saturday night, another sign of the changing times as COVID concerns began to alter social behaviors. Jordan parked in our usual spot, but neither of us moved to exit the car immediately. "Thank you," he said suddenly, turning to face me, "for coming with me today, for seeing what I didn't see." "That's what friends are for," I replied, attempting a smile that felt foreign on my face after hours of tension. We gathered our belongings and Rusty, making our way up to the apartment with the hypervigilance of people forever changed by trauma. Every shadow seemed to harbor potential threats. Every sound demanded investigation. Inside, Jordan set about making Rusty comfortable in his new home, arranging the dog bed he'd purchased weeks ago, filling water and food bowls, quietly establishing a routine that would eventually become normal. I watched this domestic scene unfold with a strange detachment, unable to reconcile its mundanity with the life-threatening situation we had narrowly escaped just hours before. "I'm going to bed," I announced eventually, exhaustion finally overwhelming fear. "Okay," Jordan nodded. "I might stay up a while longer, get Rusty settled." As I turned toward my bedroom, he added, "Hey, do you think we should get an alarm system? Maybe some cameras for the apartment?" The question revealed what we both knew but hadn't yet acknowledged. Our sense of safety had been permanently altered. The world outside our door now contained confirmed dangers, not just theoretical ones. "Yes," I agreed without hesitation. "First thing tomorrow." In the days and weeks that followed, we established what Jordan came to call our post-incident protocols. We never went anywhere alone. We installed a comprehensive security system in our apartment, complete with cameras monitoring every entry point. We took different routes to and from campus each day, never establishing predictable patterns. Rusty thrived in his new home, quickly bonding with both of us and revealing himself to be an unexpectedly effective watchdog. His hearing was exceptional. He alerted us to approaching footsteps long before anyone knocked on our door. What had initially been planned as a fostering arrangement became permanent. Neither of us could imagine giving him up after what we'd experienced together. The police called twice in the first month. The first time to inform us that fingerprints found in the abandoned sedan matched those from other crime scenes across 3 states. The second call brought news that similar incidents had ceased since our encounter, suggesting the perpetrators had moved on to different hunting grounds. This information provided little comfort. We knew they were still out there, still targeting vulnerable strangers in unfamiliar places. As March gave way to April, the world's focus shifted entirely to the escalating pandemic. Our university transitioned to remote learning. Our apartment became not just a refuge from specific threats, but from a globally threatening virus as well. In this strange new reality, our hypervigilance almost seemed normal. Everyone was now wary of the outside world. Everyone limited their movements and interactions. Our trauma camouflaged itself within the collective anxiety of a society in crisis. Only in quiet moments when sleep proved elusive, or when passing headlights cast moving shadows across our living room wall, did the full weight of what we'd experienced resurface. In those moments, Rusty would often appear as if sensing our distress, offering simple canine comfort that somehow helped more than any words could. We never learned who the men were or why they had selected us that day in the park. The uncertainty itself became another form of ongoing trauma, the not knowing, the endless questions without answers. Sometimes I find myself returning to that moment in the park when I first noticed we were being watched. What if I had dismissed my unease as paranoia? What if Jordan had been alone that day? The alternative scenarios multiply endlessly, most ending in outcomes too disturbing to dwell upon. It's been over 2 years now since that March day. Jordan and I still share an apartment, though we've moved to a more secure building farther from campus. Rusty remains a constant, loyal companion, now fully trained and certified as a therapy dog. Jordan's way of creating something positive from our experience. We've mostly returned to normal lives, whatever normal means in these unprecedented times. We go to classes, see friends, even travel occasionally, though never alone and never without extensive planning. But some changes are permanent. I don't sit with my back to doors in restaurants. Jordan keeps his car in immaculate mechanical condition, never risking breakdown in remote locations. We both maintain awareness of exits wherever we go. And sometimes, when driving on the highway at night, I still check the rearview mirror more often than necessary, searching for a silver sedan that I pray I'll never see again. The authorities never caught them. The case remains open but inactive, just another file in a system overwhelmed by more immediate concerns. Those men, whoever they were, are still out there. I hope they've forgotten us. We certainly haven't forgotten them. This is the reality of surviving instead of becoming a statistic, a news headline, a cautionary tale. The danger passes, but the awareness of vulnerability never truly fades. It becomes part of you, altering how you move through the world, how you assess risk, how you define safety. Some nights I still wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I've heard car doors closing outside our building. On those nights, Rusty always senses my fear, pressing his warm body against mine until my breathing steadies. In those moments, I remind myself of what we learned that day. Danger is real, but so is our capacity to recognize it, to act, to survive. And sometimes that knowledge is enough to make it until morning. In 2003, I had been the sheriff in Crawford, Nebraska for a little over 7 years. Small town, quiet people, except when it wasn't. You get the usual bar brawls, some farm disputes, and every now and then the local meth heads stirring up trouble. But mostly you'd find me in my office, legs kicked up, wondering if the most action I'd see that day was a flat tire call. I'm Earl Lawson. Born and raised in this place, I was practically destined for the badge. You don't get out of a place like Crawford easily unless you've got some football scholarship or a rich uncle, neither of which applied to me. But I like the job. I like keeping the peace, if you can call it that. Crawford sits on the northwestern edge of Nebraska, population barely hitting 1,200 on a good day. We've got one main street with storefronts that haven't changed since the 70s, a diner where the coffee tastes like motor oil, but everyone drinks it anyway, and enough churches to save every soul in a 3-county radius. The land around us is a mixture of ranch country and wilderness, ponderosa pines to the north, grasslands to the south, and enough empty space to make city folks uncomfortable. My office sat in the center of town, a small brick building with sheriff painted on the front window in fading gold letters. Inside you'd find me and 2 deputies, Rick Jensen, fresh out of the academy with more enthusiasm than sense, and Molly Benson, who'd been working dispatch longer than I'd been alive. We had 3 cells in the back that mostly housed drunks sleeping it off. The morning of May 17th started like any other. I came in at 7, hung my hat on the rack by the door, and poured a cup of that awful coffee Molly insisted on making every day. "Morning, Sheriff," she called from her desk, phone tucked between her shoulder and ear as she filed her nails. Jensen called in sick. Something about food poisoning from the diner's meatloaf. I grunted in response. That meant I was on my own today if anything came up. Not that I expected much. The weather forecast predicted a sunny day with temperatures in the high 80s, perfect for folks to mind their own business. By noon, I'd finished the paperwork from last week's incidents: 2 drunk and disorderlies at the Rusty Nail Bar, a minor fender bender in front of the grocery store, and Mrs. Wilson complaining about her neighbor's dog digging up her petunias again. I leaned back in my chair, boots propped on the desk, thumbing through a fishing magazine and wondering if I should take this weekend to try out that new spot on the White River when the phone rang. "Sheriff's office," Molly announced, then paused, listening. Her expression shifted, eyebrows drawing together. "Yes, Mr. Sullivan, he's right here." She covered the mouthpiece. "It's Old Man Sullivan out at Pinecrest Ranch. Says he found something strange, an animal or something." I rolled my eyes, expecting another overreaction to a coyote. Bert Sullivan was pushing 75, owned about 500 acres on the outskirts of town. He was a no-nonsense type, kept to himself, and wasn't known for calling in false alarms. That's what made me take the receiver when Molly held it out. "This is Sheriff Lawson." "Sheriff," Sullivan's voice came through, unusually tight. "I need you to come out to the ranch. Found something. Something's killed one of my cattle." "Coyotes again?" I asked, reaching for my hat. There was a pause on the line. "No, this ain't no coyote work. I've never seen anything like this, Earl. 30 years ranching, and I never—" His voice trailed off. "You sure it's not a mountain lion? We've had a few sightings last month." "Mountain lion doesn't do this kind of damage." The line went quiet for a moment. "Just come see for yourself," I sighed, hanging up the phone. "Molly, I'm heading out to Sullivan's ranch. Call me if anything comes up." "Want me to send Rick out when he calls in?" she asked. I almost said yes, then shook my head. "Nah, probably just a weird predator kill. No sense in dragging the kid out there if he's already sick." The drive to Pinecrest Ranch took 20 minutes, the paved road giving way to gravel and then dirt as I left town behind. Sullivan's place sat nestled at the edge of Crawford Woods, a stretch of ponderosa pines that ran for miles along the ridge. His ranch house was a 2-story affair with white paint peeling at the corners, a wraparound porch, and a barn that had been repainted so many times it was hard to tell what color it was supposed to be. Sullivan was waiting for me by his truck, hat in hand. Even from a distance, I could tell something was off. Bert Sullivan wasn't the anxious type. He'd faced down droughts, blizzards, and everything else Mother Nature threw at Nebraska ranchers without batting an eye. But now he was pale, shifting his weight from one foot to the other like a man who couldn't decide whether to run or stay put. "Earl," he nodded as I parked, "thanks for coming out." I stepped out of the cruiser, the midday heat hitting me like a wall. "No problem, Bert. What's this strange animal you found?" He didn't answer right away, just gestured for me to follow him around the back of the barn. As we walked, I noticed his hands were shaking slightly. "You all right?" I asked. "Just see for yourself," he muttered, leading me to a fenced-in pasture behind the barn. The smell hit me first, copper and something worse, a fetid odor that made my nose crinkle. Then I saw it and understood why Sullivan had called. The cow lay on its side in a pool of congealed blood that had turned the dirt beneath it into a rusty mud. But it wasn't a normal predator kill. The animal had been opened. That's the only word I could think of. Like someone had peeled back the hide and flesh with precision in some places and savage force in others. The rib cage was exposed, bones not just broken but pulverized in places. Parts of the internal organs were missing entirely, while others lay scattered in a 10-foot radius around the carcass. "Jesus," I whispered, immediately regretting my lunch. "What the hell did this?" Sullivan stood a few paces back, arms crossed tightly over his chest. "That's what I've been asking myself since I found it this morning. Ain't natural, Earl. No coyote or mountain lion does this, not even a whole pack." I circled the remains carefully, looking for any signs that might explain the bizarre scene. The cow's head was mostly intact, eyes glazed and mouth frozen open in what looked like a silent scream. The wounds didn't match any predator attack I'd ever seen, and I'd seen plenty in my years. Some cuts were surgical in their precision. Others looked like something had torn through muscle and bone with incredible force. "When did you find it?" I asked, crouching down to examine what appeared to be a series of deep gouges in the ground near the carcass. "Around 6 this morning. Came out to check on the herd and found her separated from the others. Rest of the cattle won't come anywhere near this field now." He gestured toward the distant pasture where his remaining herd huddled against the far fence. "They know something ain't right." "You hear anything unusual last night? Any strange noises?" Sullivan shook his head. "Nothing out of the ordinary. Had the TV on most of the evening anyway." He paused. "But my dog was acting weird, kept growling at the window, wouldn't settle down. Finally had to lock him in the bathroom because he was driving me crazy." I stood up, brushing the dirt from my hands. Something about those gouges bothered me. They were deep, at least 3 inches into the hard-packed soil, and spaced oddly, like whatever made them had fingers much longer than any human's. "Any strange tracks around?" Sullivan nodded and pointed toward the edge of the pasture where the grass met the tree line. "Found something over there. Don't make any sense either." I followed him to the spot where the grass had been flattened in a wide area. In the softer ground at the forest's edge, I could make out impressions that sent a chill through me despite the heat. They were vaguely paw-like, but much larger than a mountain lion's, almost 2 feet across, with what looked like claw marks extending several inches beyond each toe. "You ever seen anything like this before?" Sullivan asked, his voice quieter now, as if afraid something might hear us. I shook my head slowly. In 7 years as sheriff and a lifetime in these parts, I'd never encountered tracks like these. "Could be. Hell, I don't know what it could be." I took out my phone and snapped a few pictures of the tracks and the cow carcass. The rational part of my brain was already working on explanations. Maybe a bear, though they were rare in these parts, or perhaps some kind of hoax, though Sullivan wasn't the type for practical jokes. "You notice anything else unusual? Anyone hanging around who shouldn't be? Any strange vehicles?" Sullivan shook his head. "Just this," and he hesitated. "Last night I thought I heard something in the woods, a sound I can't rightly describe. Not a howl, not a scream, something in between." I looked toward the dense line of trees that marked the beginning of Crawford Woods. The pines stood tall and silent in the afternoon light, betraying nothing of what might lurk among them. "I'll take a look around," I said finally. Why don't you head back to the house? I'll come find you when I'm done." Sullivan looked relieved at the suggestion. "You sure you don't want me to come with you?" "I'll be fine," I assured him, though a part of me was already regretting not bringing Rick along, food poisoning or not. "Just stay by the phone in case I need to call you." As Sullivan trudged back toward his house, I turned my attention to the tree line, my hand unconsciously moving to rest on my service weapon. Something had killed that cow in a way I couldn't explain, and the tracks leading into the woods suggested whatever it was might still be out there. With a deep breath, I started walking toward the trees, each step feeling heavier than the last. Little did I know that crossing that threshold would change everything, not just for me, but for the entire town of Crawford. The forest swallowed me within minutes. One moment I was standing in the bright sunshine of Sullivan's pasture. The next I was enveloped in the cool shade of the pines, the temperature dropping at least 10 degrees under the canopy. Crawford woods had always been dense, but I'd never felt uncomfortable here before. I'd hunted these woods since I was a boy, knew the paths and clearings like the back of my hand. Today, though, something felt different. The usual forest sounds, birds calling, squirrels chattering, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, were absent. The silence pressed in around me, broken only by the soft crunch of pine needles beneath my boots and my own breathing, which seemed unnaturally loud. I followed the strange tracks deeper into the forest. They were clearer here on the soft forest floor, and I could see details I'd missed in the harder ground of the pasture. Whatever made these didn't move like a normal quadruped. The spacing suggested a loping gait, with the front prints deeper than the back, as if the creature carried most of its weight forward. About half a mile in, the tracks led me to a small stream that cut through the woods. Here the creature had paused, leaving deeper impressions in the mud by the water's edge. I crouched down, studying them carefully. The claw marks were even more pronounced, each one nearly 6 inches long and deeply gouged into the soft earth. But what made my skin crawl was the pattern. 5 digits splayed in a way that looked disturbingly hand-like, yet too large and elongated to be human. I took more photos, trying to maintain a professional detachment that was becoming increasingly difficult. Something about these tracks triggered a primal warning in the back of my mind, a deep-seated instinct telling me I was following a predator far more dangerous than anything I'd encountered before. The water in the stream ran clear and cold, but as I followed it downstream with my eyes, I noticed something odd, a reddish tinge coloring the water about 20 yards ahead. I followed the stream bed, moving cautiously from rock to rock to avoid leaving my own tracks. The source of the discoloration soon became apparent. Half hidden among the rocks and ferns at the water's edge lay what remained of a deer, a young buck, judging by the small antlers still attached to the mangled head. Its body had been torn open in the same unnatural manner as Sullivan's cow, rib cage splayed outward, internal organs partly consumed or scattered. But there was something else, something that made me reach for my gun before I even realized what I was doing. This kill was fresh. The blood still seeped into the stream, and the body hadn't yet begun to attract flies. Whatever had done this had been here recently, maybe within the hour. I drew my Glock, the weight of it reassuring in my hand, and scanned the surrounding forest. The thick undergrowth and dense trees limited visibility to maybe 30 feet in any direction. Anything could be watching me from just beyond that perimeter, hidden in the shadows and foliage. A branch snapped somewhere to my right, the sound like a gunshot in the unnatural quiet. I swung around, weapon raised, heart hammering against my ribs. Nothing moved. The forest remained still, indifferent to my fear. "Sheriff's Department," I called out, my voice sounding thin in the dense air. "Identify yourself." Only silence answered me. I waited, counting heartbeats before slowly lowering my gun to my side, but not holstering it. The rational part of my brain suggested I turn back, call in reinforcements, maybe get the state wildlife service involved. This was beyond my training as a small-town sheriff, but curiosity, or maybe something more reckless, pushed me forward. I needed to know what kind of animal could do this. The tracks continued on the other side of the stream. I crossed carefully, water soaking through my boots, and picked up the trail again. It led deeper into the forest, toward an area locals called the Hollow, a natural depression in the land where the trees grew taller and closer together. blocking out almost all sunlight even at midday. As I approached the hollow, the forest grew darker, and the air took on a heavy, oppressive quality. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I found myself moving more slowly, more cautiously, every sense straining for any hint of danger. The tracks led to the edge of a small clearing in the center of the hollow. Here, they changed. Instead of the four-legged prints I'd been following, the impression suddenly showed only 2 feet, or rather 2 massive clawed appendages that sank deep into the soil. They were spaced like a bipedal creature's would be, but wider apart, suggesting something with a much larger frame than a human. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its massive trunk at odds with the pines that dominated the rest of the forest. Its branches spread wide, creating a canopy that cast the entire area in shadow. At its base, nestled between 2 massive roots, I found something that stopped me cold. A den, or maybe lair was a better word. The ground had been hollowed out beneath the tree, creating a space large enough for something substantial to shelter. Around the entrance, the earth was packed down from repeated use. Scattered about were bones, deer, rabbit, what looked like part of a coyote skull, and other fragments I couldn't immediately identify. But it was the smell that hit me hardest, an overwhelming stench of decay and something else, something musky and alien that burned my nostrils and made my eyes water. This was no ordinary predator's den. No bear or mountain lion left an odor like this. I approached cautiously, gun raised, using my free hand to pull out my flashlight. The beam cut through the gloom, illuminating the dark opening beneath the roots. The hollow extended back farther than I expected, sloping downward into the earth. My light caught something reflective inside, a pair of small objects that glinted dully in the beam. I moved closer, curiosity overriding caution. The reflective objects turned out to be buttons from a flannel shirt, torn and caked with dried blood. Nestled among the dirt and pine needles were other items: a battered watch with a cracked face, a single work boot with the laces still tied, a crushed pair of wire-rimmed glasses, personal effects, human belongings. My pulse quickened as I swept the light around the rest of the den. More bones, these larger than the animal remains outside, a femur, part of a pelvis, a fragment that could only be a human jaw, 3 teeth still clinging to the bone. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over a root as the implications hit me. This wasn't just an animal predator, this was something that hunted humans. A sound rose from deep in the woods behind me, not close but not nearly far enough away. It started low, almost subsonic, a vibration I felt in my chest before my ears registered it. Then it rose, modulating into something between a roar and a scream, with harmonics that didn't belong to any animal I knew. The sound echoed through the trees, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I ran. Pride, protocol, all of it vanished in the face of that sound. I ran like I hadn't since high school, crashing through underbrush, leaping over fallen logs, my lungs burning and legs pumping as I retraced my path toward Sullivan's farm. I didn't look back. I didn't stop to listen for pursuit. I just ran. The tree line emerged ahead of me, Sullivan's pasture beyond it, the afternoon sun still bright and oblivious to the horrors in the woods. I burst out of the forest, gasping for breath, and allowed myself one quick glance back. The woods stood silent and impenetrable, revealing nothing of what they contained. I staggered across the pasture toward the ranch house, holstering my gun with shaking hands. Sullivan met me on the porch, his weathered face creasing with concern as he took in my disheveled appearance. "Earl, what happened to you?" I tried to compose myself, aware that I was still breathing hard, sweat soaking through my uniform. "We need to call in some help, and you need to stay inside after dark." Sullivan's eyes widened. "You found something." It wasn't a question, but I nodded anyway. "I found tracks and a den of some kind. Bert, I think whatever killed your cow might have been responsible for those hikers that went missing last summer." His face paled. "You saying it's something that hunts people?" I hesitated. How could I explain what I'd found without sounding like I'd lost my mind? The strange tracks that turned bipedal, the human remains, that unearthly howl that still echoed in my ears. "I'm saying we need to be careful," I said finally. "I'm going to call the State Wildlife Service, maybe get a team out here to track this thing properly." Sullivan nodded slowly, but his eyes remained fixed on the distant tree line. You saw it, didn't you? The thing itself? No, I admitted, but I heard it, and found its nest. A shudder ran through the old rancher. My grandfather used to tell stories, he said quietly, about something in these woods, something the Lakota feared. Called it Shunka-Warakin, the carrying-off dog. Said it walked on 2 legs when it wanted, 4 when it needed to run. Said it had a taste for human flesh. I'd heard the old legends, of course. Every kid growing up in these parts had been scared by campfire stories about the forest demon that ate naughty children, but I'd never put any stock in them. They were just tales meant to keep kids from wandering too far. This is flesh and blood, I said firmly, as much to convince myself as Sullivan. Whatever it is, it can be caught, or killed. Sullivan didn't look convinced. You going back in there? The question hung between us. Everything I'd been taught about being a law enforcement officer said I should secure the scene, preserve evidence, conduct a thorough investigation. But the primal fear that had gripped me in those woods wasn't so easily dismissed. Not alone, I said finally, and not until I've got proper backup. The sun was starting its descent toward the horizon, the shadows from the forest stretching longer across Sullivan's property. As if reading my thoughts, he glanced at the darkening sky. You're welcome to stay here tonight, Earl. Got a spare room, and I'd feel better having someone else in the house, truth be told. I considered the offer. The thought of driving back to town alone, leaving Sullivan here with that thing in the woods nearby, didn't sit right with me. And despite my earlier bravado, I wasn't eager to make the drive after dark. I appreciate that, Bert. Let me call this in first. Let Molly know what's happening. I returned to my cruiser and radioed the office. Molly answered on the first call, her voice crackling through the static. Sheriff's office. Molly, it's Earl. I'm going to stay out at Sullivan's tonight. Found something in the woods that needs looking into tomorrow. Can you call the State Wildlife Service first thing in the morning? Tell them we might have a dangerous predator situation. What kind of predator? She asked. I hesitated. I'm not sure yet, but it's killed at least one of Sullivan's cattle and maybe more. We're going to need expert help on this one. Is everything all right, Earl? You sound strange. Fine, I lied. Just tired. Been tramping through those woods all afternoon. All right. I'll let Rick know when he calls in. You need him to come out there in the morning? Yeah, that'd be good. Have him meet me at Sullivan's around 8. I hung up and leaned against the cruiser, watching as the last rays of sunlight gilded the tops of the pines. Something moved among the trees, probably just a deer or a fox, but my hand moved to my weapon anyway, resting there until whatever it was disappeared back into the gathering darkness. As I turned to head back to the ranch house, a thought struck me with chilling clarity. What if it followed me here? What if right now it was watching, waiting for night to fall completely before approaching the house? I quickened my pace, suddenly eager to be within Sullivan's sturdy walls, with doors locked and windows secured against the encroaching night and whatever prowled in its shadows. Sullivan's home was built in the 1940s, solid oak and pine with walls thick enough to keep out the harsh Nebraska winters. As darkness fell completely, I found myself grateful for those sturdy walls and the reassuring weight of my Glock on my hip. We sat in his kitchen, the overhead light casting harsh shadows across the worn linoleum floor. Sullivan had made coffee, strong and black, and set out some leftover pot roast that neither of us had much appetite for. His border collie, Max, lay curled beneath the table, whining occasionally and lifting his head at every creak and groan of the old house. He's been like this all day, Sullivan explained, nudging the dog gently with his foot. Never seen him so spooked. I nodded, understanding the feeling all too well. Every fiber of my being remained on high alert, senses straining for any sound that didn't belong. Tell me more about those stories your grandfather used to tell, I said, partly to break the tension, partly because I was genuinely curious. About the, what did you call it? Shunka-Warakin, Sullivan repeated, the Lakota word sounding strange in his weathered voice. Grandfather was half Lakota on his mother's side. Said his people knew to stay clear of certain parts of these woods, especially at night. Said the creature preferred the taste of children and women, but would take a man if it was hungry enough. He paused, taking a sip of his coffee. course, I always thought they were just stories to keep kids from wandering off. Every culture's got 'em. But now, he trailed off, eyes drifting to the window where his own reflection stared back from the darkness. What did they say it looked like? I pressed. Sullivan frowned, trying to remember. Like a wolf, but bigger, much bigger. Walked on 4 legs most times, but could stand like a man when it wanted. Had long arms, claws like knives. He set his mug down with a thunk. Sounds crazy now, saying it out loud. Not as crazy as it might have yesterday, I muttered. We fell silent again, the only sounds the ticking of the old wall clock and Max's occasional whimpers. Outside, the wind had picked up, rustling through the trees and making the old house creak and settle. At 9:42 p.m., I remember checking my watch. Max suddenly stood up, hackles raised, a low growl emerging from deep in his throat. Sullivan and I both froze, watching as the dog turned toward the back door, his growl intensifying. "Something out there?" Sullivan whispered, reaching for the shotgun he'd propped against the wall. I stood slowly, drawing my weapon. "Stay here. Keep an eye on Max." The kitchen connected to a small mudroom that led to the back door. I moved through it carefully, avoiding the floorboard I knew creaked from my earlier trips to the bathroom. The door had a small window at eye level, covered by a thin curtain. I approached it cautiously, standing to one side as I'd been trained, and gently pulled the fabric aside just enough to peer out. The back porch was empty, illuminated by the single bulb Sullivan kept on at night. Beyond it, the yard stretched into darkness, the barn and outbuildings just silhouettes against the starry sky. Nothing moved. I was about to turn away when I caught a flicker of movement at the edge of my vision, something near the old oak tree at the far end of the yard. I squinted, trying to make out details in the gloom. For a moment I saw nothing. Then my eyes adjusted, and I realized I was looking at a figure standing perfectly still beside the tree. It was tall, far taller than any man I'd ever seen, its outline vaguely humanoid but wrong somehow, proportions distorted. Even in the near darkness I could make out unnaturally long arms that hung below what should have been knees. My breath caught in my throat. The figure hadn't moved, but somehow I knew it was aware of me, watching the house, watching me. As if reading my thoughts, it shifted slightly, and I caught a glimpse of its face in the faint starlight. A long, elongated muzzle, ears that came to sharp points, and eyes that reflected the distant porch light with an unnatural silvery glow. I jerked back from the window, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my temples. My palms were slick with sweat, making me adjust my grip on the Glock. "Earl?" Sullivan called from the kitchen, his voice tight with tension. "What is it?" I didn't answer immediately, taking another quick glance through the window. The figure was gone. "I thought I saw something," I said, returning to the kitchen, "by the oak tree, but it's gone now." Sullivan's face was ashen in the harsh kitchen light. "The dog knows something's out there. Look at him." Max had positioned himself between us and the back door, body rigid, teeth bared in a silent snarl. Every few seconds a tremor would run through him, but he held his ground, eyes fixed on the mudroom as if expecting something to burst through at any moment. "We should call for backup," Sullivan suggested, clutching his shotgun like a lifeline. I shook my head. "Takes 20 minutes for anyone to get out here from town, and that's if they leave immediately. By then..." I didn't finish the thought. We both knew what I meant. We waited in tense silence, minutes stretching like hours. At 10:17, Max suddenly stopped growling and cocked his head, ears perked forward. A moment later, I heard it too, a scratching sound like claws on wood coming from the front of the house. "It's on the porch," Sullivan whispered, rising from his chair. I motioned for him to stay put and moved carefully into the darkened living room. The front windows were covered with heavy curtains, but a thin strip of glass remained visible on either side. I approached the nearest one, pressing myself against the wall as I edged closer to the gap. The porch light cast just enough illumination for me to see a portion of the wooden boards and the first step leading up to it. At first I saw nothing unusual. Then a shadow moved across the light, something large passing by the window. The scratching came again, followed by a soft thump against the front door. Then silence. I held my position, barely breathing, waiting for the next sound. What came instead was worse than any noise could have been. a smell seeping through the cracks around the door. The same musky, alien odor I'd encountered at the den in the woods, but stronger now, mixed with the metallic scent of fresh blood. My radio crackled suddenly, making me jump. "Sheriff Lawson, this is dispatch. Come in, Sheriff." Molly's voice, thin and distant. I fumbled for the radio at my hip, keeping my eyes fixed on the door. "This is Lawson," I whispered. "Go ahead, dispatch. Just checking in, Sheriff. Everything all right out there?" Before I could answer, something hit the door. Not a knock or a scratch, but a solid impact that made the wood groan and the hinges rattle. Another blow followed, harder this time. The door frame cracked. "Earl," Sullivan called from the kitchen, voice rising in panic. "Get upstairs," I shouted, abandoning any pretense of quiet. "Now!" The third impact splintered the wood around the deadbolt. I raised my weapon, aiming at the widening crack in the door. "Sheriff, what's happening?" Molly's voice came through the radio again. "Send backup to Sullivan's ranch," I barked into the receiver. "Armed response now." The door gave way with a crash of splintering wood. What stood in the opening defied everything I thought I knew about the natural world. It towered in the doorframe, at least 7 feet tall, its body a nightmarish fusion of wolf and man. Fur covered most of its frame, dark, matted in places with what looked like dried blood. Its legs were bent backward at the knee like a canine's, but it stood upright on 2 massive pawed feet. The arms were too long for its body, ending in hands that were somewhere between paws and human fingers, each tipped with a curved claw that gleamed in the porch light. But it was the face that paralyzed me with terror. The elongated muzzle was filled with teeth too numerous and jagged to belong to any natural animal. Eyes like polished silver coins reflected the light without pupils or irises. And the expression, there was intelligence there, a calculating awareness that went beyond animal instinct. I fired. The shot echoed deafeningly in the confined space, and I saw the creature jerk as the bullet struck its shoulder. But it didn't fall. It didn't even flinch. Instead, it opened its jaws and released that same unearthly howl I'd heard in the woods, the sound so loud and discordant in the small room that I felt it vibrate through my bones. Sullivan appeared in the kitchen doorway, shotgun raised. He fired without hesitation, the blast deafening in the confined space. The creature staggered backwards, dark fluid spraying from its chest, but it didn't go down. It snarled, a sound so deep and menacing it seemed to come from the earth itself. "Run!" I shouted, firing again, aiming for the head this time. The bullet struck the creature's jaw, tearing away a chunk of flesh. It roared in pain and anger, lunging forward with terrifying speed. I dove to the side, feeling the rush of air as claws swept through the space where I'd been standing. Sullivan fired again, pumping the shotgun and discharging another round in rapid succession. The creature turned its attention to him, moving with a fluid grace that belied its massive size. I scrambled to my feet, firing twice more at the thing's back. It spun around faster than anything that size should be able to move, one massive arm sweeping out and catching me across the chest. The impact sent me flying into the wall, the breath knocked from my lungs, my gun clattering to the floor. Through blurred vision, I saw Sullivan backing toward the kitchen, trying to chamber another round as the creature advanced on him. I tried to call out a warning, but could only manage a wheezing gasp as I struggled to draw breath. The creature cornered Sullivan against the kitchen counter. I watched in horror as it reached out with one massive hand, almost delicately, and plucked the shotgun from Sullivan's grip, tossing it aside like a toy. "Bert," I finally managed to gasp, searching desperately for my fallen weapon. Sullivan's eyes met mine for a brief, terrible moment, a look of resignation and fear that I'll never forget. Then he did the last thing I expected. He charged, lowering his shoulder and slamming into the creature's midsection with all his weight. The move caught the thing by surprise. It staggered backward, off balance for just a moment, long enough for Sullivan to shout, "Run, Earl, get out now." I had found my gun, fingers closing around the grip as Sullivan grappled with the monster. I raised it, trying to get a clear shot, but they were moving too much, Sullivan's body blocking any clean shot I might have had. The creature recovered quickly. With a snarl, it wrapped those unnaturally long arms around Sullivan, lifting him off his feet. I heard the sickening crack of bones breaking, saw Sullivan's face contort in agony. "Go!" he managed to gasp, blood bubbling from his lips. I fired anyway, the bullet catching the creature in what would have been a kidney on a human. It howled again, but didn't release Sullivan. Instead, it turned and with horrifying speed, bounded toward the shattered front door, Sullivan still clutched in its grasp. I staggered after them, firing again and again until my magazine was empty. In the doorway, I caught one last glimpse of them, the creature loping across the yard on all fours now, Sullivan's limp form clutched in its jaws like a wolf carrying a rabbit. Then they disappeared into the darkness, swallowed by the night and the waiting forest beyond. I stood there gasping for breath, empty gun still raised as the distant sound of sirens began to wail across the countryside. Too little, too late. Max crept from his hiding place under the kitchen table, whimpering softly as he pressed against my leg. I reached down automatically to comfort him, my hand coming away wet with blood. My blood from claw marks across my ribs I hadn't even felt in the chaos. As the adrenaline began to fade, pain rushed in to replace it, along with a numbing realization. I had just witnessed something impossible, something that shouldn't exist in our rational modern world, and it had taken Bert Sullivan into the darkness to die. The first police car arrived 12 minutes later. Rick Jensen, looking pale and still sick, followed shortly by 2 state troopers and an ambulance. By then, I had reloaded my weapon and was sitting on the porch steps. Max huddled beside me, both of us staring at the forest that had swallowed Sullivan whole. "Sheriff?" Rick approached cautiously, taking in my bloodied shirt and vacant expression. "What happened here?" I looked up at him, struggling to find words that wouldn't sound like complete madness. How could I explain what I'd seen? What would happen if I tried? "Animal attack," I said finally, the words tasting bitter in my mouth. "Some kind of predator. It took Sullivan into the woods." Rick's eyes widened as he took in the shattered door, the bullet holes in the walls, the splashes of dark blood on the porch boards. "What kind of animal does this and survives multiple gunshots?" "I don't know," I answered truthfully. "But we need to organize a search party, now. Sullivan might still be alive." Even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. No one could have survived the injuries I'd seen inflicted, the crushing grip of those inhuman arms. But I couldn't bring myself to say it out loud, to admit that I had watched a man die and been powerless to stop it. As the paramedics treated the wounds on my chest and the state troopers began to secure the scene, I found myself returning again and again to the image of that creature standing in the doorway, its impossible proportions, those silver eyes reflecting the light, the intelligence behind them that went beyond animal instinct. Sullivan's words echoed in my mind. Shunka Warakin, the carrying-off dog of Lakota legend, a creature that walked on 2 legs when it wanted, 4 when it needed to run. A hunter of humans. I had always prided myself on being a rational man, someone who believed in what he could see and touch and prove. But that night in Sullivan's farmhouse, staring into the eyes of something that defied rational explanation, I was forced to confront a terrifying possibility, that our comfortable assumptions about the world might be dangerously incomplete, and that some of the old legends whispered around campfires might contain more truth than we were prepared to admit. Dawn broke over Crawford with a sense of unreality. The state police had set up a command post at Sullivan's ranch. Officers and volunteers gathered in the yard where, just hours before, I had watched a monster carry a man into the darkness. I sat in the back of an ambulance, refusing further treatment despite the paramedics' insistence that my wounds needed stitches. The claw marks across my ribs had been cleaned and bandaged, but they were the least of my concerns. I hadn't slept, couldn't sleep, the images from the night before playing on continuous loop behind my eyes. Captain James Reinhardt of the Nebraska State Police approached, his expression carefully neutral. We'd known each other for years, had fished the same rivers and attended the same law enforcement conferences. Now he looked at me like I was a puzzle he couldn't quite figure out. "Earl," he nodded, handing me a cup of coffee from the thermos someone had thought to bring. "You feeling up to walking me through this again?" I took the coffee, grateful for something to do with my hands. "Not much more to tell, Jim. I already gave my statement." He glanced at his notepad. "So you're sticking with unidentified predator. Not a bear, not a mountain lion, not a wolf. You saw the door," I said flatly. You saw what it did to Sullivan's house. What else could it be? Reinhardt didn't answer immediately, his eyes moving to the tree line where search teams were gathering, dogs straining at their leashes. The forensics team found some interesting tracks, nothing they can identify, and the blood samples. He trailed off, frowning. What about them? He shook his head. Lab says they're inconclusive, some kind of contamination apparently. They want to run more tests. I wasn't surprised. Whatever that creature was, I doubted it would fit neatly into any scientific classification. We'll find Sullivan, Reinhardt said with a confidence I knew was false. These woods aren't that big. Whatever took him couldn't have gone far. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. I hadn't told them everything. Not about the den in the hollow, not about the human remains I'd found there. I'd convinced myself it was to avoid causing a panic, but the truth was simpler and more selfish. I was afraid they wouldn't believe me. The search began in earnest as the sun climbed higher. 4 teams, each with tracking dogs and armed officers, spread out in different directions from Sullivan's property. I insisted on joining the team heading toward the hollow, despite Reinhardt's objections about my injuries. You need rest, Earl, he argued. Let us handle this. I know these woods better than anyone, I countered, and I saw where it went. I'm coming. He relented eventually, perhaps recognizing that I needed to be part of this, needed to see it through to whatever conclusion waited in those trees. Our team consisted of myself, 2 state troopers named Barton and Collins, and a local game warden, Martinez, with his tracking dog, a German shepherd named Rex. The dog picked up the scent quickly, leading us along the same path I'd taken the day before, toward the stream and beyond. As we moved deeper into the forest, the events of the previous night began to feel almost dreamlike, separated from reality by the bright morning sunlight filtering through the trees. Birds sang overhead, squirrels chattered, insects buzzed among the wildflowers. It was hard to reconcile this peaceful woodland scene with the horror that had unfolded in Sullivan's living room. How much further to this hollow you mentioned? Barton asked, adjusting the strap of his rifle. Another mile or so, I replied. The tracks I found yesterday led straight there. Martinez frowned, watching his dog work. Rex is acting strange. He's got the scent, but he's nervous. Never seen him like this before. The shepherd had his nose to the ground but kept looking up, ears alert, body tense. Every few yards he would stop, hackles rising, before Martinez urged him forward again. We reached the stream around noon. The water ran clear now, no sign of the deer carcass I'd found the day before. But Rex led us to the spot anyway, whining and circling in obvious distress. Something died here recently, Martinez confirmed, examining the ground. See these marks? Something was dragged away, recently. Collins, the younger of the 2 troopers, shifted uncomfortably. What kind of animal carries off its kills? Most predators will if they're disturbed, Martinez replied. Mountain lions especially. This wasn't a mountain lion, I said quietly. They all looked at me, but no one argued. They'd seen the destruction at Sullivan's house, the door torn from its hinges, the claw marks gouged into solid oak. We crossed the stream and continued toward the hollow, Rex growing increasingly agitated as we approached. When we reached the edge of the clearing with the ancient oak, he stopped completely, refusing to go further despite Martinez's commands. He's never done this before, the warden said, clearly troubled. Something about this place has him spooked. Looking at the massive oak with new eyes, I could understand the dog's reluctance. In daylight, the tree had an ominous presence, its gnarled branches spreading like arthritic fingers over the clearing. The hollowed area beneath its roots gaped like an open wound in the earth. That's it, I said, pointing. The den I found yesterday. Barton approached cautiously, rifle at the ready. Looks like something's been using it all right. Recent activity, too. I hung back, a knot of dread forming in my stomach. I didn't want to see inside that hollow again. Didn't want to confront the evidence of what lurked in these woods. But I forced myself forward anyway, standing beside Barton as he shone his flashlight into the dark opening. The beam illuminated empty space. The human artifacts I'd seen yesterday, the buttons, the watch, the boot, were gone. The bones, the jaw fragment with teeth still attached, all vanished. The den had been cleared out, leaving only disturbed earth and deep claw marks in the soil. It knows we're looking for it, I murmured. It moved everything. Collins gave me a strange look. You're talking like this thing can think, Sheriff. Like it's intelligent. I met his gaze steadily. You didn't see its eyes. An uncomfortable silence fell over the group, broken only by Rex's continued whining. Finally, Martinez spoke up. There's something else you should see. Over here. He led us to the far side of the clearing, where the ground sloped upward toward a rocky outcropping. At the base of the rocks, partially concealed by ferns and moss, lay a small opening, a natural cave entrance, barely large enough for a man to crawl through. Looks like our friend might have a backup home, Martinez observed, directing his flashlight into the dark passage. This goes back quite a ways. I felt a cold certainty settle over me. Sullivan's in there. Barton looked skeptical. We don't know that, Earl. Could be another animal den entirely. It's in there, I insisted. Both of them. I can feel it. Collins exchanged a glance with the other men. Should we call for backup? That would be the protocol, Barton agreed. We're not equipped for cave exploration. I stared at the dark opening, remembering Sullivan's face in that final moment, his shout for me to run. Time was something he didn't have. You call it in, I decided. I'm going to take a look. Earl, that's not, Barton began, but I cut him off. I'm not going in deep, just a quick reconnaissance while we wait for backup. Before they could argue further, I removed my equipment belt, gun holster, radio, handcuffs, keeping only my flashlight and sidearm. The cave entrance was tight, requiring me to get down on hands and knees, but it opened up after a few feet into a passage tall enough to crouch in. The air inside was cool and damp, with that same musky odor I'd come to associate with the creature, though fainter here, mixed with the mineral smell of wet stone. My flashlight beam showed a tunnel extending maybe 30 feet before curving out of sight. I moved cautiously, every sense alert for any sound or movement ahead. Water dripped somewhere in the darkness, the sound echoing off the stone walls. My breathing seemed unnaturally loud in the confined space. The tunnel wound deeper into the hillside before opening into a larger chamber, perhaps 15 feet across at its widest point. My light picked out natural shelves in the rock walls, and on these, I froze, breath catching in my throat. The shelves held objects, dozens of them arranged with an eerie precision. A collection, I realized with growing horror. Trophies, watches, rings, eyeglasses, wallets. A child's stuffed bear, matted and stained. A woman's shoe with the heel broken off. A man's belt with the buckle still attached. And other items, more personal, more disturbing. A locket containing a family photo, a wedding ring, a partial denture with several gold teeth. But most chilling of all were the bones. Human bones, cleaned and arranged by size on the lower shelves. Finger bones, ribs, vertebrae. A complete human skull stared back at me from the highest shelf, its empty eye sockets accusing in the harsh beam of my flashlight. I backed away, fighting the urge to run, to get as far from this macabre display as possible. But I had come for Sullivan, and I wouldn't leave without knowing his fate. The chamber had 3 other passages leading from it. I chose the one that seemed most recently disturbed, judging by the marks on the dusty floor. It narrowed quickly, forcing me to hunch lower as I followed its twisting path deeper into the earth. The passage ended abruptly in another small chamber, this one barely 8 feet across. My light swept the space, catching on a dark shape huddled against the far wall. Sullivan, or what remained of him. He lay on his side, body contorted in a way that told me his spine had been broken. His chest had been torn open, much like the cow in his pasture, ribs splayed outward, internal organs removed. His face was untouched, eyes closed as if in sleep, an oddly peaceful expression that contrasted horribly with the violence done to his body. I stood frozen, unable to move, unable to look away. This was my fault. I had brought this on him by investigating the cow, by following the tracks into the woods. If I had left it alone, called in experts immediately instead of playing detective. A sound reached me from somewhere deeper in the cave system, a scraping, like claws on stone, followed by a low, rumbling growl that raised the hair on my arms. It was still here, and it knew I had found its lair. I backed out of the chamber, moving as quietly as possible, heart hammering in my chest. The main trophy room was just ahead, and beyond that, the tunnel that led to daylight and safety. I never made it that far. As I entered the larger chamber, my light caught movement on the far side, a massive shape unfolding itself from a recess in the wall I hadn't noticed before. The creature rose to its full height, silver eyes reflecting my flashlight beam like mirrors, lips drawn back from those terrible teeth in what almost looked like a smile. It had been waiting for me. Perhaps it had been waiting all along. I raised my gun, knowing even as I did that it would be useless. The creature had survived multiple gunshots the night before, had shrugged them off like insect bites, but it was all I had. "Back off," I growled, trying to keep my voice steady. "Don't come any closer." The thing tilted its head, an oddly human gesture of curiosity. Then it did something that chilled me more than any snarl or roar could have. It spoke, not in words, not in any language I recognized. The sound was a series of clicks and growls modulated in a way that suggested meaning, purpose, communication. I fired. The shot was deafening in the confined space, the flash momentarily blinding me. When my vision cleared, the creature was still there, a dark stain spreading across its shoulder where the bullet had struck. It looked down at the wound, then back at me, and made that sound again, those clicks and growls that seemed almost like language. Then it charged. I emptied my magazine, each shot finding its mark, each one doing as little to stop the monster as the first. It reached me before I could reload, one massive hand closing around my gun arm with crushing force. I felt bones grinding together, felt tendons stretching to their limit as the creature lifted me off my feet with terrifying ease. Those silver eyes studied me at close range, reflecting my own terrified face back at me. I could smell its breath, the rank odor of rotting meat and something else, something chemical and alien. This is it, I thought. This is how I die. But the killing blow never came. Instead, the creature lowered me until my feet touched the ground again, still maintaining its grip on my arm. It leaned in closer, nose twitching as it sniffed at my face, my hair, my neck. Then it released me suddenly, pushing me toward the tunnel that led out of the cave. It made that strange sound once more, longer this time, more complex in its patterns. And though I couldn't understand the sounds, the meaning seemed clear enough. Go. I didn't question the reprieve. Clutching my bruised arm, I backed toward the exit, never taking my eyes off the creature. It watched me go, making no move to follow, those silver eyes tracking my retreat until I reached the narrow passage that led to the surface. I crawled through it frantically, emerging into the sunshine to find Barton, Collins, and Martinez waiting anxiously, weapons drawn. "Earl?" Collins rushed forward. "We heard shots. What happened?" I stared at them, then back at the cave entrance, struggling to find words for what I'd just experienced. My arm throbbed where the creature had gripped it, already bruising into a perfect outline of its massive hand. "Sullivan's dead," I managed finally, "and it's still in there." Barton raised his radio. "I'm calling in the tactical team. We'll seal off this entrance until they arrive." I shook my head, mind racing. "No, we need to clear out, all of us, now." "What? Earl, we can't just leave it in there," Martinez protested. "Especially if it killed Sullivan. We need to neutralize the threat." "You don't understand," I insisted, backing away from the cave. "It let me go. It could have killed me, but it didn't. It let me go." They were looking at me strangely now, doubtfully. I couldn't blame them. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't have believed it either. "Sheriff," Collins said carefully, "maybe you should sit down. You've had a shock." Before I could respond, a new sound emerged from the cave entrance. That same series of clicks and growls I'd heard underground, but louder now, echoing across the clearing. Rex whined and backed away, straining at his leash. "What the hell is that?" Barton whispered, raising his rifle. "It's talking," I said, the realization hitting me fully for the first time. "That's its language." A shadow appeared at the cave mouth, and then the creature emerged, unfolding its massive frame from the narrow opening with an unnatural grace. Sunlight fell across its features, revealing details I'd missed in the darkness of Sullivan's house and the cave. The mottled pattern of its fur, the scarred tissue around its muzzle, the intelligence in those reflective eyes. Barton and Collins opened fire immediately, their rifles thundering in the quiet clearing. The creature staggered under the impact but didn't fall. Instead, it dropped to all fours and with that same terrible speed I'd witnessed before, bounded across the clearing and into the deeper forest, disappearing among the trees before anyone could get off another shot. We stood in stunned silence, the echo of gunfire fading among the trees. Rex whined and pulled at his leash, desperate to be away from this place. I couldn't blame him. "What the hell was that thing?" Collins breathed, hands shaking as he reloaded his rifle. Barton's face had gone pale beneath his tan. "I've been a state trooper for 17 years. I've never seen anything move that fast, especially not after taking multiple shots." Martinez was staring at the tree line where the creature had vanished. "That wasn't natural. No animal I know of looks like that or moves like that." I remained silent, my mind still trying to process what had happened in the cave. The creature had spared me, had examined me, recognized me perhaps, and then deliberately let me go. Why? What made me different from Sullivan, from the other victims whose remains decorated its lair? And that sound it made, those complex patterns of clicks and growls. Not animal noises, but a form of communication, a language. "We need to report this," Barton decided, raising his radio again. "Get every available unit out here, maybe bring in the National Guard." "And tell them what?" I asked quietly. "That we found a 7-foot-tall wolfman living in a cave, that it collects human trophies and speaks its own language? They'll think we're crazy." "We have evidence," Collins argued. "The cave, Sullivan's body, the tracks." I shook my head. "It's not enough, not for something like this." I gestured toward my arm, where the bruises were darkening into the unmistakable shape of a massive hand. "Even this won't convince them unless they see it for themselves." Barton studied me for a long moment. "What are you suggesting, Earl? That we cover this up?" "No," I said firmly, "but we need to be careful how we report it. Say it was a rogue bear, unusually large, possibly diseased. That explains the aggression, the strange appearance, why bullets didn't stop it immediately." "A bear didn't do what I just saw," Martinez objected. "I know," I agreed, "but it's a lot more believable than the truth. And it will keep people out of these woods while we figure out what to do." They didn't like it, but they understood. We'd all seen the same impossible thing, and none of us were eager to be labeled as the officers who claimed to have encountered a monster in the Nebraska woods. We retreated from the hollow, making our way back to Sullivan's farm in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see that tall figure following us through the trees. But the forest remained still, peaceful in the afternoon sunlight, betraying nothing of the horrors it concealed. By the time we reached the command post, our story was set. A large bear, possibly a grizzly though they weren't native to the area, unusually aggressive, possibly rabid or protecting cubs. Sullivan had been attacked in his home, dragged into the woods and killed. We had found his remains in a cave and been charged by the bear, which escaped despite multiple shots fired. Reinhardt didn't believe us, I could see it in his eyes. But he didn't challenge the report either. Perhaps he understood that some truths were too strange, too threatening to the orderly world we thought we lived in. Or perhaps he simply didn't want to deal with the paperwork that would come with a more fantastic explanation. Sullivan's body was recovered that evening, brought out of the cave in a body bag that couldn't quite contain the horror of what had been done to him. The coroner would later attribute the unusual nature of his wounds to animal feeding behavior, though he noted privately to me that he'd never seen a bear kill quite like that. A statewide alert was issued warning of a dangerous, possibly rabid bear in the Crawford area. Hunting parties were organized, trail cameras set up, warnings posted at the entrances to Crawford Woods. For weeks afterward, the forests around town echoed with gunshots as hunters sought the dangerous predator, hoping for the bounty that had been placed on its head. They never found it, of course. Whatever that creature was, it was far too intelligent to be caught by conventional means. I suspected it had left the area entirely, moving deeper into the wilderness where human intrusion was rare. But sometimes, on particularly quiet nights, I would hear that sound again. That complex pattern of clicks and growls that wasn't quite animal, wasn't quite human, echoing from the distant forest. And I would wonder what it was trying to say, and why it had chosen to let me live when so many others had died in its savage embrace. 3 months after what became known locally as the Crawford bear attack, I turned in my badge. The official reason was stress and lingering trauma from the incident. a convenient explanation that everyone accepted without question. The truth, as always, was more complicated. I couldn't do the job anymore, not because of fear or psychological damage, though God knows I had plenty of both. I couldn't be Sheriff Lawson, upholder of law and rational order, while carrying the knowledge that the world was not as orderly or rational as we pretended it was. How could I write parking tickets and settle domestic disputes when I knew that something impossible lurked in the woods outside town? How could I enforce human laws when I'd looked into the eyes of a creature that existed outside all human understanding? My last day in the office, Molly brought in a cake. Rick Jensen gave me a fishing rod I'd admired months earlier. Mayor Wilson made a speech about dedication and service. I accepted their gifts and well wishes with a smile that felt painted on, desperate to be away from their concern and curiosity. That night, alone in my house with the doors locked and windows secured, I packed what I could fit in my truck and prepared to leave Crawford forever. I had accepted a job as security manager at a casino in Kansas, a position that promised routine and predictability, qualities my life had been sorely lacking since that day at Sullivan's Ranch. But before I left, I had one last task to complete. The cave in Crawford Woods had been sealed after Sullivan's body was recovered. Concrete poured into the entrance to prevent curious teenagers or amateur monster hunters from exploring its depths. But the den beneath the ancient oak remained open, its secrets exposed to anyone who knew where to look. I went there one last time, armed with a shovel, a can of gasoline, and a determination to destroy whatever evidence remained of the creature's presence. If I couldn't comprehend what I'd encountered, I could at least try to protect others from making the same discovery. The hollow looked different in the fading evening light, less sinister, more melancholy. The great oak stood sentinel as it had for centuries, indifferent to the horrors that had unfolded beneath its branches. The hollowed area under its roots gaped empty, cleared out by the creature before it fled. I worked methodically, filling in the hollow with earth, then dousing the area with gasoline. I wasn't sure fire would prevent the creature from returning, if it even wanted to return, but it seemed important somehow to cleanse this place, to reclaim it for the natural world. As I struck the match, a sound reached me from deep in the forest, that familiar pattern of clicks and growls that had haunted my dreams for months. I froze, match burning down toward my fingers, head swiveling to peer into the gathering darkness between the trees. Nothing moved. No silver eyes reflected the dying sunlight, but I knew it was there, watching me from some hidden vantage point, observing this final act of my time in Crawford. "I'm leaving," I said aloud, feeling foolish for speaking to the empty forest, but compelled to say the words anyway. "I won't be coming back, and I won't tell anyone about you." Silence answered me. The match burned down to my fingers, and I dropped it onto the gasoline-soaked earth. Flames roared up immediately, casting dancing shadows across the clearing and sending a column of dark smoke into the twilight sky. I backed away from the fire, keeping my eyes on the tree line. As the flames illuminated the forest edge, I caught a glimpse of movement, a tall figure standing just beyond the reach of the firelight, silhouetted against the darkness. We regarded each other across the clearing, two beings from different worlds, connected by an experience neither of us could fully comprehend. Then it raised one massive hand in what might have been a gesture of farewell, or perhaps a warning to stay away, before melting back into the shadows of the forest that was its home. I drove out of Crawford that night and never returned. The casino job in Kansas proved to be exactly what I had hoped for: mundane, predictable, safe. I bought a small house on the outskirts of Topeka, started fishing again on weekends, even began dating a kind-hearted waitress who worked at the diner across from the casino. Life settled into a new routine, one that allowed me to almost forget what I had seen in those Nebraska woods. Almost, but not quite. The dreams came less frequently now, but they still came. Vivid nightmares of silver eyes watching me from the darkness, of Sullivan's broken body in that underground chamber, of long arms reaching for me with inhuman strength. I would wake gasping for breath, sheets soaked with sweat, the phantom sound of clicks and growls echoing in my bedroom. Sometimes I would read news reports from northwestern Nebraska, scanning for any mention of unusual animal attacks or missing hikers. There were a few incidents over the years: a hunting party that disappeared without trace in 2005, A forest ranger found dead under strange circumstances in 2007. A family of campers who vanished from their site in 2010, leaving behind a tent shredded by what authorities called bear activity. Each time I considered calling the Crawford Sheriff's Office, now run by Rick Jensen. Each time I put down the phone without dialing. What could I tell them that wouldn't sound like the ravings of a man broken by trauma? And what good would it do except to brand me as the crazy ex-sheriff who claimed to have seen a monster? So I kept my silence, carried my knowledge like a stone in my chest, and tried to build a life around the hollow space it created. Until today. This morning I received a package, no return address, postmarked from Crawford. Inside was a small wooden box, intricately carved with a pattern I didn't recognize. And inside the box, nestled on a bed of dried pine needles, lay a single item, a silver pocket watch, Sullivan's watch, the one he always carried, the one that had belonged to his grandfather before him, the one that should have been either buried with him or locked away in an evidence locker somewhere. Along with it was a sheet of paper bearing a single sentence, written in a shaky hand I recognized as Molly's. It's back. I sit now at my kitchen table, the watch gleaming in the afternoon light, its tarnished surface reflecting my own troubled expression. The hour is growing late. Soon the sun will set and darkness will fall across the land, bringing with it all the nameless things that prowl beyond the edge of firelight. I should call someone, Rick perhaps, or the state police, or even the FBI. I should warn them about what waits in those woods, about silver eyes and impossible strength and a language made of clicks and growls. But who would believe me? And even if they did, what could they do against something that shrugged off bullets like raindrops, that thought and planned and collected human trophies like a Victorian gentleman collecting butterflies? No, this is my burden to bear, my knowledge to carry, my monster to face. I've already packed my truck, clothes, supplies, my old service weapon cleaned and loaded, a map with Crawford circled in red. I'll drive through the night, reach Nebraska by morning, and then, I don't know what I'll do then. Confront it? Warn the townspeople? Flee again to some more distant place? All I know is that I can't ignore this summons, this reminder that what happened in those woods was real, and that it remains unfinished. Because the creature let me go that day in the cave. It recognized me, examined me, and then deliberately set me free when it could have easily added me to its collection of bones and trinkets. That wasn't mercy. I'm not naive enough to attribute human emotions to something so fundamentally alien. It was selection, choice, purpose. And now, 3 years later, it wants me to know it's still there, watching, waiting. For what, I can't begin to guess, but I intend to find out. So if you're reading this account, it means one of two things. Either I've returned safely and chosen to share my story at last, or I've gone back to those Nebraska woods and never emerged again. Either way, consider this a warning. There are things in this world that defy explanation, that exist in the shadows between what we know and what we fear to know. And sometimes they have silver eyes that reflect the light like mirrors, and a language made of clicks and growls, and hands strong enough to crush a man's bones like twigs. Sometimes they remember you. I am Earl Lawson, former sheriff of Crawford, Nebraska, and I'm going back to the woods. My name's Dawson Palmer, and for the past 15 years I've been hauling goods up and down the winding roads of the Midwest. It's not the most glamorous job, but it pays well, and it gives me time to think, which is good and bad depending on the day. This job has a way of being lonely, just you, the hum of the engine, and the endless stretch of road. But that's how I like it. The cab of my Peterbilt had become more of a home than my actual house, a small ranch-style place outside Omaha that I'd see maybe twice a month. The rest of the time it was just me and 18 wheels against the world. I decorated the interior with a few personal touches, a small dashboard bobblehead of a trucker that my sister had given me years ago, a weathered photograph of my parents tucked into the visor, and a dream catcher hanging from the rearview mirror. Not that it helped with the dreams much. I was assigned a new route that took me through some back roads in Nebraska. You know the type, small towns with names you can't remember, where the only landmark is a run-down diner and a gas station with one pump. The kind of place where strangers stand out and everyone knows each other's business. My dispatcher Benny had called me the night before. "Got a special one for you, Palmer," he'd said, his voice crackling through my phone. "Bunch of farm equipment needs to get to Scottsbluff. Client's paying extra if we can get it there by tomorrow night." "What's the catch?" I asked, knowing Benny too well. "Route's a bit unconventional. You'll be cutting through some real quiet country. GPS signal gets spotty out there too." I should have said no, should have told him to give it to someone else. But the promise of a bonus was too tempting, and I figured I'd seen every backwater road Nebraska had to offer. I was wrong. The morning had been uneventful as I loaded up in Lincoln. Clear skies, comfortable temperature, perfect driving conditions. The rig was handling well, and I made good time for the first few hours. I even allowed myself to think I might finish early. But as I pushed further west, cutting across the heart of Nebraska on roads that barely registered on my GPS, the sky began to darken with a storm brewing on the horizon. Dark, anvil-shaped clouds rolled in from the west, transforming the bright day into something ominous. The radio crackled in and out with weather warnings urging drivers to seek shelter. "Severe thunderstorm warning for the following counties," the automated voice announced before dissolving into static. I twisted the dial, trying to catch the rest of the message, but all I got was white noise interspersed with fragments of words. I kept on, figuring I'd find a place to pull over soon enough. The rational part of my brain said I should find a truck stop and wait it out, but I'd driven through storms before. Besides, the longer I delayed, the less that bonus would mean. By late afternoon, the storm was in full swing. Sheets of rain pounded my windshield, the wipers barely keeping up with the deluge. Wind pushed against the rig, making it a battle to stay on the road. Lightning flashed across the sky in jagged streaks, illuminating the barren landscape in brief electric blue snapshots. The road narrowed, winding through hills that seemed to appear out of nowhere. My knuckles whitened as I gripped the steering wheel, fighting to keep the truck from sliding off the increasingly slick asphalt. I'd made a mistake pushing forward, but turning around wasn't an option anymore. I was miles from any town when I spotted a flickering neon sign in the distance. "Roy's Auto Repair and Motel," it read, though half the letters weren't lighting up properly. It was the first sign of civilization I'd seen in hours. Figuring it was better than being blown off the road, I pulled in. The place was a dive. The parking lot was cracked asphalt reclaimed by weeds, with potholes deep enough to swallow a tire. The garage was filled with rusted-out cars that looked like they hadn't moved in decades. The motel itself was a single-story L-shaped building with peeling paint and shutters hanging at odd angles. It looked like it hadn't seen a guest in years. But it had a roof, and that was good enough for me. I parked the rig out back where the lot was wider, the massive tires sinking slightly into the mud. The rain hammered against the metal of the truck as I grabbed my overnight bag and made a dash for the office. A bell jangled discordantly as I pushed open the door, shaking the water from my jacket. The office smelled of cigarettes and something else, something older and less pleasant, like meat left too long in the sun. A dusty ceiling fan spun lazily overhead, doing little to circulate the stagnant air. "Hello?" I called out, water pooling around my boots on the linoleum floor. A door behind the counter swung open, and a man emerged from the back room. Roy, if that was even his real name, was a wiry old man with greasy overalls and a toothpick dangling from the corner of his mouth. His face was deeply lined, like cracked leather left in the desert sun, and his eyes were small and dark, nearly hidden beneath bushy gray eyebrows. He barely looked up when I asked for a room, just slid a key across the counter and mumbled something about paying in cash. The rate was cheap, too cheap, but I didn't argue. "Storm's supposed to pass by morning," he said, his voice like gravel being crushed. "You'll want room 8, furthest from the road." "Thanks," I replied, taking the key. It was attached to a faded plastic tag with the number 8 stamped into it. "You get many truckers through here?" Roy's expression didn't change. "Not many folks at all these days. Highway bypass killed this place years ago." He gestured vaguely to a faded map on the wall. "You're 10 miles off the main route." That didn't sound right. According to my GPS, this road was a perfectly legitimate shortcut to Scottsbluff. But looking at the ancient map with its yellowed edges and outdated road markers, I realized Roy might be right. This road wasn't meant for commercial traffic. "There a place to eat around here?" I asked. "Miller's Diner, about half a mile back the way you came. Only thing open past 6 in these parts." I nodded my thanks and headed back into the rain, the key clutched in my hand, feeling inexplicably cold against my skin. Room 8 was at the far end of the motel, tucked around the corner where the L-shaped building bent back on itself. The lock stuck, requiring a firm jiggle before the door swung open with a creak that seemed to echo in the empty lot. The room was exactly what I expected, dingy with a musty smell and faded wallpaper peeling at the edges. A double bed with a sagging mattress dominated the space, covered by a bedspread that might have been burgundy once but had faded to a sickly brown. A metal desk and chair sat in one corner, and a TV that looked like it belonged in a museum occupied the other. The bathroom door was ajar, revealing cracked tiles and a shower with permanent rust stains. I dropped my bag on the bed and took a look out the window. The rain had turned the dirt lot into a swamp, and my rig was the only vehicle in sight. Beyond it, I could make out the silhouettes of the abandoned cars in Roy's garage, their shapes distorted by the rain streaming down the glass. Something about them bothered me. They seemed arranged in an almost deliberate pattern, not haphazardly as you'd expect in a junkyard. And one of them, a station wagon with its hood up, seemed to have something inside it, something that moved. I blinked, and whatever I thought I'd seen was gone, just rain and rust and shadows playing tricks on my eyes. The storm wasn't letting up anytime soon, and the prospect of sitting alone in that room with nothing but my thoughts made my skin crawl. I decided to grab a bite at the diner Roy had mentioned. At least there I'd have some human contact, even if it was just a server taking my order. I pulled my jacket over my head and made a dash for my truck. No sense walking in this weather, even if it was just half a mile. As I climbed into the cab, I glanced back at room 8. For a moment I could have sworn I saw a face in the window, gaunt and pale, pressed against the glass. But when lightning flashed again, there was nothing there. The diner appeared through the rain like a mirage, its neon open sign a beacon in the gloom. Miller's Diner was a relic from another era with its chromed exterior and rounded corners. Inside, red vinyl booths lined the windows, and a counter with faded stools stretched along the back wall. The place was nearly empty, save for an old man at the counter and a couple huddled in a booth near the back. A tired-looking waitress with graying hair pulled into a messy bun approached as I slid into a booth. Her name tag read Vera. Deep lines etched her face, speaking of a hard life in a town that time forgot. "Coffee?" she asked, already pouring before I could answer. "Thanks," I said, accepting the mug. "What's good here?" "Nothing's good, but the burger's edible," she replied with a weariness that suggested she'd been saying the same thing for decades. I ordered the burger and settled in, watching the rain lash against the windows. The coffee was lukewarm and bitter, but it was hot enough to take the chill from my bones. In a place like this, that was all you could really ask for. The burger, when it arrived, was nothing to write home about, but it beat sitting in that grimy motel room. I ate slowly, trying to postpone my return to Roy's as long as possible. As I paid the bill, the old man sitting at the counter caught my eye. He was nursing a cup of coffee, his face hidden beneath a tattered ball cap with a faded logo I couldn't make out. His hands were gnarled and spotted with age, but they were steady as he raised the cup to his lips. "You're the trucker staying at Roy's, aren't you?" he asked without looking up. "Yeah, that's me," I replied, a little taken aback. He chuckled, a dry, raspy sound that reminded me of dead leaves skittering across pavement. "Not many folks stop there. Place has a bit of a history, you know." I waited for him to continue, curious despite myself, but he just sipped his coffee, leaving me hanging. The silence stretched between us, punctuated only by the clink of his cup against the saucer and the drone of rain on the roof. "What kind of history?" I finally asked. The old man's eyes, when they finally met mine, were pale blue and unnervingly clear in his weathered face. "The kind that sticks to you," he said cryptically. "Roy wasn't always Roy, and that motel wasn't always a motel." I wasn't in the mood for small-town ghost stories, so I tossed a few bills on the counter and headed for the door. "You take care now," he called after me, the words laced with something I couldn't quite place. Warning? Pity? Maybe both. Outside, the rain had subsided slightly, but the wind had picked up, howling through the empty parking lot and bending the trees along the road at unnatural angles. I drove back to the motel slowly, my headlights cutting through the darkness but revealing little beyond the immediate road ahead. Back at the motel, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled over me. The old man's words echoed in my mind as I locked the door behind me, sliding the flimsy chain into place for whatever minimal security it might provide. I tried the TV, but all I got was static. The storm must have knocked out the signal. I checked my phone, no service. Not surprising given how remote this place was, but it intensified the feeling of isolation that was beginning to press in on me. I lay on the bed, still fully clothed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the wind howl outside. The light fixture above swayed slightly, casting shifting shadows across the room. One shadow in particular, cast by the lamp on the bedside table, seemed to stretch and contract in a way that didn't match the movement of the light. Sleep didn't come easy, and when it did, it was restless and full of strange dreams. Dreams of endless roads that led nowhere, and dark figures that stood just beyond the reach of my headlights. In one particularly vivid moment, I dreamed I was back in my truck, but I wasn't alone. Someone, or something, was sitting in the passenger seat, its face obscured by shadows no matter how I tried to look at it. A loud banging jolted me awake in the middle of the night. I sat up, heart pounding, trying to figure out where the noise was coming from. It sounded like someone was pounding on the walls, not from outside but from inside, as if something were trapped within the very structure of the building and trying to get out. My first thought was that it was the wind, but then I heard it again. 3 deliberate knocks right outside my door. Slow, methodical, purposeful. This wasn't the random noise of a storm. Someone was there. I grabbed my flashlight and got out of bed, my bare feet hitting the cold floor. The air felt thick, oppressive, as if the oxygen had been replaced with something heavier and harder to breathe. I moved to the door, every instinct telling me to stay quiet, but I had to know. The knocking came again as I approached the door. 3 knocks, a pause, then 3 more. My hand hovered over the doorknob, my mouth dry with fear. With a surge of determination, I flicked on the flashlight and yanked the door open, ready to confront whatever waited on the other side. There was no one there, just the rain slashing against the ground and the wind whipping through the empty parking lot. I swept the flashlight beam across the area in front of my room, half expecting to see footprints in the mud, but the rain had washed everything away. I stepped outside, feeling the cold water soak into my shirt, and swept the flashlight across the lot. My rig was still there, the cab light glowing faintly through the rain. Nothing seemed out of place, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching me. Just as I was about to head back inside, I heard a voice, low, almost a whisper, coming from the direction of the garage. It was too dark to see anything clearly, but I could make out a shadowy figure near one of the wrecked cars, the same station wagon I'd noticed earlier. "Hello?" I called out, my voice nearly lost in the wind. "Who's there?" The figure didn't move or respond. It just stood there, a darker patch against the night, featureless yet somehow giving the impression of watching me intently. My flashlight flickered, the beam weakening momentarily before strengthening again. When the light steadied, the figure was gone. I spun in a circle, sweeping the light in all directions, but there was nothing to see, just rain and darkness and the hulking shapes of dead automobiles. I bolted back inside, slamming the door behind me and throwing the deadbolt. My heart was racing, and every nerve in my body was screaming that something was wrong. But I couldn't just leave. The storm was still raging, and there was nowhere else to go for miles. Even if I tried to make a run for it in my truck, the roads were treacherous, and I might end up in a ditch, or worse. I locked the door, checked the windows, and sat in the chair by the door, my flashlight clutched in one hand and my pocket knife in the other. I wouldn't sleep again that night. I couldn't. Not with the certainty that whatever I'd seen out there might be trying to get in. The hours crawled by, marked only by the steady tick of my watch and the occasional rumble of thunder. Several times I thought I heard footsteps outside my door. Slow, dragging footsteps that would approach, pause, then retreat. Once I was certain I saw the doorknob turn slightly, testing the lock. When dawn finally broke, the storm had passed, leaving behind a gray, foggy morning that did little to dispel the dread that had settled into my bones. I didn't waste any time packing up and getting the hell out of there. I grabbed my bag, not bothering to shower or even change clothes, and made for the door. The motel looked different in the wan morning light, older somehow, more decrepit than it had seemed the night before. The paint wasn't just peeling. In places it had given way to reveal older layers beneath, as if the building had been repainted many times over many years. One of those layers, visible near the foundation, looked like rust red. I dropped the key on the counter, not bothering to look for Roy. I just wanted to be back on the road, putting miles between me and this place. The office was empty anyway, the door to the back room slightly ajar, but revealing only darkness beyond. As I stepped outside, I noticed something odd about the motel sign. In the daylight, I could see that beneath the faded Roy's Auto Repair and Motel lettering, there were traces of older text. I couldn't make out what it had said before, but something about it made me shiver despite the morning warmth. I climbed into my rig and fired up the engine, the familiar rumble bringing a small measure of comfort. As I pulled out of the lot, I glanced in my rearview mirror. For just a moment, I thought I saw Roy standing in the office doorway watching me go. But it wasn't the wiry old man from the night before. This figure was taller, broader, its face obscured by shadows despite the morning light. I was a few miles out when I noticed something in the passenger seat. A small piece of paper folded neatly in half. I hadn't put it there. My hands shook as I unfolded it. Written in smudged ink were 3 words, "You'll be back." I crumpled the paper and threw it out the window, my mind racing. How had it gotten there? The truck had been locked. I was certain of it. The only explanation was that someone had broken in while I was at the diner, but that didn't make sense either. Who would break into a truck just to leave a note? The road stretched out before me, cutting through the fog like a lifeline to the world I knew. I pushed the rig harder than I should have, desperate to put distance between me and that place. Every mile that passed brought a small measure of relief, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me from Roy's, something that wasn't done with me yet. The landscape gradually changed as I headed west, the flat farmland giving way to gently rolling hills. Under normal circumstances, I might have appreciated the scenery, the way the morning sun painted the grasslands in shades of gold, the occasional farmhouse standing sentinel over fields of corn and wheat. But that day, every shadow on the roadside looked like a crouching figure. Every flutter of birds taking flight made me flinch. I stopped only once for gas at a small service station just outside a town called Hemmingford. The attendant, a young guy with acne scars and a Red Sox cap, gave me an odd look as I filled up. "You all right, mister?" he asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Just tired," I muttered, not meeting his eyes. "Long night?" "I bet," he said, glancing at my truck. "Especially coming from that direction. Did you stay in Millbrook?" The name meant nothing to me, but I seized on it. "Is that what that place is called, with the motel?" The kid's expression changed subtly. "Roy's place? Yeah, that's Millbrook, or what's left of it." He hesitated, then added, "Most truckers know to bypass that stretch. There's a reason they built the new highway." I wanted to ask more, but something in his tone warned me off. Instead, I paid for my gas and a cup of coffee that tasted like it had been sitting on the burner since yesterday, and got back on the road. By early afternoon, I reached Scottsbluff. The city rose from the plains like a mirage, the bluffs that gave it its name standing stark against the sky. I followed my GPS to the delivery address, a large agricultural supply warehouse on the outskirts of town. The customer was a friendly guy named Bert, who offered me a cup of coffee before I headed back. He seemed genuinely enthusiastic about the equipment I'd delivered, walking around the pallets with the excitement of a kid at Christmas. "This is going to change everything for us," he said, slapping one of the crates affectionately. "Been waiting on these parts for months. Surprised they sent them through the old highway, though. Most companies avoid that route." "Why's that?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Bert shrugged. "Bad road conditions, for one. Plus, there's been some incidents out that way. Trucks going missing, drivers reporting weird stuff." He must have noticed my expression because he quickly added, "Probably just stories. You know how truckers like to talk, but still the new bypass is faster anyway. We chatted a bit longer, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even in the bright, well-lit warehouse. Every time Bert looked away, I found myself scanning the shadows between the tall shelving units, half expecting to see a figure lurking there. As I climbed back into the truck, Bert called after me. "You take care on those roads. Heard about some trouble out that way." I nodded, trying to smile. "Yeah, I'll be careful." The drive back was long and uneventful, the kind that usually lulled me into a kind of meditative state where the miles disappeared beneath my wheels and my mind could wander. But that day, every shadow on the road made me jump. I kept expecting to see someone standing on the side of the road waving me down, or worse, standing in the middle of it. I deliberately took a different route back, adding nearly 100 miles to my journey to avoid passing through Millbrook again. The detour took me south and then east on major highways, well-traveled roads where other vehicles provided a comforting presence. As the sun began to set, I considered stopping for the night at a proper truck stop, the kind with bright lights, a decent diner, and other truckers around. But the thought of being stationary, of being a sitting target, made my skin crawl. Better to keep moving, to put as much distance as possible between me and whatever had happened at Roy's. Night fell, and the highway transformed into a river of headlights and taillights, flowing east through the darkness. I kept the radio loud, switching between stations whenever one began to fade into static. The voices of late-night DJs and the familiar rhythms of classic rock kept me company, warding off the silence that threatened to fill the cab with whispers of what might be following me. Somewhere in eastern Nebraska, as I crossed the Missouri River, a sense of relief washed over me. I'd made it across the entire state without incident. No mysterious figures, no inexplicable notes. Maybe what had happened at Roy's was just the product of an overactive imagination, fueled by exhaustion and the isolation of the back roads. I finally made it home that evening, pulling into my driveway well after midnight. My house looked exactly as I'd left it. A small, unassuming ranch-style home on the outskirts of Omaha. The porch light was on, just as I'd programmed it to be, and my neighbor's old retriever barked a half-hearted greeting as I cut the engine. Exhaustion hit me like a physical wave as I climbed down from the cab. I'd been driving for nearly 20 hours straight, fueled by coffee and fear. All I wanted now was a hot shower and my own bed, where I could forget about shadowy figures and mysterious notes. I grabbed my bag from the passenger seat and trudged up the walkway, fishing my house keys from my pocket. The chirp of crickets and the distant sound of traffic from the highway were comfortingly normal, grounding me in the familiar world I knew. But as I turned to back the rig into its usual spot alongside the house, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, leaning against the fence that separated my property from the empty lot next door, was a figure, a human silhouette, too dark to make out features, but unmistakably a person. This time there was no mistaking it. He was real. And he was there, waiting. Our eyes met across the yard, or at least I felt the weight of his gaze even though I couldn't see his face. For a long, suspended moment, neither of us moved. Then, without warning, he was gone, disappearing into the woods behind my house with a speed that seemed impossible. I stood frozen, keys clutched in my hand so tightly that they left imprints in my palm. Part of me wanted to chase after him, to confront whatever this was once and for all. But a deeper, primal part of me knew better. You don't chase predators into the dark. I didn't call the cops. What would I tell them? That a man I couldn't describe had been standing in my yard? That I thought he might be connected to a creepy motel hundreds of miles away? That I suspected he'd somehow broken into my locked truck to leave a threatening note? They'd think I was crazy or drunk or both. I just stood there, staring at the spot where he'd been, trying to understand what the hell was happening. Was it possible that he'd followed me all the way from Millbrook? Or was it someone local who'd broken into my truck while I was making the delivery? Neither explanation made sense, but I clung to the latter. It had to be a random act of vandalism, not something supernatural. With renewed urgency, I finished parking the rig and hurried inside, double-checking every lock and window before collapsing onto my sofa. I didn't even make it to the bedroom. Sleep claimed me where I sat, dragging me down into dreams filled with endless roads and watching eyes. The next day, I went about my usual routine, trying to convince myself that everything was normal. I mowed the lawn, did some laundry, called my sister in Des Moines. But something had changed. Every time I turned around, I half expected to see that figure lurking somewhere nearby, in the reflection of the microwave door, in the shadow behind the shower curtain, in the darkness beyond my back porch. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, watched, hunted. The rational part of my brain said I was being paranoid, that the stress of the job and the long hours on the road were catching up with me. But another part, the part that had seen that figure twice now, knew better. 3 days later, Benny called with another job. "Got a shipment heading to Kansas City," he said. "You interested?" I hesitated. The thought of getting back on the road, of being alone in the cab with nothing but darkness beyond my headlights, made my stomach knot. But I needed the money, and sitting at home jumping at shadows wasn't doing my mental health any favors. "Yeah, I'll take it," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Great, pickups tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. sharp." The drive to the depot the next morning was uneventful, the familiar streets of Omaha comforting in their mundanity. The shipment was straightforward, auto parts heading to a distribution center in Kansas City. Nothing unusual, nothing that would take me anywhere near Millbrook or any other remote back roads. As I was doing my pre-trip inspection, checking the tires and connections, I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. That feeling of being watched had returned, more intense than before. I spun around, half expecting to see the figure standing in the lot, but there was nothing. Just other truckers going about their business, loading and unloading, checking their rigs. I shook it off and climbed into the cab, settling into the driver's seat with a familiarity born of thousands of hours on the road. The key turned easily in the ignition, the engine rumbling to life with a reassuring vibration that traveled up through the seat. That's when I saw it. Taped to the steering wheel, right where I couldn't miss it, was a small piece of paper folded in half. My hands shook as I reached for it, already knowing what I would find. The same smudged ink, the same precise handwriting. 4 words that made my heart stutter in my chest. "I'm always with you." How had it gotten there? The truck had been parked in a secure lot overnight with cameras and security guards. I'd locked it before leaving, and the alarm system showed no signs of tampering. It wasn't possible for someone to break in without leaving evidence, unless they'd never left. The thought hit me like a physical blow. What if whoever, or whatever this was, had been with me all along, not following me but riding with me, hiding somewhere in the cab? I tore the truck apart, checking every storage compartment, every nook and cranny where someone might hide. I even climbed up and examined the sleeper cab, though I knew it was empty. I'd used it myself just days ago. There was nowhere a person could hide, not even a child. By the time I finished, I was sweating despite the cool morning air. The paper sat on the dashboard where I'd left it, those 4 words staring back at me with malevolent promise. "I'm always with you." That was it. I wasn't sticking around to find out what came next. This wasn't worth any paycheck, no matter how good. I radioed dispatch, told them I was sick and couldn't take the run. Benny wasn't happy, but I didn't care. I needed to get away, far away from whatever was happening. I packed a bag, loaded up my personal truck, an old Ford F-150 that had seen better days, but ran reliably enough, and hit the road, not caring where I ended up. I needed to get as far away as possible from Omaha, from my roots, from everything familiar that might connect me to whatever was stalking me. I drove south, figuring Texas was as good a place as any to disappear. It was big, anonymous, and far enough away that whatever followed me might lose the trail. My mind raced with possibilities. Who was this man? What did he want? Was he even real? Or was I losing it after all these years on the road? The isolation, the endless stretches of highway, the odd hours, they could mess with your head if you let them. But those notes were real. The figure at my fence was real. And the fear that gripped me every time I thought about it was real enough to send me fleeing across state lines with nothing but a hastily packed bag and a few $100s in cash. I drove for 3 days straight, stopping only for gas, food, and the occasional few hours of sleep at roadside motels. Even then, I didn't really rest. Every sound, footsteps in the corridor, a door closing, the hum of the ice machine, jolted me awake, heart pounding, eyes scanning the darkened room for any sign of intrusion. I avoided major highways and cities, sticking to secondary roads that wound through small towns and stretches of empty countryside. Somehow the isolation felt safer than being surrounded by strangers. At least out here, I'd see anyone approaching from a mile away. By the time I reached the Texas border, I'd convinced myself that I'd overreacted. The figure at my house was probably just some neighborhood kid curious about the big rig. The notes could have been pranks from someone at the depot who had access to my truck. Strange, malicious pranks, but explainable nonetheless. I stopped at a small roadside diner just outside Amarillo, the kind of place that served breakfast all day and didn't ask questions. The waitress, a middle-aged woman with bottle blonde hair and a smile that didn't reach her eyes, placed a steaming mug of coffee in front of me without being asked. "You look like you need it, honey," she said, pulling out a pad. "What else can I get you?" I ordered a breakfast plate, eggs, bacon, hash browns, and settled in, letting the familiar sounds of the diner wash over me. The clink of cutlery, the sizzle from the grill, the low murmur of conversation at the counter. Normal sounds, safe sounds. As I ate, I tried to plan my next move. I couldn't keep driving forever. Eventually, I'd need to stop, find work, start over. Texas seemed as good a place as any. It was big enough to get lost in, with enough demand for labor that I could find something that didn't involve long-haul trucking. That's when I noticed him. A man sitting at the counter, his back to me. There was something familiar about the set of his shoulders, the way he hunched slightly over his coffee cup. My fork froze halfway to my mouth as a cold wave of recognition washed over me. It couldn't be. It wasn't possible. I'd driven over 1,000 miles, taken random turns, stayed off the main roads. There was no way he could have followed me. As if sensing my gaze, the man stiffened slightly. Slowly, deliberately, he turned his head, just enough for me to catch a glimpse of his profile. It wasn't a clear view, just the suggestion of a nose, a cheekbone, the curve of a jaw. But it was enough to send a jolt of pure terror through my body. I couldn't see his eyes, but I felt them on me, studying me with cold intensity. A slight smile curved his lips, and he raised his coffee cup in a mocking toast before turning back to the counter. My appetite vanished. I threw some cash on the table and bolted for the door, not even waiting for change. Outside, the Texas sun beat down mercilessly, but I barely noticed the heat. All I could think about was getting back to my truck, getting on the road, putting more distance between me and whatever nightmare was following me. As I fumbled with my keys, I heard the diner door open behind me. I didn't turn around. I didn't need to. I knew who it was, and I knew that looking back would only confirm what I already feared, that no matter how far or how fast I ran, he would always be there, always watching, always following. I peeled out of the parking lot, tires kicking up gravel, and hit the highway doing 70. In my rearview mirror, I could see a figure standing in front of the diner, growing smaller with distance but somehow no less menacing. I drove without direction, taking random exits, doubling back, trying to shake a tail that seemed impossibly persistent. How was he doing this? How could he possibly know where I'd go when I didn't know myself? By nightfall, I'd reached a small town called Sweetwater. It was nothing special, a main street with a few shops, a couple of gas stations, a small motel on the edge of town. But it was quiet, unassuming, the kind of place you could disappear into if you were trying to start over. I checked into the motel, the blue moon its sign proclaimed in faded neon, and collapsed onto the bed, exhaustion finally overcoming fear. I must have drifted off because the next thing I knew it was dark outside, and something had woken me. A noise. Soft, almost imperceptible, but out of place in the quiet room, a scraping sound like fingernails against glass. I lay perfectly still, ears straining to locate the source. There it was again, coming from the window. Something was outside, something that wanted in. The curtains were drawn, blocking my view of whatever lurked beyond the glass. Part of me wanted to leap from the bed, tear them open, confront whatever waited there. But a deeper, wiser part knew that some things are better left unseen. Instead, I slowly reached for my phone on the bedside table, ready to call for help. But as my fingers closed around it, the scraping stopped. Silence fell, heavy and expectant, as if the night itself were holding its breath. Then, from directly outside my door came 3 distinct knocks, just like at Roy's. 3 knocks, a pause, then 3 more. My heart hammered against my ribs, its frantic rhythm drowning out all other sounds. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, could only stare at the door and the thin strip of darkness visible beneath it. A shadow passed across that sliver of light, someone standing directly outside, waiting. The doorknob turned slowly, testing the lock. Thank God I'd used the deadbolt in the chain. The door opened a fraction before catching, revealing nothing but a slice of the night beyond. No face appeared in the gap, no voice called out. Just silence and the weight of an unseen gaze. After what felt like an eternity, the door closed softly. The shadow beneath it lingered a moment longer, then disappeared. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat in the chair by the window, curtains still drawn, a Swiss Army knife clutched in my hand, though I knew it would be useless against whatever hunted me. When dawn finally broke, painting the edges of the curtains with pale light, I was still sitting there, my body stiff from hours of motionless vigilance. I checked out as soon as the office opened, avoiding the clerk's curious glance at my haggard appearance. Back on the road, I tried to make sense of what was happening. This couldn't be a coincidence or a practical joke anymore. Whoever, or whatever, was following me had tracked me across multiple states, always one step behind but never losing the trail. How was it possible? I'd been careful, changed vehicles, avoided main roads. It was as if they could sense me somehow, homing in on some signal I didn't know I was broadcasting. By midday, I reached a town called Midland. It was bigger than Sweetwater, a proper city with office buildings and shopping centers. Somewhere I could blend in, lose myself in the crowd. More importantly, somewhere with police. I found the police station easily enough, a modern building of glass and concrete in the center of town. Inside, the air conditioning was a blessed relief from the Texas heat. A uniformed officer looked up from the front desk as I approached, his expression neutral but assessing. "Can I help you?" he asked. I hesitated, suddenly aware of how crazy my story would sound. Man follows me across multiple states, leaves cryptic notes, watches me from a distance but never makes direct contact. They'd think I was paranoid, delusional, or on drugs. "I need to report someone following me," I said finally, trying to sound rational. The officer, his nameplate read Griffin, pulled out a form. "When did you first notice this person following you?" "About a week ago in Nebraska." Officer Griffin's pen paused above the paper. "Nebraska? And you're just reporting it now in Texas?" "I thought I could lose him by leaving, but he followed me here." "Can you describe this individual?" I opened my mouth, then closed it again. How could I describe someone I'd never seen clearly? A shadow, a silhouette, a vague impression at best. I haven't gotten a good look at his face," I admitted. "He stays at a distance, always in shadows or darkness." Griffin's expression shifted subtly, becoming more guarded. "Has this person made any direct threats, approached you, attempted to harm you in any way?" "He leaves notes, in my truck." "And what do these notes say?" "You'll be back. I'm always with you," that kind of thing. Griffin wrote something down, then looked up at me with professional concern. "Mr. Palmer, Dawson Palmer. Mr. Palmer, have you been experiencing any other unusual thoughts or feelings lately? Heightened anxiety, difficulty sleeping, seeing or hearing things that might not be there?" I knew where this was going. He thought I was having some kind of mental breakdown, and maybe I was. Maybe the isolation of the road, the stress of the job, had finally gotten to me, and I'd invented a stalker to explain the creeping dread that had become my constant companion. "I'm not crazy," I said, knowing how defensive it sounded. "Someone is following me. The notes are real." "Do you have these notes with you? Any evidence of this person?" I didn't. I'd thrown away the first note and left the second one in my big rig back in Omaha. Griffin sighed, setting down his pen. "Mr. Palmer, without evidence, there's not much we can do. I can take your statement, but frankly, unless this individual approaches you directly or makes a specific threat, it's going to be difficult to pursue." He slid a card across the desk. "If you notice anything concrete, a license plate, a clear photo, anything like that, give me a call. In the meantime, maybe consider talking to someone." He tapped another card, this one for a local mental health clinic. "Just as a precaution." I took both cards, knowing I'd use neither. There was no point in calling the police again, not without proof. And a therapist wouldn't believe me either. They'd just see a man suffering from paranoid delusions, prescribe medication, recommend rest. But I knew what I'd seen, what I'd experienced. It was real, all of it. And if no one would help me, I'd have to figure it out myself. I left the police station feeling more alone than ever. The Texas sun beat down on me as I walked back to my truck, casting harsh shadows that seemed to reach for me like grasping hands. Every person I passed on the street became a potential threat, their faces momentarily obscured by the brim of a hat or the glare of the sun triggering a jolt of panic. By the time I reached Texas, I'd made up my mind. I was done with trucking, done with the open road. I found a small town called Pecos, settled in, and got a job working in a warehouse. It wasn't much, but it was enough. The work was steady, the people friendly enough without being nosy. No one asked about my past or why I'd left Nebraska in such a hurry. I rented a small apartment above a hardware store on the main street. 1 bedroom, a kitchenette, a bathroom with a shower that never got quite hot enough. It wasn't home, but it was anonymous, which was what I needed. For a while, I thought I might have finally escaped. Days passed without incident. No notes, no shadowy figures, no feeling of being watched. I began to think that maybe Officer Griffin had been right. Maybe it had all been in my head, a temporary break with reality brought on by stress and isolation. I established a routine. Work from 7 to 4. Dinner at the diner across the street, a beer or two at the local bar if I was feeling sociable, then back to my apartment to watch whatever game was on TV before turning in. Simple, predictable, safe. Then one evening about 3 months after I'd arrived in Pecos, I came home to find my apartment door slightly ajar. I was certain I'd locked it that morning. I always did. A habit formed from years on the road where your cab was your only security. I stood in the hallway, key in hand, staring at that narrow gap between door and frame. It might have been the building settling, the old wood warping in the Texas heat. It might have been the landlord coming by to fix something. It might have been a lot of things. But I knew, with a cold certainty that settled in my gut like a stone, exactly what it was. I considered turning around, walking out, getting in my truck and driving until I ran out of road. But where would I go? If he'd found me here in this nondescript town in the middle of nowhere, he'd find me anywhere. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Nothing seemed disturbed at first glance. The sparse furniture was in its place, the few possessions I'd accumulated since arriving in Pecos untouched. But there was a smell in the air, something faint but distinct. Cigarette smoke, though I didn't smoke, and something else. Something that reminded me of Roy's motel, that old unpleasant smell I'd noticed in the office. I moved through the apartment cautiously, checking each room, tension coiling tighter with every step. The bathroom was empty, the shower curtain pulled back to reveal nothing but stained porcelain. The kitchenette was undisturbed, the few dishes I owned still drying in the rack. The bedroom was last. The door was closed, though I never closed it when I left. My hand hovered over the knob, reluctant to turn it, to confront what might wait on the other side. But I had to know. The door swung open onto emptiness. No lurking figure, no obvious signs of intrusion. Just my unmade bed and the dresser with its missing handle and the small window that looked out onto the alley behind the building. I was about to turn away to write the whole thing off as paranoia when I noticed it. On my pillow, centered precisely, lay a small piece of paper folded in half. I didn't need to open it to know what I would find, but my hands moved of their own accord, unfolding the note with trembling fingers. 5 words this time, in that same smudged ink: "I'll never let you go." That was the moment I knew it would never end. This wasn't some random stalker who would eventually lose interest, move on to another target. This was something else, something that had latched onto me that night at Roy's and would never release me. I never saw the man again, but every so often I find myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting him to be there, because no matter how far I go, I can't shake the feeling that he's still out there, somewhere, waiting for me to come back. But I won't, not ever. The road is a lonely place, and I've learned that some things are better left behind. 6 months into my new life in Pecos, I thought I'd finally found some semblance of peace. The notes had stopped after that last one on my pillow. No more shadowy figures watched me from a distance, no more unexplained sounds in the night. I began to wonder if whatever had attached itself to me in Nebraska had finally grown tired and moved on to someone else. I'd even made a few friends, not close ones, but people I could nod to on the street or share a beer with after work. My boss at the warehouse, a gruff man named Jerry, had taken a liking to me. "You're reliable, Palmer," he'd said once. "Don't find that much these days." The apartment above the hardware store had begun to feel like home. I'd painted the walls, bought a decent couch, even hung a few pictures, landscapes mostly, open skies and distant horizons that reminded me of the better parts of life on the road. Then came the dreams. They started gradually, vague impressions of being followed, of dark figures lurking just beyond my field of vision. The kind of dreams everyone has occasionally, especially after watching a scary movie or reading a thriller before bed. I'd wake up unsettled but able to shake it off as the day progressed. But they intensified, becoming more vivid, more specific. In one recurring dream, I was back at Roy's Motel, standing in the parking lot amid the rusted hulks of abandoned cars. The sky above was the sickly green of an approaching tornado, and the air felt charged with electricity. I would turn, knowing someone was behind me, but no matter how quickly I spun, I caught only a glimpse of a retreating figure. The worst dreams were the ones where I was back in my truck, driving through an endless night on a road that never seemed to lead anywhere. I'd glance in the rearview mirror and see someone sitting in the sleeper cab, their features obscured by shadow. Sometimes they would lean forward as if about to speak, and I'd wake up just as their face came into the light. I tried everything to combat the dreams, sleeping pills, meditation, avoiding caffeine after noon. Nothing worked. Night after night I was dragged back into that world of shadowed figures and endless pursuit. The lack of sleep began to take its toll. I'd catch myself zoning out at work, staring into space for minutes at a time. Twice I nearly caused accidents with the forklift, prompting a concerned talk from Jerry. "You feeling all right, Palmer?" he asked, his weathered face creased with genuine worry. "You seem distracted lately." "Just not sleeping well," I admitted. "Might want to see a doctor about that. Can't have you operating heavy machinery if you're half asleep." I promised I would, though I knew no doctor could cure what ailed me. How could I explain that my dreams were haunted by something I'd encountered in a rundown motel hundreds of miles away? That my nightmares felt more like visitations than ordinary dreams? Despite my best efforts, my work suffered. I became irritable, jumping at sudden noises, snapping at coworkers who meant well. The friendly nods on the street became concerned glances, then avoidance altogether. I was becoming the town weirdo, the guy people whispered about when he passed. One night, after a particularly grueling shift where I dropped an entire pallet of goods because I thought I'd seen a familiar figure at the edge of the warehouse, I decided I needed a drink. Not just a casual beer at the local bar, but something stronger, something that might grant me a few hours of dreamless sleep. The only real bar in Pecos was a dive called The Last Stop, a place that catered to the rougher elements of town, oil workers, drifters, people looking to forget or be forgotten. I'd avoided it until now, preferring the more moderate atmosphere of the tavern by the diner. The Last Stop lived up to its reputation. The interior was dark, the air thick with smoke despite the statewide ban, the floor sticky with spilled beer and God knows what else. I shouldered my way to the bar and ordered a whiskey, neat. The bartender, a woman with hard eyes and arms covered in faded tattoos, slid the glass across to me without a word. I drank it quickly, feeling the burn down my throat, and ordered another. By my third drink, the edges of my vision had softened, and the constant knot of tension between my shoulder blades had begun to loosen. Maybe, just maybe, I could sleep tonight without dreaming. I was contemplating a fourth whiskey when someone slid onto the stool next to me. I didn't look up, not wanting to invite conversation, but something about the presence beside me set off warning bells in my foggy mind. "Long way from Nebraska, aren't you?" The voice was like gravel being crushed, familiar in a way that made my skin crawl. Slowly, reluctantly, I turned to face the speaker. It was the old man from the diner in Millbrook, the one who'd warned me about Roy's Motel having a bit of a history. He looked exactly the same. Tattered ball cap, weathered face, pale blue eyes that seemed to see right through me. How? My voice caught in my throat. How did you find me? He smiled, a thin stretching of lips that didn't reach those unnerving eyes. I didn't find you, Dawson. You found me, or rather it found you, and I follow where it leads. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead despite the warmth of the whiskey in my veins. What are you talking about? What found me? The old man signaled the bartender, who brought him a cup of coffee without being asked, as if she'd been expecting him. You picked up a passenger that night at Roy's, been carrying it with you ever since. A passenger? My mouth was dry, making the words stick to my tongue. There was nobody else in my truck. Not in your truck. He tapped the side of his head. In here, or maybe... He placed a gnarled hand over his chest. In here, hard to say exactly where it nests. I wanted to tell him he was crazy, that he wasn't making any sense. But a deeper part of me, the part that had been running for months, recognized the truth in his words. Something had attached itself to me that night. Something that had followed me across state lines, that no amount of distance could shake. What is it? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The old man took a sip of his coffee, his expression contemplative. Some folks call it a hitchhiker, others a debug or a rider. Old cultures have different names for it, but they all describe the same thing, an entity that attaches itself to a person, feeding off their fear, their life force, their very essence. You're talking about possession, demons. I shook my head, the alcohol making the room spin slightly. That's not real. That can't be real. Not demons, he corrected. Nothing so biblical. Just hungry things that have been around as long as humans have felt fear. Roy's place, or what stands there now, it's like a hunting ground for them, a place where the veil is thin, where they can slip through and find new hosts. Why me? The question burst from me, raw with the anguish of months spent running, hiding, looking over my shoulder. Why did it choose me? The old man shrugged. Wrong place, wrong time. Or maybe it sensed something in you, a loneliness, a vulnerability. They're drawn to that, these things, like sharks to blood in the water. I stared into my empty glass, trying to process what he was telling me. It sounded insane, the stuff of horror movies and campfire tales. But it also explained everything. The notes appearing in impossible places, the figure that seemed to find me no matter where I went, the dreams that felt like invasions. How do I get rid of it? I asked finally. A look passed across the old man's face, pity maybe, or resignation. That's the thing, Dawson, you don't. There has to be a way. My voice rose, drawing glances from nearby tables. Exorcism. Some kind of ritual, something. Those only work in movies, he said gently. In reality, once they attach, they don't let go. Not until... He trailed off, but I understood the implication. Not until they were done with you. Not until they'd consumed everything there was to take. Then what am I supposed to do? Keep running for the rest of my life? The old man finished his coffee and set the cup down with a decisive click. Running won't help. It's already with you, inside you. The more you fight it, the stronger it gets. Fear feeds it. Your fear of the dark, of the unknown, of what might be watching from the shadows. So I'm just supposed to accept it? I couldn't keep the bitterness from my voice. Live with this thing stalking me, invading my dreams, leaving me messages. Not accept, he corrected. Understand. Know your enemy, Dawson. Learn its patterns, its habits. It's powerful, yes, but not all powerful. It has rules it must follow, limitations it can't overcome. What kind of rules? That's for you to discover. He stood, adjusting his cap. Each one is different, each relationship unique, like a marriage in a way. He smiled at that, though there was no humor in it. For better or worse, till death do you part. I grabbed his arm as he turned to leave. Wait, how do you know all this? Who are you? For a moment I thought he wouldn't answer. Then he leaned in close, his breath smelling of coffee and something older, earthier. Let's just say I've been carrying my own passenger for a very long time. We've come to an arrangement. With that, he gently removed my hand from his arm and walked out, the door swinging shut behind him with a finality that felt like a prison gate closing. I sat there for a long time, nursing another whiskey that I didn't really want, turning his words over in my mind. Was it possible? Could some entity, some parasite of fear, have attached itself to me at Roy's motel? It seemed absurd in the harsh light of rational thought, but in the shadows of my mind, where my deepest fears lurked, it made a terrible kind of sense. By the time I left the last stop, it was well after midnight. The streets of Pecos were deserted, the storefronts dark except for the occasional security light. The moon hung low in the sky, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to reach for me as I walked. I was drunk, but not drunk enough to blur the edges of the fear that had become my constant companion. If anything, the alcohol had stripped away the protective layers I'd built, leaving me raw and exposed to the night and whatever watched from within it. My apartment, when I finally managed to climb the stairs and unlock the door, felt different. Not overtly changed, no furniture moved, no windows opened, no obvious signs of intrusion. But there was a presence to it, a weight to the air that hadn't been there before. Or perhaps it had always been there, and I was only now becoming aware of it. "I know you're here," I said aloud to the empty room, my voice steadier than I expected. "I know what you are now, what you've been doing." No response came, at least not in words, but the air seemed to thicken, the shadows in the corners deepening, as if gathering themselves into a more substantial form. "What do you want from me?" I demanded, anger temporarily overriding fear. "Why are you doing this?" The lights flickered, once, twice, a third time before steadying. Not a coincidence, not in this context. A response, a communication. "Show yourself," I said, half command, half plea. "If we're going to be stuck with each other, at least have the decency to show me what you are." For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the shadows in the far corner of the living room began to coalesce, darkening, solidifying into a vaguely human shape. It wasn't fully formed, more suggestion than substance, a silhouette without detail. But it was undeniably there, watching me with an attention I could feel like a physical touch. "What do you want?" I asked again, my voice barely above a whisper now. The shadow didn't speak, perhaps it couldn't, but it raised what might have been an arm pointing directly at me. Not at my body, but at my chest, at my heart. Understanding dawned, cold and inevitable as winter. "You want me, my fear, my pain, my life?" The shadow flickered, as if in confirmation. I swallowed hard, trying to process what was happening, trying to find a path forward in this impossible situation. "The old man said you have rules, limitations. What are they? How do I coexist with you?" The shadow wavered, its edges blurring before sharpening again. It made no move to communicate further, simply continued its silent vigil from the corner. "Fine," I said finally, exhaustion and alcohol making my thoughts fuzzy. "We'll figure it out as we go. But I'm done running, you hear me? Done." With that, I stumbled to my bedroom, not bothering to check if the shadow followed. I fell onto the bed fully clothed, expecting to lie awake for hours, but sleep claimed me almost instantly. And for the first time in months, I didn't dream. Or if I did, I didn't remember it when I woke. The next morning, I called in sick to work. Jerry wasn't happy. It was inventory day and they needed all hands. But I couldn't face the warehouse, not with what I now knew. I needed time to think, to process, to figure out what the hell I was going to do with the knowledge that some parasitic entity had attached itself to me and wasn't letting go. In the harsh light of day, my encounter with the shadow seemed dreamlike, a product of too much whiskey and too little sleep. But the old man's words still rang clear in my memory, and the feeling of being watched persisted, stronger now that I'd acknowledged its source. I spent the day researching, first at the local library, then on my laptop when the librarian's concerned glances became too uncomfortable. I searched terms like spiritual hitchhiker, Dybbuk, psychic parasite, shadow people, following links down increasingly esoteric rabbit holes. Most of what I found was New Age nonsense or horror movie plots, but occasionally I'd come across something that resonated with my experience. Accounts of people who felt followed, watched, who experienced unexplainable phenomena that defied rational explanation. One forum thread in particular caught my attention. A user described being haunted after staying at a motel in rural Montana. They reported finding notes in impossible places, seeing a shadowy figure that always stayed just at the edge of vision, experiencing invasive dreams. The similarities to my situation were striking. The thread had dozens of responses, most dismissive or mocking, but a few seemed genuinely concerned, offering advice or sharing similar experiences. The original poster had stopped responding about 2 years into the discussion. Their last post was ominously brief. "It's getting stronger. I can't fight it anymore." I closed the laptop, a cold weight settling in my stomach. If the old man was right, if these things fed on fear and negative emotion, then the original poster had potentially made their situation worse by engaging with it, by feeding it a steady diet of terror and dread. Was that my fate as well? To be slowly consumed, worn down until I couldn't fight anymore? No, I refused to accept that. There had to be another way. The old man had mentioned an arrangement with his own passenger. What did that mean? A negotiation? A truce? How did one negotiate with an entity that didn't speak, that communicated through shadows and implanted fears? I spent the afternoon cleaning my apartment, a task I'd neglected during my spiral into sleep-deprived paranoia. There was something therapeutic about it, about creating order from chaos, about reclaiming my space. As I worked, I spoke aloud, addressing the presence I could feel, but not see. "I understand now," I said, running a duster along the bookshelf. "You need me. You feed off my emotions, my energy. But you're killing the host, don't you see that? If I break down completely, where does that leave you?" No response came, but the air felt attentive, as if the very molecules were listening. "So here's what I propose," I continued, moving to the kitchen. "A symbiosis rather than a parasitism. You back off. No more notes, no more appearing just to terrify me, no more invading my dreams. In return, I acknowledge you. I accept your presence." The lights flickered briefly, and I took it as a sign to continue. "I'm not saying I'll worship you or anything like that, but I won't run anymore. I won't waste energy trying to get rid of you." I paused, considering my next words carefully. Maybe we can both get what we need without destroying each other. A curious sensation washed over me then, a feeling of being enveloped, embraced, not threateningly but not entirely comforting either. More like being assessed, measured, evaluated. The feeling passed, and with it some of the oppressive weight that had been pressing down on me for months. Not gone entirely, but lessened, as if the shadow had taken a step back, giving me room to breathe. That night I slept better than I had in weeks. My dreams were still strange, landscapes that shifted and changed, faces that blurred into one another, but they weren't frightening, more like watching an abstract film from a safe distance, curious but not threatened. I woke feeling rested, clear-headed for the first time in months. The persistent sense of being watched remained, but it had changed quality, becoming less predatory, more companionable. No, that wasn't quite right, but less hostile, certainly. Over the following weeks, a strange new normal established itself. The notes stopped. The shadow no longer manifested visibly, though I could still sense its presence at the edges of my awareness. The dreams continued but remained abstract, nonsensical but not terrifying. In return, I kept my end of the unspoken bargain. Each evening, before bed, I would sit in the living room and simply acknowledge the presence, sometimes speaking to it, sometimes just sitting in silent recognition of its existence. It wasn't prayer or worship, more like checking in with a roommate, maintaining a relationship that was neither friendship nor hostility, but something in between. My life began to improve. I returned to work, apologizing to Jerry for my absence and throwing myself into the job with renewed energy. The dark circles under my eyes faded, and with them the concerned looks from coworkers and neighbors. I started going out again, not to the last stop, but to the friendlier tavern where people knew my name and asked about my day. I even went on a few dates. Nothing serious, just dinner and conversation with women I met through work or friends of friends. I never told them about what had happened, about the passenger I carried. How could I? They'd think I was crazy. But occasionally, when the conversation lagged or the restaurant grew quiet, I'd catch them glancing over my shoulder, as if they'd seen something move just at the edge of vision. Those relationships never lasted long. 6 months into this new arrangement, I received a letter, an actual paper letter in my mailbox, something so rare in the digital age that at first I thought it was misdelivered. but my name was there on the envelope, written in a steady, unhurried hand. Inside was a single sheet of paper and a newspaper clipping. The note was brief. Thought you should know. Be careful. It's not just yours anymore. M. M for Millbrook, I assumed. The old man from the diner, from the last stop. The clipping was from a small Nebraska newspaper. The headline read, "Local motel owner found dead under mysterious circumstances." According to the article, Roy Danner, proprietor of Roy's Auto Repair and Motel outside Millbrook, had been found in one of his own motel rooms, dead of apparent heart failure. The strange part was the condition of the body, described as extremely desiccated, as if all moisture had been removed. The medical examiner estimated he had been dead for several days before being discovered by a rare customer. The article went on to mention the motel's checkered history, rumors of disappearances over the years, the fact that locals avoided it, the mysterious fire in the 1960s that had claimed the lives of the previous owners. Roy had taken over in the early 90s, running the place in increasing isolation as the years passed. I read the clipping several times, a cold certainty growing in me. Roy hadn't died of natural causes. He'd been consumed, used up by the same kind of entity that had attached itself to me. And now that entity, or others like it, would be looking for new hosts. That night, as I sat in my usual chair, acknowledging the presence that had become part of my life, I felt a shift in its attention, a focusing, an intensity that hadn't been there before. "You know about Roy, don't you?" I said aloud. "He was like you, or had something like you attached to him." The air thickened, the familiar feeling of being enveloped returning, but sharper now, more defined. In my mind, not spoken, not heard, but somehow communicated directly to my consciousness, came a single word: brother. I jerked upright, heart hammering. It had never communicated so directly before. "Brother," I repeated. "There are more of you?" Another word, slower this time, as if carefully chosen. "Family." "At the motel? Is that where you live, where you come from?" A sense of negation, of correction. "Doorway." I tried to process this. The motel wasn't their home, but a portal, a way into our world or our reality. And Roy, was he like me, a host? Vessel. The word came with a flood of images. Roy, younger, standing in front of the motel, his eyes hollow, his smile empty. Roy, aging rapidly, his life force being drained to feed the thing attached to him. Roy, at the end, dried out, used up, discarded. "Is that my fate?" I asked, fear creeping back despite months of careful détente. To be used up and thrown away? The present seemed to consider this, or at least I felt its attention shift, focus, reassess. Choice. My choice? I have a say in this? Affirmation flowed through the air, not a word this time, but a feeling, a certainty. Yes, I had a choice. The arrangement we'd established was evidence of that. I wasn't Roy, being slowly drained without awareness or consent. I had recognized the passenger, acknowledged it, set boundaries. I was doing what the old man had advised, understanding it, learning its patterns, finding the rules that governed our interaction. And if I choose to maintain our arrangement, if I continue to acknowledge you without fighting you or feeding you fear? The response was complex, not words but impressions, feelings, concepts layered together, balance, sustenance without consumption. A slower burn rather than a raging fire that consumed everything in its path. I would still be feeding it, there was no escaping that, but not at a rate that would destroy me. We could coexist, perhaps indefinitely, each getting what we needed without destroying the other. "And the others?" I asked. "The ones who will find new hosts now that Roy is gone?" Concern, warning, danger. The impressions came rapidly, overlapping. Not all are like me, not all can be reasoned with. Some hunger only, some destroy. A chill ran through me at the implications. I had been lucky in a twisted way. My passenger, while still dangerous, was capable of restraint, of something approaching reason. Others might not be so accommodating. What about the old man? The one who knew about you, who told me what you are? A surprising impression then, respect, tinged with something like fear. Old, strong, bound long ago, controls not controlled. I pieced together the meaning. The old man hadn't just reached an arrangement with his passenger. He had mastered it somehow, bound it to his will rather than merely coexisting with it. How long had he carried it? Decades at least, based on his appearance. Maybe longer. Could I learn to do the same? To not just accommodate the shadow, but to harness it, control it? As if sensing my thoughts, the presence withdrew slightly, the air in the room lightening, the pressure easing. A final impression came, not a warning exactly, but a reminder. Balance, arrangement, terms. I understood. Push too far, try to take control rather than maintain equilibrium, and the delicate truce might shatter. Better to maintain our current relationship than risk antagonizing something I still didn't fully understand. All right, I said aloud. We continue as we have been. But I want to understand more. I want to know what you are, where you come from, why you chose me. No direct response came, but the air held a sense of consideration, of weighing options. Not a rejection, but not an agreement either. The conversation, such as it was, had ended for now. In the months that followed, our arrangement continued to evolve. The communication became more frequent, not always in words, but in impressions, feelings, sometimes images shared directly with my mind. I learned to interpret these communications, to understand the nuances of what my passenger was trying to convey. I learned, too, about its nature. Not everything, never everything, but pieces of a puzzle that began to form a partial picture. It fed on emotion, yes, but not just fear. Any strong feeling would do: anger, grief, joy, even love. Fear was easiest, most accessible, but also most destructive to the host. Like eating nothing but sugar, a quick energy boost that ultimately leads to a crash. Our arrangement allowed it to feed more sustainably, taking smaller amounts of various emotions rather than gorging on terror until I broke. In return, it began to share things with me: insights, warnings, occasional glimpses of things beyond normal perception. I never saw the old man again, though sometimes I thought I caught glimpses of him. A figure at the edge of a crowd, a silhouette in a passing car. Watching, perhaps, or just checking in on a fellow traveler on a very strange road. Life continued. I was promoted at the warehouse, given more responsibility and better pay. I made friends, not close ones perhaps, but people I cared about and who seemed to care about me. I even tried dating again, though those relationships still tended to fizzle out, as women sensed something off, something they couldn't quite identify, but that made them uneasy. I never returned to Nebraska, never drove through Millbrook, never saw Roy's Motel again except in dreams. But I often wondered about that doorway, as my passenger had called it. Were others still coming through? Were there more people out there like me, carrying shadows within them, learning to coexist with the inexplicable? I never saw the shadowy figure again, but every so often I find myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see it manifested, watching me. Because no matter how far I go, no matter how much I've learned to live with it, I can't shake the knowledge that it's still there, within me, around me, part of me now in ways I still don't fully comprehend. The road is a lonely place, and I've learned that some things are better left behind. But some things follow you, become part of you, change you in ways that can never be undone. My passenger and I, we've reached an understanding, a balance that allows us both to exist without destroying each other. It's not freedom, it's not peace, but it's survival. And sometimes that's the best you can hope for.